Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that companies using advanced production planning tools like PPDS have seen up to 25% shorter lead times and 20% better on-time delivery? Today's course covers SAP APO PP-DS on ECC and Embedded PP-DS on S/4HANA. PPDS stands for Production Planning and Detailed Scheduling. It's used to plan production orders, balance load, and meet delivery dates efficiently. Over 70% of global manufacturing companies rely on tools like PPDS to manage demand and supply. With embedded PPDS in S/4HANA, planning becomes faster, integrated, and more accurate. Learning PPDS helps you master key areas like capacity planning, pegging, heuristics, and optimizer strategies. It's a vital skill for anyone in supply chain or production planning roles. In this course, we'll guide you step by step through setup, master data, planning strategies, alerts, and real-time simulations. You'll learn how to use both traditional APO PPDS and the embedded version in S/4HANA. Let's dive in.
We'll start with the basic understanding. Now, I wanted to ask you a simple question. What is the full form of PPDS? Anyone knows?
Planning and detailed scheduling.
Correct, exactly. Now, APO, I have heard that many of you has an experience in production planning, PP. PP is the model that they use with the ERP tool, that is ECC and HANA. Now, does anyone know how it is different than your PP? What's the difference between PP and PPDS? Since you already know PP, I'm just trying to help you relate it with the PP module so that it will be easier for you to understand. Okay, what difference does it make when you use PPDS and not PP? Or when, let's assume all of you are working for a client and you're part of a business deal. You're trying to understand the business requirement and you would like to propose that PPDS would be the right solution for you, not PP. PP is not sufficient. Does anyone have any idea when you're going to propose it? Or just try to answer. Even if you're wrong, that's okay, but try to answer these questions, because if you're wrong here, that's how we'll correct ourselves. If you don't try, we won't be able to proceed. That's the reason. Let's make this as an interactive session. Let's try to answer. Even if it's wrong, let it be. Nobody's going to judge you.
Actually, PP use finite scheduling, but in PPDS, we can do the scheduling as per the work center capabilities.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. And you're partially right, but thank you so much for trying. It was good answer. Yeah. Anyone else wants to highlight how PPDS is different than your conventional PP module? All right, let me try to explain you. When you talk about PP, production planning, the way you carry out the MRP, the way you generate your production plan or procurement plan with the help of PP, you don't look at the capacity. You just consider your capacity as an infinite one and you generate your production and procurement plan. Correct? But do you know that production and procurement plan, is it feasible? Can you execute as it is when you submit it to the production supervisor for the execution? No, it's not. Correct? Because the capacity constraints, because you have a limited capacity. And the way PPMRP works is that it considers infinite capacity. It does the planning according to the lead time. And that is the reason the plan generated by MRP, which is part of PP, is not feasible to execute. And that is where PPDS comes into the picture, where it will allow you to generate a plan and it will allow you to schedule that plan in a way that your capacity constraint or your limited capacity is considered. That means there you can perform a finite scheduling. When I say finite scheduling, that means according to your capacity, your production plan is going to get adjusted. Your production plan is going to get pushed or pulled according to the capacity that you have. All right, let me know if that makes sense to you, or you want me to repeat again, guys. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Okay, now one more important thing is, we just talk about the planning functionalities of PPDS. Planning is something, you must be wondering that why PPDS? PPDS is something which does the planning as well as scheduling. But Now I just explained you that how scheduling helps you to schedule your plan according to the capacity. When it was planning, when you use PPDS for planning, it is very similar to your MRP, correct? Because when you plan something with PPDS, it is still going to do the infinite planning. It is not going to do a finite planning. See, scheduling is the one which takes place at finite level. The planning is usually infinite, even with PPDS. So then anyone would ask you, then what's the use of production planning in PPDS? Why we need to plan anything in PPDS? Correct, right? So that's where a heuristic comes into the picture. A heuristic is a what? A heuristic is a planning method with which you generate a production plan, but compared with MRP, it provides additional functionalities. It allows you to resolve some of the constraints that are not resolvable with MRP. Just to give you an example, let's assume with PPDS heuristic, you can generate infinite line like MRP, but it will allow you to consider additional parameters. For an example, if you want to generate, let's assume you have a demand for next 3 months. Okay, for the next 3 months, in the first month, you want to generate a daily production plan. So your lot size has to be daily. Okay, then for the second month, you want to have a weekly production plan. That means every week should have one plan order. Your lot size should be a week for that second month. For the third month, you want to have a monthly plan. So you should, for an entire month, you should have only one plan order. Is this something possible with a PP or MRP? Can we have 3 different lot sizes for a product in MRP, in PPMR, PP-based MRP?
No, only one is allowed.
Only one is allowed. Good. So that's something, that's one of the heuristic which allows us to use 3 different periodic lot sizes. Okay. Similarly, let's assume whenever you work, I guess most of you have worked with the PP model, so that you must have come across batch management. How many of you has worked with batch management? Is there anyone who doesn't know about batch management? What is a batch in SAP?
Yes, I don't know.
Okay, there's a question.
Yeah, can you please elaborate about the batch management?
Sure, definitely. Definitely. So whenever we work with usually with process industries, the batch management is a common term. It's not like that it won't be useful when it comes to discrete industry or repetitive industry. It would be used in every industry, but usually it's very common in your process industry. So whenever you create a product, or whenever you receive a product from your supplier, or whenever you produce a product and you post it into your warehouses, or when you do the GR against an order, against a process order or production order, you generate a batch, you assign a batch to that product. Now, what is the purpose of this batch? The batch management helps us to trace the product. You can trace the product from the raw material, which raw material. So this is very common. Let's assume you are working with a pharma industry. Okay. And this pharma industry has produced, let's go with the paracetamol tablet that we usually consume. Okay. A lot. And that paracetamol, let's discuss about Dolo. Dolo is a tablet which is paracetamol 650 mg. Now, there was a batch produced in the month of April. On 30th of April, there was a batch produced. Okay. There's a specific batch given. There's a batch name and number assigned to it, and you supplied it. But later on, some customers, when it was purchased by customers, they identified there's an issue with the Dolo tablet. Now what they'll do, they'll report it to the respective authority, then they'll highlight this information to you. Now, since you're part of this industry, what is the first step that you're going to do? Okay, this was the batch number. If you open any consumable item that you usually consume, chips, packets, biscuits, everything has a batch number. That with respect to that batch number, they can identify on which date it was produced, on which machine it was produced, what was the order number with which it was produced, then who was the supplier who supplied the materials for this product. So this allows us it's a good traceability option, when it comes to when we use the batch. This is the primary and important use of batch. It's not the only one. There are several others, but this is an important one. So this is a batch management. Okay. So when we work with batches in production, then what happens? Every batch has some expiry. Correct. You when you purchase anything from you usually check the expiry date of the product. So that's the expiry. Similarly, every raw material which comes in batches will have some expiry. Correct. They will have some shelf life associated with it. So in such scenarios, what happens whenever you produce something and when you try to plan something in PP, what happens? Whenever you generate a plan, your PP or MRP doesn't look at your batch shelf life information of the batch, right? Because let's go with an example. On 1st of June, you have a requirement. Now the batch is getting expired on 31st of May. Okay, there's a raw material which is available. Let's go with the example of biscuit manufacturing. You're producing a biscuit. For biscuits, you need batches of chocolate flavor. It's cocoa beans. You're producing a biscuit or chocolate where you need cocoa beans. Now the cocoa beans are going to get expired on 31st of May, and you want to produce the chocolate on 1st of June. Now, ideally, if you plan it, how the system would tell you that, okay, your demand lies on 1st of June, but you're trying to plan it so that it will say that you can use, I'm talking about just standard MRP. I'm not talking about PPDS. How exactly it works, it won't look at the shelf life information that on 31st of May it is going to get expired. It will tell you that you can use that cocoa beans for chocolate manufacturing. Okay. But when you work with PPDs, you have some heuristic which looks at the information of the shelf life and which tells you if you're manufacturing on 1st of June, you need a different batch of cocoa beans which is valid at that time. Because on 31st of May, my existing batch is going to will become invalid, and that is the reason I should not be consuming it on 1st of June for the demand that I have for the chocolate. I hope this is making sense to you. I have not started explanation of APO PPDS or what is PPDS. I just want to highlight how PPDS is different than your PP, so that anyone would ask you, what's the difference? Why we should use PPDS? So you should have some answers. Is this clear, or does anyone have a question about this?
It's clear.
If you have any question, please raise your hand. I'll be more than happy to answer it. Okay. All right. Now, we were just trying to understand why PPDS, correct? Because I think before we start learning anything, it's better to understand why we should learn PPDS or how exactly it is different than the other PP modules. Okay, PP, which is a common tool that we use for planning right now. Okay, so you're clear with the PPDS. Now, let's try to understand how different APO system with your EC system. Does anyone know what is APO? Does anyone know what is APO, please?
Advanced planning and optimization.
Sorry? Advanced planning and optimization, someone just said, right? Hello, can you guys hear me? I think there was a...
Yes.
Okay.
Advanced planning and optimization.
Okay. And do you know how exactly it is different than ECC?
So I remember something like APO results are transferred into MRP for planning. So APO is a planning mechanism for I think for detailed planning, and then those planning results are also transferred to MRP for ERP planning.
Okay, good. That is right. You're absolutely right. What are the different modules in APO? Let me start by explaining what is an APO. So, see, all of you are aware about the ECC. ECC is one box where you perform most of your basic planning and execution, correct? You do the basic planning in ECC and execution in ECC. You have different modules in ECC. Similarly, in APO, which is advanced planning and optimization, we have some of the modules. We have modules called DP, demand planning. We have modules called SNP, supply network planning. We have a module called PPDS. We have transportation management as well. So we have several modules, out of which, when it comes to planning, these three modules play an important role. That is demand planning, supply network planning, and PPDS. We have already discussed about PPDS, how PPDS works. Now you must be asking, then what's the use of DP and SNP? DP, I'm just going to give you a short answer. DP is the one which is responsible to generate a forecast. It is going to, based on your sales history, based on your different forecasting models, and based on your some delta factors that you consider, it is going to generate a forecast. And whenever you have a supply network, that means you have some warehouses, you have some distribution centers, you have some manufacturing units, your demand comes from one entity and it goes to the manufacturing entity, correct? So there are different networks. You may have multiple manufacturing units. You want to identify what is the ideal source from which you should procure your material to the distribution center or to your sales entity, whichever is responsible for your sales. In that case, a supply network planning thing takes place. No, I just highlighted supply network planning also does the planning. How exactly it is different than PPDS? Okay. Supply network planning is responsible for your long-term plan. Okay. And PPDS is responsible for your short-term plan, short-term to mid-term plan. You can use it for. Okay. All right. So that's the basic purpose, or there are different models in APO, like I mentioned. And this was all about the basic information, but we'll be just discussing about PPDS a lot. Now, APO is a different box. So we have two boxes now. One of them is ECC, the other one is APO, correct? Now, how the integration should take place? Because the important factor is, see, if you are creating any software and you're asking them to maintain data at two locations, is it feasible solution or is it a feasible option for any customer? No, right? Because the data, majority of your data is maintained in your ECC system, and the same data is pushed to your APO environment with the help of integration models. So there are two boxes. Just try to imagine two boxes. One of them is APO, the other one is ECC. We create these integration models to transfer the data between ECC and APO system. Okay, and then vice versa. So all your master data is maintained in your ECC, and that gets transferred through integration model to APO. You maintain certain APO related parameters in your APO system as well. So it's not like there's no data that you would be maintaining in APO. You will be maintaining some of the data in APO as well. And then the respective transactional data that you would be generating in APO will get transferred to ECC for the further execution. All right. Does this make sense to you guys? What is APO and how exactly it transfers the information from, how exactly it shares the information between these two systems? Okay. This was about APO PPDS or APO system, correct? Because APO has PPDS in it. But does anyone know how? See, I'm just trying to highlight one or some short information about S4HANA PPDS as well. Does anyone know how S4HANA PPDS is different? Embedded PPDS is different than APO PPDS. Now just try to imagine the way it sounds, embedded PPDS, how different it would be than the APO PPDS.
There is no separate system for the APO. It is happening within the same system.
You're absolutely right. Now, as I was explaining a couple of minutes back, there are two boxes. One of them represents APO box, the other one is ECC. The data was shared between these two boxes. Now, what SAP has done, since we have moved to HANA database, okay? HANA, does anyone know what is HANA? What is S4 HANA, guys?
Yes. So it's the new version of ERP working on S4 HANA database.
Yes. But do you know the full form as well?
Simplified for HANA.
Simplified for HANA. Yes. Okay. Anyone else wants to try? So
It is a in-memory database. S4HANA is in-memory database.
Yes, you're absolutely right. The full form of HANA is High Performance Analytics Appliance. Okay. So basically, this is SAP's own database. Earlier, we were dependent on, whenever we were dealing with or whenever we were using ECC and APO, we were relied on, or SAP was relied on different database. It was Oracle, right? But since SAP has developed its own database, it's within the same box. So what they have done, as I mentioned, in APO, there were different modules. SAP has extracted or removed APO module from also removed PPDS model from APO box, and it has put inside one box of SAP S/4HANA. Okay, now you would be wondering, okay, earlier there were two boxes, so we still, we needed integration models to transfer the data between two different boxes, correct? Then how does it work with S/4HANA ePPDS? Since it's an embedded PPDS, do you still need to use integration model, or how the data moves? Because it's in the same system now. Or do you need to do anything else to transfer the data? Or it is already updated by automatically? Does anyone? Yeah.
So there is a advanced planning tab in Material Master where you can enable it for the advanced planning, right? For the
Good.
embedded
You're
PPDS.
right. You're absolutely right. So when it comes to embedded PPDS, it's not like integration. So what SAP has done? See, SAP has removed a PPDS from APO box and it has put inside S/4HANA S/4HANA system, but it has made sure that basic structure of PPDS doesn't get changed. That means, see, if we change everything, then the data mapping will get changed. There are a lot of things that would have affected. That is the reason what SAP has tried to simplify the data integration in case of embedded PPDS. How? For materials and resources, you don't have to transfer them through an integration model. It gets transferred by simply activating a checkbox, which is available in your material master, and the other one is available in your resource or your work center. You can simply transfer it. Similarly, the rest of the data is pretty much, the transactional data between ECC and PPDS, the transactional data in S/4HANA, especially with embedded PPDS, gets transferred automatically. Unlike APO PPDS. In APO PPDS, as I mentioned earlier, you had to create an integration model to transfer every transactional data as well as master data. But when it comes to embedded PPDS, that's not required. You can transfer your material and work center by simply activating a checkbox, and the transactional data gets transferred to PPDS and S/4HANA system. See, it's in the same box, but still the transfer of data takes place within the same box. Unlike APO. In APO, there was a different box for APO where PPDS was available, but even though it's part of the same box, SAP didn't want to change the basic layout of the PPDS. That is the reason they have kept it that way. So you still need that the data gets transferred automatically. The transactional data especially gets transferred automatically in embedded PPDS without any integration models. Okay. However, there are few data parameters which needs to get transferred to integration models as well. So you won't see that, or you won't say that in embedded PPDS integration models are not relevant. No, that's not the right statement. Integration models are still relevant in embedded PPDS for certain parameters, not for all of them. Okay. Did you guys understand the difference between APO PPDS and embedded PPDS from data integration point of view?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have a question? Please please raise your voice. Please raise your hands and ask the question if you are unclear about any topic that we have discussed so far.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah. So you said most of the transactional data is being transferred by automatically in the ePPDS, right?
Correct.
So in the current project, there is this provision let's say there is a CIF integration module, and we are also using this advanced planning tech. So exactly what is the setup we are not able to understand. And is it a APO or is it the ePPDS? Because we are using both in this case.
Using both in that case. You just said that you have an advanced planning checkbox. You are activating that, and you're still transferring some of the data through integration model.
Yes. So SAP is carrying away all the purchase info records and other data, right? So that daily background job is also running, and it's doing the thing for generation and activation of integration model. And besides that, we also have the advanced planning tab as well.
Okay. So in that case, but in that advanced planning tab, have you flagged that checkbox of advanced planning?
Yes. So basically, the thing is, right now, the SIF, this Rimogen and Rimodec 2 programs are there. Right?
Integration models. Yeah.
Yes. So they are failing just because we are not activating that checkbox in the advanced plan for some of the materials.
And do you know what data you're transferring through that integration model?
Yeah. So there are various variants, but I only remember purchase info record. Yes.
Yeah.
So
If you have heard few minutes back, I was just highlighting the same point. When it comes to embedded PPDS, it's not like integration models are going completely away. Integration models are still there. SIF-based integration models are still there even in case of embedded PPDS. Transactional data, most of your I guess all of your transactional data is getting transferred to embedded PPDS from your HANA database, takes place automatically. The transfer of data, transactional data especially, takes place automatically. The material and resource is something that you can, or material and work center or resource, that is something that you can transfer to ePPDS by simply activating a flag, a checkbox, which is advanced planning checkbox. And there are few parameters, like you mentioned, purchase info records is one of the important master data. That is something you need to transfer through an integration model. So even in case of embedded PPDS, integration models are required. The only difference is that
Who was the question? Who was the question?
I'm not sure. Please specify your name as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vipul. I think there is an option to identify if you want to identify whether you are using embedded PPDS or PPDS. The login box or the client will be different because as Vishal was mentioning earlier, the APO is a separate box, and embedded box
Right,
and PPDS is in the same box. So if you are logging into
It's
the
the
same
same
system,
system.
then you are using embedded PPDS. And as Vishal was also mentioning, it is not that integration model is gone away. There are most of the, because you have only two ticks, right, in Metal Master and Plant. Sorry, in Work
Yeah.
Center. So whatever dependent on that will go automatically. Others you need to get integration model.
Anyone else has any question? Okay. So this was about a basics about APO PPDS and the difference between APO PPDS and embedded PPDS. Otherwise, the rest of the functionalities remains as is. I mean, if you talk about APO PPDS, the functionalities are pretty much the same. The same functionalities are available in embedded PPDS. And there are a few additional functionalities that are introduced in embedded PPDS as well. And SAPs keep on upgrading the functionalities. They're adding some new heuristics as well, just to plan some additional constraints, just to plan the products through different methods. Okay, so that's a key difference between APO PPDS and embedded PPDS. But like I mentioned, SIF is applicable to both. It's being used in APO. It is being used in embedded PPDS as well. Okay, let's go to the materials. Okay, so we'll start with the core integration model, SIF. That is the reason I gave you some background about SIF. What is a core interface? Now there is a prerequisite for that. You need to do some setup activities. You need to set up that SIF setup has to take place, and with the SIF setup, you have to do some configuration. I'll show you the configuration as well. What configuration that needs to be done just to activate the SIF. You have to do the queue registration as well, and how system identifies to which system it should send the data. Okay, and see, I'll try to highlight, even though it's not part of this curriculum, I'll try to highlight as well how exactly it is different in embedded PPDS. Okay, what difference does it make? So try to understand how to generate the integration models. Now, before we try to understand, before we get into generation of integration models, we have touched some topics related to integration model. Is anyone still not clear with what is integration model? If you still are, please highlight it right now so that I can re-explain it to you what is an integration model.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question. Can we transfer the integration models also in ePPDS in S4 transaction data?
Transactional data, you don't have to do it because most of your transaction data, I don't have an embedded PPDS system right now. Otherwise, I would have shown you have an option in the configuration. It gives you approximately 10 to 15 options it gives you. where you can select the transactional data which should move or between these two systems automatically. Let's assume if you create a plan order in your S4HANA, okay, then automatically that plan order gets visible in your embedded PPDS as well. You don't have to perform a specific activity. As soon as you create it, it gets transferred. It's in real time. Okay, this is just an example. Even if you create a production order, a process order, same thing happens. Even if you create a purchase order, a purchase requisition PR gets created, it gets transferred to embedded PPDS automatically. If you add some additional stock, that gets updated in your embedded PPDS. Okay.
Okay.
Any other question about integration model, or jump into how to generate them directly?
Yeah, basically integration model is only used for transfer the data between the ECC and APO.
Basically, the purpose of integration model, you are trying to integrate the data from one system to another system. Okay, it's between your EC system and APO system. And even though whenever you use embedded PPDS, embedded PPDS, it's already PPDS is part of S4HANA. It's within the same box. Still, you need to transfer some of the data through integration model. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I hope that's clear. Anyone else? I'll consider it as none. Okay. So I'll simply go down. So we have discussed some of the topics already. The purpose, like it is used for planning and optimization of business process through the entire supply chain. SAP APO is usually linked to an ERP system, correct? Which is ECC. And the planning results are subsequently transferred to the ERP system for further processing and execution. Now, in most cases, like I mentioned, the master data and transaction data from ERP system is needed in this, APO system, because you maintain majority of the master data in ECC, correct? You don't maintain your basic master data in APO. And that basic master data has to get transferred to APO or APOB for further planning and scheduling. Okay. Now, first of all, whenever we create an integration model, we highlight what are the objects that we want to transfer to embedded or to APO PPDS. We select the objects such as we want to transfer our material master, work center, we want to transfer the bill of material, we want to transfer the information. Sorry, bill of material, you don't have to transfer it. You have an option of material work center. Bill of material and routing, we transfer it through a different method. It is not transferred directly through an integration model. In the background, it gets triggered through a SIF, but we don't trigger it through an integration model. There's a different transaction code given by SAP to transfer the material, the bill of material and routing. Because in PPDS, one of the important things that I forgot to highlight is that, but before we jump to that, sorry, can anyone please try to highlight what are the key master data where it comes to PP module?
In material master, MRP 1, 2, 3, 4, and work scheduling view, bill of material, master recipe, production version.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right?
Resource,
yeah. So, like I said, material master and work center, we can transfer it through an integration model. But to transfer the bill of material routing, we need a production version. A production version has to be created. In APO, we cannot transfer the bill of material and routing without a production version. So production version is a mandatory. I'm not sure how many of you have worked with S4HANA. As you all know, there's a simplification given by SAP S4HANA that production version is mandatory in HANA, which wasn't earlier in ECC. Correct? It's part of simplified sourcing that they have made it mandatory. And because of that, we have to maintain production version. It's a mandatory step. Okay. So similarly, if you want to transfer the bill of material, the routing, and the production version, basically when you transfer the production version, automatically the routing and bill of material information gets transferred to PPDS, because your production version has the information of your routing and your bill of material. Because when we maintain a production version, we assign the group counter, we maintain the BOM, usage and alternative BOM in the production version. Correct? I hope you all know about it. Or if you don't, let me know. I can explain it to you as well. What is the production version? Is everyone aware about the production version?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that is the reason the production version is mandatory. And with the help of production version, we can transfer this information to APO PP-DS. Yeah. All right. So usually, whenever we generate an integration model, we transfer this data through, we have an option to create a background job for this data transfer. To create an integration model, we create different variants, and these variants are triggered to background job. So all the data changes. Let's assume you have performed a change in you have changed your lot size. Now you have added some minimum lot size, or you have added in the maximum lot size in your material master MRP 1V. You want that to get updated in your APO system or APO master data, which is used for PPDS. So how do you do that? You make the changes in your material master, and whenever your integration model gets triggered, it will update the necessary information in your APO system as well. Okay?
I
Like it's
have a
following super.
question.
Yes, please.
Do we need to run this integration model? Like why we are running this every day?
Because, okay, that's a good question. As I was just explaining, the data changes takes place frequently. Correct?
Yes.
Right? You may not, it's up to business, because some of the data changes doesn't take place frequently. Right? Your material master is something that you don't change it on day-to-day basis. You might be changing it on weekly basis, but the ideal, I would say, it has to be dependent on your master data type. So let's assume for a material master. Now, initially you didn't maintain any safety stock, correct? But later on you updated the safety stock in your material master. Earlier you did not have the safety stock, so that is the reason in APO PP-DS also the safety stock was not available, correct? Now
Yes.
you want that safety stock to be available in your APO PP-DS as well, correct? So how you are going to do that? You have to have an integration model which transfers these changes automatically through a background job into your APO PP-DS. So whenever you perform your next planning run, it gets, the changes that you have done gets updated and it gets considered. So if your planning run is daily planning run, I think it depends on multiple factors. If you want to have a daily integration model, or if you want to transfer this data on daily basis, or if you want to transfer this data weekly basis, okay? How frequent the changes takes place and how frequent your planning takes place. If it's daily, then you can have a daily integration model before you carry out your planning. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, whenever we work with the variant, we can reuse it as I just explained it to you. Now, whenever we generate an integration model, at this moment, the system is still not ready. I tried to create an integration model. There was some problem with that. Otherwise, I would have shown you. We have understood the integration models, correct? Now, I want to show you how you're supposed to generate the integration models. For that, I need system to be available. I have the system APO system, but before we jump to APO system, there are some prerequisites that needs to be done. There's an issue while transferring the integration model due to the live cache, and as soon as it gets fixed, we will be able to continue with that.
Yeah, I just would have one request. Like whenever there is a point where there is a difference between APO and PPDS, please highlight that at the very moment so that
Definitely. Definitely.
Please. Thank you.
APO and embedded PP-DS, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Definitely. Yep.
I have one more question regarding the transferring of data in APO and EPPDS.
Yes.
Yeah, so in APO, we are transferring the transactional data using the integration model, transactional and master data both.
Yes.
And in PPDS, ePPDS, only like transactional data is transferring automatically, and the master data is transferring by taking the advanced planning.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Like apart from this, is there anything we can do for transferring the data?
Is there anything else that we need to transfer the data? As I mentioned, master data is getting transferred automatically. Master data is something that you can transfer by flagging the checkbox. And there are a few additional master data that you need to transfer through an integration model, such as purchase and for record, if you have classes and characteristics,
Yes,
information
yes.
should also get transferred to embedded PPDS with the help of integration models,
Okay.
right?
Just to give you an example for the embedded PPDS, we have checkbox only in two places. One is the material master and other one is the work center. So whatever master data and transactional data which you create, for example, when you create a BOM, you create for a material, right? So that will get transferred. When you create a production order, you create for a material that will get transferred. But class and characteristic are not created for a material, right? They are not created for a particular work center, so they will not get transferred. For them, you need to create a SIP model or a integration model. So what, because we have mentioned that whatever for a particular material, it is relevant for advanced planning. So it depends on these two factors. If it is connected to the material master or work center, then only it will get transferred. Otherwise, you need to create an integration model in EPPDS. Hope that makes more sense.
Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which planning board is primarily used for detailed scheduling in PPDS? Option A, Demand Planning Board. Option B, Production Planning Board. Option C, Detailed Scheduling Board. Option D, Capacity Planning Board. Take a moment to think. And when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at planning production? Our PPDS course is made just for you. You can learn it at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about PPDS. It helps plan what to make, when to make it, and how to meet customer needs on time. Our course covers both ECC and S/4HANA. From simple setups to expert tips, we explain it all in easy steps. Your trainers are experts who've used PPDS for years. They're here to help and answer your doubts along the way. And guess what? Many students have taken this course and love the way it's taught. People just like you found this course very useful for their job and career growth. Best part, it's super affordable. You get high-value learning without spending too much money. Ready to master PPDS with SAP? Join us today. And to know more, visit ZaranTech's website now.
We'll try to understand how S/4HANA PPDS or APO PPDS integration model works. Okay, we'll create few integration models in APO PPDS. We'll create few integration models in S/4HANA PPDS. So like I told you, right, I didn't have the S/4HANA system, but I think there's a change in the curriculum. There are additional topics that have been added. And because of that, I'll be covering some of the S/4HANA topics as well, and I'll be showing you the S/4HANA system. So that would be helpful for you. And now, whenever we'll be discussing any topic, we'll try to cover in both the environments. Wherever there's a difference, I will specifically highlight that this is the particular functionality that differs in APO PPDS, and this is the particular functionality that differs in S/4HANA PPDS. Okay, so that you will be able to relate this. So please let me know if you all can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Now this is your home screen for SAP ECC. Correct? I hope everyone is aware about this screen. Does anyone wants to know the basics of the screen, or I can straight away jump to the main topic? I hope everyone is aware, right?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Now, this is ECC and I have an APO system. Now, does anyone know? See, like I said, we transfer the master data from ECC to APO PPDS. Correct? We transfer this information from ECC to APO PPDS. Similarly, the SIF data transfer takes place in the background for several other objects. Now, can anyone try to answer that? Where should this integration model be created? Shall we create them in APO or we should create them in ECC?
Should be in ECC.
You're absolutely right, because our basic data, our base of data lies in ECC system. That is the data that we're trying to transfer it to APO system. Okay, and that is the reason we will be creating the integration model in ECC. The transaction code to create an integration model is CFM1. Okay, all right. Now, before we create the transaction, before we create the integration model, there are a few prerequisites that are needed. Okay, that's from configuration point of view. We have to assign a model name. Okay, a model name is a unique representation of your integration model. And you have to also link it with your API application. So you can name it anything like ABC1, similarly API application that you're trying to use it for. You can use it for, I mean, you can name it the way you want to refer it, XYZ1, similarly. But this is an important thing that you need to understand. A logical system. A logical system is a system to which you want to transfer the data. Now, does anyone know what is a logical system? What do you mean by logical system? Silence means no, I'll consider it as none. So logical system is the it's a required configuration that we do. I mean, you must have seen a configuration called SCC4. You must have accessed it somewhere or other, where you have the information of your client, which client you're trying to access, which data you're trying to access. Correct. I by mistake went into Esperana PP, over here. Yep. The layout is pretty much the same. This is my EC system, NPL 800. But you know what is this NPL 800? 800 is my client, NPL is my system. Correct? Right? Do you see this information at the bottom of the screen? NPL is my client. 800 is my client and NPL is my system. That's the name that they've given. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, with respect to this system, we have to create a logical system. And that logical system is created in the configuration. I'll show you. You have to go to integration with other SAP components. Here, this is the path that you have to follow whenever you are dealing with ECC and APO. Okay. Here you would be able to find advanced planning and optimization, APO. Here, basic settings for setting up the system landscape. You see that name a logical system. So we have to name your logical system. Logical system means the system where you want to transfer your data. And this logical system is created for every system that you have, that you access. It could be your EC system. It could be your APO system. So in this case, we have created, do you see this one? This is our APO system. The name of the system is APD. I have it here. You can see it. I'll try to log in over there as well. That system is APD 100. Okay, that's how they have created it. The system is APD 100. I'll show you transaction code SCC4, which we usually use to display the clients. You know, whenever we do any configuration, we try to do it in development, we try to push it to testing, we then push it to quality. So this is how the clients are created. Right now, with respect to this APD, we have 3 clients, out of which this 100 client has this logical system assigned to it. We will have the screen in few minutes as well. I'll show you the screen again. But client name is for APO logical system is APD CLNT client 100. And that is the reason this is created over here and that is maintained over there as well. And you need to assign this you need to create this logical system first of all. Basically, these activities are not done by an APO consultant. Creation of logical system is not done by the APO consultant. The assignment of logical system to a client is also not done by an APO consultant. It has to be done by the basis team. So these first 2 steps are supposed to be performed by a basis team. They do this activity, that they create this logical system, they assign it to the client, because you will not even have the authorization to change anything in it. You will have the authorization to display it, but you won't have the authorization to change it. Okay, because there are several other controls that are available over here that could lead to a problem. Are you clear what is a logical system?
Yes.
Okay, great. So with respect to this logical system, there are a few configurations that we have to do. Okay, I'm coming to a configuration part before jumping directly to the integration model, because that's a prerequisite before we do anything with regards to it. Okay, so we have covered the creation of logical system. And like I said, you are not supposed to be worried about this. It will be handled by your basis team. Okay. Then this step, I just showed you the transaction code, SCC4. It is also something that you're not supposed to do. Your basis team is going to take care of this. What is your client? What is your logical system? This needs to be maintained. Then APO release, you have to assign. Basically, it's a mandatory step. You have to assign that whichever logical system that you have created, what system that it represents, because I'm updating this information in ECC. I don't know from ECC where I'm going to send this information. Am I going to send it to APO? Am I going to send it to some other SAP-based tool for planning? We don't have any, but that's the information we have to update. Correct? Like in this case, somebody was trying to share this information to IBP. So they have created the logical system that way, and they have updated the system type as IBP. Okay. So similarly, we have different options there if you are going to send it to some other system. And this is the same setup that is needed for EWM works on the same data integration models, correct? So this logical system, we are assigning the system type as APO, and the release is 701. Okay. And similarly, the similar setup has to be done in S4HANA. Now you would be wondering why we need to do this in S4. See, when we were discussing that, when there were two boxes, one was for APO, the other one was for ECC, the data integration used to take place through core interface. And that is the reason we needed something to point out. If you are sending a data from source location, you need a destination location. So destination is your logical system, which was in another box. But when you are working with S4HANA, everything is in the same box. Why do you need a logical system? Because SAP didn't want it to change the core functionalities or core logic of SAP PPDS, S4HANA PPDS, embedded PPDS. That is the reason they didn't change this assignment of logical system, because that's still needed, because the integration models are still being used. The SIF is still being used. But the difference is, the key difference between APO PPDS and S4HANA PPDS is that in that case, we don't transfer it to an external system. We transfer data to ourselves. That means, let me just quickly show it. I have it from here. In APO and in S4HANA PPDS, you have the same option in advanced planning. This is another node that you get when you work with S4HANA embedded PPDS. In that case, you don't have to go to integration with other SAP components. You can go here. You have an option of integration via core interface, then integration, basic settings for creating the system landscape. Now here you'll see that there is no APO system. Even though we are in S4, there is no APO based logical system that we've created. Our existing logical system is S4H100, as you can see in the right corner, and this is what it represents. This is my logical system that I'm trying to access. And in case of assignment of logical system, I assign it to try to be here. There are a few configurations which we have to access it through this only. Yeah. Specify APO release. In this case, the APO release, where you're assigning it, what is the logical system that you're using it? You're highlighting that I'm using SAP APO, but the release will be 713, and the logical system is still my existing system. So I'm trying to say that I'm going to send the data for APO functionalities in my own system. I'm going to send data to my own system. I'm not going to send it to some extra system. So the data points to itself, okay, to the same system, same logical system. It is not going to point to the external logical system. And like APO system. Are you guys following? Am I audible? I'm not.
Yes, you are very much audible.
But
So here, what are the options for the system type? So I think it is similar to that of when we are dealing with the third-party system. We are creating.
Yeah, you have the options such as IBP, APO. If you have SCM related some other topics, if I'm correct, even EWM works on the similar platform. But I'm not sure if we need a different system type for EWM. But yeah, these are the options that are available basically especially for PPDS. We just have to be worried about that SAP APO is something that we are going to use. Okay, that is a system type. And 713 represents the release where embedded PPDS is used. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Why these release are different? Because when you created in ECC, there was 701 was the release, and here it is 713. So is there any difference between both of them?
Yeah, the difference is, let's assume, because this is embedded PPDS. And the data, when you deal with APO PPDS, there's a different release associated with it. Why? because there are still there are few industries, what they do, they are using APO PP-DS. Okay, they move from ECC to S4HANA. They still have their APU system. They still want to use the APU system for certain duration. They don't want to jump to IBP. In that case, even if it's HANA, what they'll do, they'll create a different logical system, which will say that it's an external logical system, not my own logical system. And in that case, they'll mention that the release is 701, not 713, which is part of embedded PP. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Any other doubts? What is this logical system, or why do we assign this APO release? How it points to the target system or destination system?
No, not from my side.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. If anyone has any doubts, let me know. I'll stop and I'll explain you the topic. Okay. Now, this APO is one of the important configuration that has to be done. Then along with this, we have to do two important configurations which are related to logical system. This next configuration is set target type and queue type. Here, we have to assign the operating mode, which is a T. In this case, it represents basically how the event should get triggered. It should follow standard method, or it should get activated when you transfer the initial data. So we usually maintain the operating mode as T. Just highlight that it should trigger as soon as it gets created. Okay, and here usually, see, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the SIP, how exactly it works. Anyone has worked with core interface before? Okay, so I'll ask you a simple question. Like I said to you, the data transfer takes place from ECC to APO. Similarly, the data transfer takes place within S4HANA from HANA database to PPDS live cache data. Correct? This is how the data transfer takes place. So whenever the data transfer takes place from ECC to APO, usually it is through an outbound SIF. Outbound queue gets generated. Okay? And whenever PPDS receives that information, it receives through inbound queue. It's pretty straightforward, right? PPDS is receiving the data. That is the reason we have to monitor the inbound queue. And whenever ECC sends that data, that is the reason we have to look into the outbound queue. Does that make sense? So these are two important queue types that we have to look into: outbound queues and inbound queues.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the configuration is this one, and another configuration is related to it's something that you have to do it in your APO system, but that is associated with your logical system, which we'll cover it in our next session. Okay, whenever we'll do the queue monitoring, but please keep in mind that there are few configurations associated with the logical system, and if we have an excess of, you don't have to be worried about this configuration. What is the setup that you have to do? If any one of you has the access of SAP support portal or any SAP portal with which you can download some notes, I have a documented file. I have documented steps which are given by SAP, which you can follow to set up the system in S4HANA especially. I don't have it for APO, but I can get it for APO as well if you want. So basic steps, the same steps that you have to always perform, irrespective of any system that you're handling. Irrespective of any industry that wherever you are implementing PPDS. So you don't have to be worried about what is the main purpose. If you're not clear right now. These information I'll be sharing with you in a documentation. I have the documentation. There's a simple SAP note. If any one of you has the access of SAP portal, he or she can go there and download itself. It's there available. But any additional input you needed, I can help you as well. Okay.
Thank you. Please share that document with
Definitely,
all of
us. I will. Yeah. So let's go back to our main topic, which is an integration model. Now, in integration model, as I mentioned, what are the information? I'll just try to give some name. I'll create APO underscore plants. That's the name that I'm going to give it. And my logical system should be which one? Can anyone tell me which one should be my logical system out of this?
The second one.
You're right. Thank you. I'm going to give the same APO application name as my model name. It's up to you, whatever name that you want to give. Now, whenever we start the integration model, or whenever we are going to transfer the data from ECC to APO, or even if you're using the embedded PPDS in HANA database to PPDS, what should be the first data that we should transfer? What do you think? Think logically. It's a logical system. So try to answer as well.
Material.
Yeah, right. Somebody just said material. Thank you so much for answering and trying to answer. But the first thing that we have to transfer is plants. Why? It's a planning tool. And unlike APO, which used to do the cross-plant planning, PPDS, it's a plant-specific tool. So whatever information, I'll give you one simple example. If you're trying to create a material, you may not need a plant in ECC because you will create a plant with limited views, such as BC data 1, BC data 2. Those are global parameters. Those are not specific to plants. But whenever you transfer a material from ECC to PPDS, you will be transferring the plant-specific information only. General information will get transferred, but the main information that you're going to transfer to PPDS will be your plant-specific information because it's a planning tool, and planning always takes place at a particular plant. Okay, it's a plant-specific planning that takes place. Every plant is a different way of planning. Correct? That is the reason the first and important thing that you have to transfer before transferring the material is your plants. So I'm going to select this plant checkbox. I'll be selecting the plant as 100. Okay. Then click on execute. See, system identified one plant. One entry is getting displayed over here. This is plant 1000. I will create an integration model. See, you have to click on this. Generate integration model. Okay. Integration model APO underscore plants generated for target system. It should be what is my target system with the application APO underscore plants. Okay. It's an information message. So we have created integration model. Okay. Does anyone have a doubt about this step that we have performed to create an integration model?
No.
Okay. So we have done with our first step. That means the integration model is created. Now, what should be the second step? It doesn't mean that once you create the integration model, the data gets transferred. You have to activate that integration model. So how do we do that? We have to go to a transaction code called CFM2. Okay. Here, automatically the model information is appearing. If this is not your model, you can just select, you can search for it. You will have it over here. It gets saved in the database as soon as you create it. This is your logical system and this is your API application. I'm going to click on execute button. See, it shows me these are the integration model. This is my logical system. Within this is my model, and this is my version that I created. Now, if you can see, there are a few integration models that I've already created. Okay, I've tried to create few, and this is the one that I created. Okay, 9th of May at this time. But do you see this previous status X and new status is X? So we have to, before triggering this, before starting this integration model, we have to activate it first. So how do you activate it? Either you click over here or you can click on this X. Its status is inactive. It will get changed into new status. Okay. That means it has been activated. Now it's activated. And you have to click on the start button. Okay. I cleared so far?
Okay.
Okay. Now, there's one problem with this APO system, the B system setup with this ECC. That is the reason if I trigger this, a queue will get stuck because there's no right RFC destination that has been set up, because RFC destination has to be configured by your B system, and that was not set up properly. That is the reason. If I trigger, I'll show you that how exactly it gets triggered, but it is going to get stuck. It is not going to get transferred. I've already informed this to the respective team. They're working on it. You see that? Now, as soon as I triggered, try to understand this message pop-up it is showing. Outbound queue is blocked. So we haven't yet transferred the data to the APU system, but while transferring the data, instead of APD CLNT 100, it is trying to transfer the data to T90 CLNT 09. So that is the reason I said the RFC destination setup has not been properly done. That is the reason we are facing this issue. The logical system has not been assigned to. There's a configuration that is needed in the inbound system. That means where the data is going, we are going to receive. Remember, I just told you a few minutes back, there's one configuration. There's one more configuration. We almost covered three. I told you that there are two more configurations that are needed with respect to your logical system. I've shown you again. Here, what we did with respect to logical system, we assigned the APO relays. With respect to logical system, we updated the target system and queue type, correct? Similarly, there's one more configuration that is needed with respect to logical system, but that has to be done in your inbound system. That means in the system where you're going to receive the data. So that is something that we are supposed to do in APO environment. Your system open somewhere. Yeah, here is my APO. I'll show you the same path. Here, integration with SAP components, the same configuration path is available here. Integration via APO core interface. Do you see this? Maintain business group. This is something that we have to maintain. And once that is maintained, we just saw that assign logical system and queue type. We have to open this. This is slightly different. The same configuration was available over there, and the same configuration is available here. But the format in which it gets represented, it's slightly different in APO than ECC. In ECC, when we opened, we just had to highlight what is my target system and queue type. Here, we need to update us. We need to assign our logical system to the queue type. Okay, there we are highlighting what is the target system. But here we have to create this business system group. AP_BSG is the system group that I've created. This one, sorry. This is the one that is our primary one. And we have to assign the logical system, which is this one, from which we are going to receive the data. This is my inbound queue, correct? Because from this system, I'm going to get the data. And this is error handling. We'll talk about this later on. What is the purpose of this? But did you understand the configuration that we have done related to logical system? There are three configurations that are needed. One is to specify the APO release. One in ECC itself, where we highlight what will be my queue. I mean, the transfer event with respect to logical system with the target system. Third, which we have to do it in our target system, destination system with respect to business system group, which is a simple APO BSG that I have configured. The business system group, you can name it the way you want it. I've created this way, AP_BSG. Okay, it represents that there's no a proper significance, but this is a prerequisites to this that you have to do it. Okay.
One question from my side, actually, the
Yes.
logical system which you created earlier, I think that is different than what I can see over here, which is NPL client 800. Right?
Yes, because here you need to assign it to your source system from where you're sending the data.
Okay.
You have to assign the logical system. Like I said, logical system represents the system that you're trying to access. Over there, we are trying to highlight the logical system to which we are sending the data. But when we assign over here, we have to assign the logical system from which we are receiving the data. We are in APO now. Earlier, the configuration that I was showing to you, it was in ECC, where we are mostly highlighting the target system. Here we are highlighting the source system from which the data is received. And similar configuration is available in your S4HANA as well. But what will be the logical system in S4HANA? Anyone wants to? What should be the logical system in queue type in S4HANA? Anyone wants to try and answer?
In S4HANA, the source and the target system remain same.
You're absolutely right. That is the reason the BSG group has to be assigned to the same system. Thank you so much. Correct. Right. So the reason that I explained you this, you might face the similar issues when you deal with the queues. Okay, we have not yet started with the queue, but just trying to highlight, just want to give you basic information before we jump to the topic, that there is a basis activity that is needed before you start doing the PPDS configuration. If you start doing the EPO configuration, a basis has to complete their activities properly. Otherwise, you face these issues. Here, it is not selecting the appropriate logical system while transferring the data. That means somewhere in destination, in RSA destination, it is not properly configured. I've already communicated, they're working on it. What we'll do for now, we'll go to S4HANA system. Okay? Because a similar activity, we have to do it in S4HANA. But there's a slight difference. Okay. By the way, are you guys following or am I going too fast? Let me know if I'm going too fast. Now, before I go to, I'll go to integration model first. So the layout of the integration model remains as is. There's no change in it. But as I told you, in S4HANA PPDS, there's a change. There are a few important factors that we need to understand. We have just gone through some basic configurations that we are supposed to do in APO PPDS. Let's quickly try to understand what are the basic configurations that are needed in S4HANA PPDS. Okay, so I'll keep the screen open. I'll go to configuration screen. A few of the configurations we have already seen, which are associated with the SIF interface and logical system. Now, whenever you activate SCM in embedded in S4HANA, you get this advanced planning node in your configuration path. Then the first and foremost step before you do anything, once the basis has done their setup and you are given the system, the first and important thing that you do before doing anything is to activate the advanced planning and scheduling. You have to activate this advanced planning and scheduling. This enables that this allows you to start the configuration for embedded PPD. That means you are allowing your system, your S4HANA system, to be used for embedded PPDS-relevant activities. If you are not doing this, everything else, you won't even have the advanced planning tab in your material master if you don't activate this. Okay, and if you don't have the advanced planning tab in your materials, so you won't be able to use it for planning or scheduling. All right, this is the first and important step. The next step is related to settings for data transfer. Now, I told you that there's one configuration that you have to do to automatically transfer the data between embedded PPDS and HANA system. Okay, the data transfer takes place automatically without any integration models. The data transfer takes place through core interface itself, but there's no specific activity a user has to do to trigger that data transfer. And this is where we control what type of transactional data we want to get transferred to transfer between HANA and EPPDS. As I mentioned, stock, sales order, plan driven EPRs, plan orders, production orders, all this information, as soon as you create in S4HANA, it gets updated in embedded PPDS in real time and vice versa. Okay. So this is how you control it. You are just highlighting which data parameters should get updated or get created in each of the environment as soon as they are created in any one of them.
Michelle, one question here.
Yep.
Here I see that the settings for data transfer, right?
Yes.
So if I go inside, these are the different objects you want to be transferred. And I see the same objects which is already available in the SIF, to the CFM1, right?
No.
So do you mean like if I deactivate here, these objects will not be available in CFM1? Or like if these objects, if I activate here, these objects will be available in CFM1?
Okay. So, who is this?
Yeah, sorry, myself, Praveen.
So Praveen, when we were discussing about it, I highlighted one important thing. Does anyone remember what was that about, or anyone wants to answer Praveen's question? Okay, no worries, I'll answer it then. So Praveen, in APO PPDS, there were two boxes when we were transferring the data from ECC to APO. We didn't have this simplified data transfer that we have it in embedded PPDS. In embedded PPDS, we have the simplified data transfer because everything lies in one box. Everything lies in one system. There's no external system now. Okay. So what SAP has done, whenever we were dealing with ECC and APO, we had to create an integration model for all the data transfers. So as you observed it correctly, all this information we have to transfer through integration model in APO or in ECC and APO systems. But when it comes to embedded PPDS, integration models, which is used especially in ECC and APO, are still there. But those integration models won't be helpful for these parameters since you can transfer them automatically. You don't have to do it through an integration model again. Integration models are needed, but only for specific data parameters, such as your plant independent requirement. Such as your purchase for records, for your setup groups and setup metrics. I'm not sure how many of you know what is setup group and setup groups. I'll explain you in our upcoming sessions. For your classes and characteristics also. You have to transfer that information through an integration model. Okay. Your plant maintenance orders as well is something that you have to transfer with the help of integration model. Okay. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, these are the two important configurations that we have to perform. There are a few others as well, but we won't go right now. We won't discuss it right now. We'll discuss them as soon as we come close to the topic that needs that explanation. Okay. So we have just gone through that. Now, we'll go to the integration model in S4HANA. We're back to the CFM1 screen for S4HANA. Now, I've told you one important thing, that materials and work centers. How do we transfer it in S4HANA? Where we were
To the production work. Sorry.
There are materials and work centers.
Advanced planning tab.
You're right. There's an advanced planning tab in the materials, and there's an advanced planning checkbox in the material master and in the work center. Once we flag that, we material and a work center gets transferred to embedded PPDS, EPPDS. Okay. Now, there's a prerequisite. Like I said, everything in PPDS, it's a plant-specific information, especially for material and resource. So we have to transfer the plants first. Now, there's an important change when it comes to embedded PPDS and APO PPDS, that in APO especially, we had to transfer the plant's data through integration model. But in S4HANA PPDS, we will be transferring the plant information through a standard program which is given by the standard program is something that we are going to access. The standard program is create_locations. This is the standard program that we have to use to transfer or to create a location. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar, but just want to highlight one important thing. Plant is called as location in APO. Okay, so whenever I'll say location, it's nothing but your plant. And location, it's not just plant, it can be your supplier as well. If you are using supplier as a location, if you are using subcontractor, if you have a vendor, those can be created as a location in PPDS. But plant is also a location. Okay, so this is a standard program given by SAP to transfer the plant's data to embedded PPDS. Okay, here you have to put the plant information. Okay. Let's transfer some plants that are available already. I haven't created one. Okay. Let's try to transfer the standard one. 1010. Okay, and simply we have to click on execute button. Okay, it already exists. Let's try to create again the other one which doesn't exist. Let's use this L001. Okay, we see that a location L001 created for plant L001. Okay, I'll go to, there's this now, all the PPDS transactions that are used in APO or APO transaction codes for PPDS, the same transaction code you have to understand and you have to use it in embedded PPDS as well. There's no transaction wise change. So the same transaction code, whatever transaction code that you'd be using in APO PPDS, the same you can use it for S4HANA PPDS as well. So you don't have to by heart them. I'll share the list as well. Somebody asked for the list. I'll share it by itself. I could not. The transaction code to access the location or the plant information that you have transferred is LOC3. Okay. SAP APO LOC3 is the transaction code. I'll try to display it over here. You see that? Now, I was just trying to explain you that whenever we create a plant, it transferred into PPDS as location. Correct? That means it's not like only plants are called as location. Your suppliers, your customers, your subcontractors are also called as locations. If we have any warehouses, if we have any distribution centers, those are also called as location. Then you must be wondering, in ECC or in HANA, you have a different name to that. You assign a different, because you categorize them with different names. Plant is a manufacturing unit usually. Distribution center is something that you have. You call it a plant, but you can, highlight it with different names. If it's your supplier, if it's your customer, you create it as a business partner. How do you differentiate a location in PPDS then? So a location is differentiated in PPDS with respect to the location type. Now I just transferred the location L001 Now the location type is what is this? It's my production plant. It's my manufacturing plant. So the location type is 1001. If it's a distribution center that you have transferred it, then you will be having the location type 1002. If it's a customer vendor now, these are obsolete. Since we create them as a business partner, we have to use this 1021. Okay. If it's a subcontractor, you want to carry out a subcontractor-based planning. Okay, you want to plan for your co-manufacturer or subcontractor. In that case, you can use this location type 1050. Okay, all right. So in this case, this is my production, a production plant as the location type that I'm going to select, and I'm going to click on display. Okay, so this contains all the basic information that your plant has. Okay, nothing else. Okay, I'll go back to the integration models now. By the way, someone raised their hand.
What was sorry. Yeah. In what circumstances this integration, like in embedded PPT, this will be in the background, right? Will not be doing it manually. We have the program which will be setting up this background job, and it will get this and transfer the data to the embedded PPD system, right? So in that case, like what are the factors that it will fail? In under what circumstances this will fail, the integration?
You are talking about which integration? You're talking about plant specific data that we have just, our plant data that we have just transferred, the integration model.
Not the plant, or let's say location if we have, let's say a PP we have. So in that case, what are the factors? I mean, what the integration model will be needing here?
Understood your question correctly. Your question is about if we have set up if I've done my entire setup properly, and if I'm still trying to, transfer the data through an integration model, but it is, what are the possibilities of it getting failed?
Yeah.
There are several possibilities, to be honest. I mean, it is dependent on several factors. It depends on the parameter that you're trying to push it to the embedded PPDS. Now, as I've told you, right, you would be transferring different information. Like you would be transferring your contracts, scheduling agreements, and purchase info records, which you have to do it manually right now, manually in embedded PPDS as well. If you're trying to transfer the information, rest of the informations are getting transferred automatically, so you don't have to do it. Correct? Especially in embedded PPDS, you're trying to transfer the class and characteristics, you might face a different issue because it depends on that parameter that you're going to transfer. Because I have, with individual parameter that I've tried to transfer, or individual object that I've tried to transfer, I have faced a different issues so far. With setup groups, I've faced a different issue. With class and characteristics, you might be facing different issues. With purchase info record, you might face different issues. So it depends on what object that you are going to transfer. There are no specific. If you want me to generalize an issue, then it would be with respect to SIF. If it's a generic, if it's not data specific, if it's not object specific, it would be related to SIF. In that case, none of the data transfer will take place. Everything will get.
So basically, what current scenario I will explain. Currently, we are running this in the background, and the thing is, sometimes it gets stuck, right? So integration models get broke, and the jobs get failed. So basically the issue until now I have observed is either the material is not extended to advanced planning, right? If the tick is not enabled, else the location is not created. And the thing is, for let's say there is a region and we have 5 to 10 plants in that, only 1-2 are enabled for PPDS, and we have a STO, let's say, in case of a PPDS plant to a non-PPDS plant, then mostly in that case it is getting stuck and the job is getting failed because the material which is in non-PPDS plant that needs to be enabled for PPDS, right? In this case.
Definitely that has to be enabled. So I see the setup. It's an ongoing setup, or you have done the setup. I mean, I'm not sure. Can you answer that?
So right now it's in migration. So we have already completed one of the region and other sites are still pending. So
I see there's a fundamental issue here. Okay. I mean, but let's not go deeper into that. Otherwise, we'll divert from the topic. But it's a fundamental issue that I see clearly. The prerequisite. See, you cannot flag an advanced planning checkbox in a material master unless your plant is created as a location in embedded PPDS. Try to understand the basics here. I mean, this is for everyone. If your location is not created, I highlighted this clearly a few minutes back, that PPDS deals with your plant specific information because planning and scheduling has to happen at plant level. It's a plant specific planning, it's a plant specific scheduling. So all the data that is related to your plant, only that information will get transferred to your embedded PPDS. Majority of that information and some basic information will get transferred to your embedded PPDS. So there is a prerequisite, it's a must step that you have to perform. You have to transfer your location to embedded PPDS or to APO PPDS before pushing your materials. Okay. If you're working with S4HANA PPDS, you cannot even flag that advanced planning checkbox if your plant is not created as a location in PPDS. Okay. Now, anyone else has a question? I saw somebody else was trying to raise a question.
Hello.
Yeah.
No, that is fine. Yeah. Actually, I have a confusion over when you have created a location. So if you go back to the location screen where you created the location, where you were mentioning that we can create plant as a location or maybe the subcontractor as a location.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there I could see only plant as option, but you mentioned that subcontractor or vendor or customer can be a vendor. So I was a bit confused with that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So in that case, when you create, see, these are the information that you have it in these are your S4HANA parameters. Here, nowhere it specifies will be my location. See, business partner is a term that we use it to highlight our customer. Correct?
Sorry, before this screen, there was a screen where you created the location.
Okay. I said the location type determines what type of location it is. It's a subcontractor, it's a distribution center.
Sorry to interrupt. Before this screen, when you mentioned that, okay, the location is created. So this is a location master data where you are assigning the location type, right?
No. It gets created automatically. That is what I'm trying to say.
Before the screen you created, if I'm not wrong.
Let me explain you again. See, this is the report that we use to create a location in S4HANA PPDS. Okay. Here, if you fill the plant field, system will try to create it as a location with 1001. That is a production plant. Okay. Since it's not a distribution center, it is not a business partner, it is not a subcontractor. Now you would be wondering how system identifies that information. Now for plant and business partner, we have two different fields. So, and we have two different names given to it, right? Then how system will identify if it's my subcontractor? Usually in PPDS, subcontractor information has to create it with the help of MRP area. So we create MRP areas for them. Okay. And those gets transferred to embedded PPDS as a subcontractor with the location type as 1050. Okay. So the way you fill in this information in these fields accordingly, and the data that you have maintained in S4HANA, accordingly, the location type gets picked in the background and it selects that respect to location type. I hope that clears your doubt.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so here, like you are creating any location. So is this mean like you are making that location PPDS planning relevant?
You're absolutely right. Yes, we are saying that, we are stating that if you perform this step, that means that location is supposed to be used for PPDS planning, scaling. It may not say that you may have a plant where you're pushing that plant. It won't say that if you transfer the plant, that means everything in that plant will become automatically PPDS-relevant. It's not like that. This is a prerequisite before transferring your material and resources or your work centers to PPDS. So you start from the top hierarchy. First of all, you activate your location for PPDS-relevant, then you transfer your material, then you transfer your work centers, and then you transfer your production versions. Then you can do the planning and scheduling for that product. But the first and foremost step is to transfer the plant's information as a location, without which we cannot do anything. We cannot even transfer the material. We cannot even transfer the work center. Okay.
So while we are transferring any like plant related data to the integration model, so is this necessary to make all the location that we are transferring, make the PPDS relevant first?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question? I did not understand.
Like in integration model, before transferring any location, is this
Mhm.
necessary to make them first relevant, PPDS relevant?
A location in the location for a plant, you're asking, do we need to make them as advanced planning relevant?
Yes, like we are transferring any plant relevant data, like plant, there are many plants. So first we need to make them PPDS relevant, then only we can transfer, or we can transfer them if they are not PPDS relevant.
Okay. I now understood the question. So we don't have to flag a plant as PPDS-relevant. The only step that we have to do, create to highlight that this plant will be used for PPDS, we have to do this step. We have to transfer it to ePPDS through a program that is given by SAP. You can create transaction code as well from this program. But this is the only step that you have to perform. You don't have a flag or checkbox with which you highlight that this is my PPDS relevant plant. You just send this information to PPDS. By that step, it becomes PPDS relevant plant. I hope you are clear.
Yeah, here I clear. This is the first step to make any plant PPDS relevant.
And this is the only step for a plant.
Yeah,
Afterwards,
okay.
there's no step that you have to do for a plant, at least.
So, like I'm asking, is there a possibility, like if we are transferring any plant which we have not, which we had not performed this step, and we are still transferring that plant data to the integration model? So, is this
Okay, through an
possible?
integration models. You are asking
Yeah.
if you have not performed this step and you want to do it through integration models. Basically, this is a step that you have to do only in S/4HANA PPDS, because SAP has tried to simplify the data transfer in embedded PPDS. But when it comes to APO PPDS, you still have to transfer it through integration model. By this way, you still have to transfer your plant data. This is still a storage. Remember, I showed you a few minutes back. I created this integration model, right? APO underscore plants. This is the method that you have to follow in case of APO PPDS, but that's the key difference between APO PPDS and embedded PPDS. In an APO PPDS, you have to transfer your plant data through integration models. In embedded PPDS, you don't have to transfer the plant data through an integration model, because plant is something that you are not going to transfer it frequently. Plant data you would be transferring very, very rarely. You transfer it in the initial go. It is one of the important cutover activity that you have to perform. Okay. Then in this case, you transfer that information once and you don't need to transfer it again, because at plant level, there are hardly any changes that are performed. Okay. I hope that answers your question. If you're still not clear, I'm still ready to, explain it to you.
It's clear, but
What is it? What is the exact doubt? I'm still not 100% sure.
like from integration model, we are transferring the purchase info records.
Correct.
So for generating, like we are using the for the standard program of generating the purchase info record. So we specify some materials in the selection and plants also in the selection screen. So
What are the system? I mean, if you can be specific, are you talking about EPO
S4
PPDS?
system.
S4. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So in plant selection, like we can use those plants also which are not relevant for PPDS plan.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot, because see, the base of that, when you transfer a purchase info records, of course, you will be selecting the purchase info records for products for which the advanced planning checkbox is activated. Correct? If you don't
Yes.
have that checkbox activated, your data is not going to get transferred. Read to this. If you don't have that flag, advanced planning checkbox activated in your material master for your material, then you cannot, if it's not flagged, if it's not activated, the checkbox is not marked, you won't be able to transfer the data from EC or from your HANA database to APO, correct? Or to PPDS, sorry, embedded PPDS.
Yeah.
You won't be able to do that. So you are saying that if you don't, and you won't be able to do that, you won't be able to flag that checkbox unless your plant or your location is or your plant is transferred to PPDS as a location. So are you understanding the dependency over here?
Yes.
Your location has to get transferred to your location is supposed to get created first in embedded PPDS, without which you cannot flag that checkbox. But once you have transferred the location, then only you are allowed to flag that checkbox as advanced planning relevant in your material master for your material. And then only whenever you will transfer the purchase info record, it will get transferred. Otherwise, it will get failed. I hope that helps you to
Yes.
understand now.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Are there any questions? So we should move to the next.
We can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll go back to the integration model in S4 first of all. Now, as I told you, the first and foremost information that we are supposed to transfer was plant that we have transferred with the help of a standard program given by SAP. Now, the integration model in S4HANA, it works the similar way, but right now we don't have any specific data that we should transfer in S4HANA. So that's the reason we'll create the integration model in S4HANA as well. But later on, when we'll go into the topics related to purchase info records and class and characteristics and setup groups and setup. Okay. So right now the setup is same. There's no change at all when it comes to generation of integration model or activation of integration model. The steps that we've already seen in APO PP-DS, it remains as is. There's no change in the steps. Okay. So let's not go into that, and we'll definitely perform that step whenever we'll be working on our block planning and setup based optimization or setup based sequencing. Okay. All right. So this was about the integration model. I know I've not successfully triggered one integration model, but I'll definitely show you this APO based plant that I've tried to transfer whenever the issue gets corrected, because without this, we won't be able to do anything in APO PP-DS. So for now, this is about integration model. If you have any questions, we can still discuss it, or else I would like to end this session at this moment as well because of the problem. Yes, Vaibhav.
When we are sending the data like purchase info record, and let's say there are a lot of STOs, right? So this queue will get stuck and it will show that material and plant combination is not maintained for advanced planning, right?
Correct. Correct.
So in that case, let's say I'm getting first error and I'm clearing up that, then I'm getting another. So is there any table to combinedly look after all the material and plant combination which are getting failed for each
Sure.
business there? Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So basically the issue is, as per, we are giving support to one of the clients. So they have multiple locations and we don't know what kind of material they're activating. At the initial agreement, there were limited materials, right? But later on, the business is growing and see there are multiple BOM components and the materials are keep on increasing, right? So in that case, it is getting heavy whenever, this PPDS job is getting failed. Okay, so we need to do it manually, activate the advanced planning for each of the material and rerun the CFM to check whether the integration model is successful or not, right? So here you can start it, right? So in order to, if you click on any one of the item and start it, it will show the message and that one.
Basically, you must be observing, your data must be getting stuck at, you're dealing with S4HANA PPDS, correct?
Yeah, PPDS, yes.
Yes. So your data must be getting stuck at outbound queue.
Yeah.
You should be referring SMQ1 SMQ to SMQ1, right? So in that case, the SIF queue itself is your main thing. But there's one important thing, since you have already asked me about this. So I'll just want to show you one more thing. We were going through the configurations. Remember? Then I showed you one configuration which is related to BSG assignment, business system group assignment to the source system. In APO, we assigned it to the source system. This is NPL. Yeah, this one. You see this information, right? So this is the error handling. Usually, whenever in APO PPDS, if something is failing, you can control it over here. Because what happens, because of some previous queues, some data might get stuck in the queue again. Okay, but what we do in that case, we perform this post-processing for errors so that there are not too many entries that are getting generated in my queues. For the rest of the guys, you don't have to be worried. I'll again explain it to whenever we'll, touch base upon this topic or topic related to it. I'm just trying to highlight it to wipe out that whenever a data gets stuck, you have to always observe the queue. Queue monitoring has to be done properly. And if it's not queue, you also have to check the post-processing of the queue errors, where a list of all the information that are stuck in the queue will be visible.
Where it is visible? Can you show me once
There's a
again?
transaction code called SAP APO. But if your data that you're trying to, if your the master data itself is a problem, as you mentioned, the plant information, the location information is getting stuck, then in that case, I will say that it's a very fundamental issue. Usually, say post-processing should be done for your transactional data. But if it's the plant's, I mean, the general master data is getting stuck too much, then it's a very, very fundamental issue. You need to revisit. I mean, whoever is implementing, whoever is migrating or helping them migrate, they need to revisit the plans which they need to, make it applicable for PPDS, or the products that we need to flag for PPDS-relevant. They have to revisit this thing. Otherwise, it's a very basic issue, to be honest. And basically, as you mentioned, you have an STO based demand that you generate from one location. So you can use this report where it shows you the post-processing, but you already have the SMQ1 and SMQ2, where if it's an outbound queue or if it's an inbound queue, you can just, I think you must be monitoring this issue, report, correct?
Basis does, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just show you the queue. If I'll remember a few minutes back, we faced an issue. We faced an issue regarding the queue because our different logical system. It was an outbound queue. Okay. And we faced an issue with regards to incorrect logical system in Esperanto, it seems. So I should check in is NPL, where is NPL? Yeah, one here. So do you see? We just faced few minutes back. This is the issue that we faced.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how you monitor those queues. If I'll go inside this, you see, destination was APD CLNT 100. When we were trying to transfer the plant, what is the error that it generated? Was from itself. Logical system has not been assigned to the business system. So this is the error. Integration model. It'll get generated again. So we have to fix this issue. So this is how you observe the errors.
Okay, so the post processing you told me, like, and the error handling. So we can skip the issues, right? So let's say if some of the material is not activated for PPDS, or due to that whole and sole reason, we cannot cancel the whole integration model, right? So we can control from that, right?
No,
There.
the thing is, it depends. See, there are few errors. There are few issues that you get while transferring the data that are ignorable. But if there are issues that is going to create a problem, like that means that the data that is going to get transferred to PPDS is going to be an incorrect one. It will not allow you to transfer it. Even if you ignore it while transferring through integration model, even if you ignore it, it will say that it will get failed. So that is the reason it's always better to, the status. I'll show you this one, the CFM2 that I tried. The status represents it was successfully transferred.
Yeah, it should be both ways taken, right?
Yeah.
Both of the books. Yeah.
If you see this was
Yeah.
previous status and active status, it was transferred because I by mistakenly clicked on ignore button. If I'll do that here as well, if I'll start again, okay. I think I am already in the. Is there any other system where I'm transferring them? I think I am here. Let me delete this queue for now. I'll right today.
So deleting what this means, I mean, what will
Yeah,
happen
I'm
if
just
I-
trying to deleting the existing queue which was stuck. Okay. There is no other queue with regards to tutorial. So I just deleted it. It's an entry. For the rest of the guys, don't worry. I mean, we would still be discussing it again. It's not like we are not discussing. Yeah, it is. I'm going to trying to transfer it again. Continuing activate, deactivate. Where is the other screen open? Okay, I have already two screens open for this means. This is how ideally the message should appear. Application log with important message written branch to application log. I don't want to look at it. If you want, you can look at it because there's no error at all. If I click on no, activation or deactivation of the selected model is complete. Okay, this is how the actual integration model should look like. Now we just transferred the plant information in APO PP-DS. Okay, and here if I refresh this, see there is no error now. The existing entry for the, I think they might have fixed it itself. I didn't check it. So I'll exit from the export system because it's too confusing. There are too many screens open. Okay. We'll go to APO system now and we'll look at the plant information. Okay.
The queue is not ready. I think they're still working on it. But usually this is how you activate an integration model.
Hey there! Want to get really good at planning production? Our PPDS course is made just for you. You can learn it at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about PPDS. It helps plan what to make, when to make it, and how to meet customer needs on time. Our course covers both ECC and S/4HANA. From simple setups to expert tips, we explain it all in easy steps. Your trainers are experts who've used PPDS for years. They're here to help and answer your doubts along the way. And guess what? Many students have taken this course and love the way it's taught. People just like you found this course very useful for their job and career growth. Best part, it's super affordable. You get high-value learning without spending too much money. Ready to master PPDS with SAP? Join us today. And to know more, visit ZaranTech's website now.
I'll share my screen. Please let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can.
So I have three systems. Either I'm logging into EC system, whatever, and I'll also explain you the important topic that is related to this, and that is something that we're going to go deeper in session, is the queue. How the queues are triggered. What are the things that you need to do to make sure that whatever queue that you're transferring is getting received at the destination properly. Okay, so it's basically related to queue monitoring. All right. So for queues, now I haven't opened the APO system yet. I'm going to keep it that way. Let me create an integration model. So someone just said a few minutes back, what is an outbound queue? Maybe if we can re-explain it.
ECC to APU.
Correct. The data, whenever the data
transferring
flows,
data from ECC to APU.
you're absolutely right. Whenever the data transfers from ECC to APU, it generates an outbound queue, because this is my sending system. This is my source system from the data is going to get sent, and over there it will generate an inbound queue. So I have an integration model already. I think it is this one. I'm going to use the same integration model. The only difference would be I'll be adding the plant. Earlier last week, if you remember, plant is something that I'm going to send it. Okay. I have to find another plant with this integration model. Let's try to 001. Let's go for it. 0001. Okay, this one. I'm going to execute it. It showed me that there are two plants. Okay. Integration models were generated. Now there's something that you need to perform in ECC, especially in ECC, before, especially for your outbound system. That is something I'll be showing you how the queue gets generated. For queue monitoring, you need to remember a transaction code called SMQ1. This is an outbound queue. Now, once you set up the outbound queue, usually from PPDS point of view, you will not have any issues related to outbound queue. It is very rare that you will have issues with respect to outbound queue. Your majority of your issues will be associated with inbound queue. Please keep in mind. Okay. And keep in mind that the way the queues are configured in both the system. I just showed you a transaction code called CFM1, which is to represent the outbound queue. Here, I'm going to execute. There's a queue named star. I'm going to execute. There are two queues right now at the moment. Do you see that? Correct? Those are the existing queues. But always remember, PPDS or AP-relevant queue starts with CF. Okay? PPDS queues are start with always CF. Why? That's the way they have been configured. And one more thing I want to show you before that, you have to make sure that your outbound scheduler is properly configured. How do you configure it or how do you maintain it? That's a prerequisite. SNQS is the transaction code. Here you configure your queue out scheduler. Here, what you have to do, basically you have to click on this registration button. Registration button, you have to update your logical destination system. These things are automatically updated. Maximum connection, maximum runtime, because it tries. If something fails, it tries for some time. Okay? That is the reason you don't have to update it unless you have a specific value that you want to put in. Okay. And this host system, host ID, it automatically appears here from RFC destination. If you remember last week, we discussed about RFC destination. It wasn't a brief discussion, but it was a short discussion where I highlighted that RFC destinations are something that is configured by your basis team. RFC system, because see, just by putting the logical system won't identify how would your EC system will identify I need to send my system to this particular box. You may have 10 different boxes around your EC system. One for APO, one for execution, right? One for other sales relevant activities. You have several you have several different systems. By just putting the logical system, your one box will not be able to identify I need to send it to APO box only. It needs a server system, because whenever we create a system, we provide the server details to it. Correct? In SAP, whenever we create any system, we provide the server details. Like this is my connection, this is my instance. All these informations are updated in your RFC destination. And from that, it identifies, okay, this is the logical system. So this is where I'm supposed to send the data. And that is how it has been configured in your, it is configured by your base system. Does that make sense?
Could you please?
Sure. Now, let's put it simple. You have an execution system called, we have it, right? Several execution system being used in any manufacturing plant. Let's go for an example. Anyway, let's go for a normal example. Any logic, any box that is being used, it's an external box now, or it's an SAP provided execution. Okay, MES. Let's go for MES manufacturing, which is by SAP. Now, if you want to use MES for execution, you will also create this logical system with respect. I'm not 100% sure, but you will create some information that whenever a process order gets created, released, the information should flow to MES system, right? But in system doesn't know which box I'm supposed to send that information. But you're configuring that my outbound queue should go through APD-CLNT 100, which is my APO system. Now, by just putting the logical system, your SAP system will not be able to identify what is the exact location of that system, which box am I supposed to send that data. So your B system configure something called as ABAP connections. This is something I call it RFC destination, or we call it RFC destination. Do you see that APD-CLNT 100? This is a logical system name. And if I'll go inside this, here you will find the server where it is supposed to send the data, target host, instance information, the IP address. All this information is maintained by your base system. That is the reason this information gets updated here. Host ID. That means this is my current system from which it is going to send it to this system. Okay. See, I clicked over here. It automatically updated that information here. Correct? So here, this is my host system from which the data is going to get shared. SAP server NPL. And this is my destination system. So remember that destination system is not just your logical system. It has the information associated with the server details, which box it is supposed to send, particular information. You don't need to understand all of this because it is already being done by base system. You won't even have the authorization to change anything related to it, but this is for an information. Okay, so I hope that's clear now.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this thing, what you have to do, you have to register these queues. Now, for some reason, I have deregistered it. Now, why I have deregistered it? Because if I'll register it, ideally you won't be deregistering it unless and until you need it. How do you register it? I'll just click on this registration. It got registered. So what happens whenever you activate an integration model, whenever you perform CFM2 transaction code, automatically the queue gets triggered. It doesn't come into CFM1 transaction code. The reason being, you have executed it, it should go directly to destination system. But right now, just to show you how the process works in the background, I'm going to purposefully deregister it. You won't be deregistering it unless and until you have a specific thing to understand. And like I said earlier, for outbound queues, you will rarely have any issues. Mostly issues will be associated with your APO system in your inbound queue. So I'm going to show you the way we configured or the way we registered the queue in outbound system. We have to register the inbound queues in our APO system. I'm opening the APO system right now. Transaction code for inbound queue setup is SMQR. Over there it was SMQS. Okay, it was queue inbound scheduler. Here you can see that I have kept this. This is also in deregistered state. So I have to register it for now. because you cannot trigger it in that case.
Can you tell us the transaction, or can you use the transaction window there?
Sure. I have a list of transaction codes that I am going to share here with you. And this transaction codes also, I have not updated them. I have just given you the functional transaction code, but definitely I'll give it to you. Before now, if you are okay, just try to write it down. SMQS, it's for...
Yeah, below at
okay.
window, right?
Yeah, I'll do it. All right. Okay. Now, this is my... I have deregistered it, and I've just registered the SMQR inbound. The reason I have registered this QR inbound queue RFC, that or queue, because I cannot trigger it if my inbound queue is in unregistered or deregistered status. Let me show you. Let me do it that way so it will be clear. I'll again deregister. So right now I have deregistered outbound queues as well as inbound queues. Now I'm going to go to the CFM transaction code to trigger that data. Okay, this was my integration model. Here, the one that I pushed. I'm going to change the status to new status. I'm going to click on the start button. Okay, what information does it say? Inbound queue blocked. You see that? That is the reason you have to always keep in mind, if you want to do certain activities, you have to always initially register this queue. So I'll register this queue as it is. Okay. Now go back there. I'll cancel it. I'll update the status again. Select it. I'll start it. Now it is loading. It is loading. It is not going to show you any message because my outbound queue is blocked. Correct? I've blocked this. I've deregistered it for now. What am I going to do? I'm going to manually trigger it. You can, you in your actual production system, you will have lot of queues. So you can put this filter always just to make sure that you're monitoring only SIF queues or PPDS-relevant queues, not something else, because you will have EWM. Then in that case, you will have EWM-relevant queues. If you have a different system, then you will have different system-related queues. Now you can see that this is my queue name, and this is how it appears in your outbound queue. Okay, you can go inside these queues. As I mentioned earlier, every queue will start with CF since it's a PPDS-relevant queue. And you can see that it is NPL CLNT 800. Correct? That's my source system. Okay, this is my destination. There are two entries in it. The status is ready. That means there are no errors in it. Okay, if I click on this queue again, see there are two events that are getting triggered or two function models that are appearing over here. What one of them says? One of them says that it's going to generate an event over there. It is going to generate an activity over there. What is that activity? SIF _location _inbound. That means it is going to create a location. This is the function module that is being used to create a location in your target system or destination system, which is SAP APO PP-DS right now. Okay, this is all the basic information. You don't have to worry about this information, but just try to understand how the information is carried in these systems. So I'll go back, I'll come back. I'm just going to manually trigger the queue. Since I have blocked the queue, it is not going to go automatically to the destination system. You have to manually trigger it, or else register the queue again. It will go automatically. You won't have to do anything. So I'll select it. I'll activate the queue. As soon as I activate it, I'll refresh the screen. It went. Okay, I did one mistake. Okay. Now in inbound queue it should appear, but the problem is I forgot to deregister. I think you won't have anything here. You won't have anything. Because ideally, if I would have, let's do it again. Let me restart again. I'll do it again so that I just want you all to see it properly. Let me deactivate. I'm not going to create any other integration model. I'm going to use the same integration model. I just deactivated it. You just have to click on new status and you have to click on the start button. I'll again start it. Since my outbound queue is already in block, it will come here in outbound queue. I'll refresh it. Okay, the queue has come. I'll go to inbound queue registry. I'll just block it for a minute. SMQR. So this will help you. Okay, SMQR. I'm going to select this. I'm going to deregister it. Yeah, now I deregistered it. Now you will be seeing it in inbound queue as well. I'm going to outbound queue. I'm going to activate the queue manually so that it will get triggered. Okay, it got triggered. Now I'll go to SMQ2, which is my inbound queue monitor, CF star, execute. Do you see that same queue? Do you see that what is my source system, the two queues have received in inbound, and even here the status is ready. If you go inside this, the same function model that you saw there got updated over here. Correct? This is the queue name. All right. This is how it should ideally take place. You won't, I'm manually stopping them in the monitor. Okay. By deregistering the queue, I'm manually stopping them so that you will be able to understand how the queues are look like, what information it carries. You can see the sender information detail here, at what time it was sent. Basically, you're not manually pushing. There's a background user which is RFC destination or RFC user that is created to perform this activity. It is the one, whenever you activate your integration model, it triggers that data. So that is that RFC user. You won't have your own name here. Okay. That is the reason it's not my ID. It's RFC user ID that you're seeing over here. So this is how the data is getting pushed. This is how the program that gets executed, remote DACT. That means you have activated the integration model, RFC integration model activation. That's what you have done, because of which these two events have got triggered. One of them is to create a location. Okay. Now, if I'll go back, if I'll select this, if I'll activate this, it will disappear from inbound queue. Because now I'll go to a location code transaction code, LOC3, SAP APO LOC3. I'll put, see, I've already transferred 1000, but I just wanted to show you the Waldorf. This was the one I recently transferred. The location information got created automatically. So this is how from ECC you can transfer a data to APO with the help of integration models. And this is how the queues are transferred. Okay, I just shown you the outbound queues, inbound queues, how the queues are getting represented, and how you are supposed to monitor them. If there are any issues, let's try with some issues. Okay, let's go with some issues, how you monitor those issues. Now, I'm not going to deregister the queue now. I'm going to register them, because ideally it should be registered. If there's a problem, it will get stopped. If there is no problem, it will just flow. It should be a continuous flow in that case if there are no problems. Correct. So I've just registered this outbound. I'll go to inbound queue as well. Okay. Let's try to understand how the problems are generated in queue and how we can resolve them. I try to create the integration model for a plant now. Not for a plant, for a material for which the plant doesn't exist. Okay. Somebody had a question last week about the same topic. We try to quickly find a material. By the way, is whatever we have discussed so far, is this clear to you all? Let's try to push this material, which is for plant 2300. Product number is 88. Okay. I will do one thing. One. I'm going to create integration model. Maybe this time I'll just change the name to Matt. I'm going to select the material 88 and its associated plant as well. I'm not going to select the plant. It's too bad. 88. Plant was 2300, right? Yeah. But before that, I need to make sure one more thing. There's a plant specific data maintained for this product, APO. Because if there is no plant specific data, should the data get transferred to APO? Guys, no plant specific data, MRP data is there. What information? We do have some plant data, such as a plant stock information, it's plant specific. But that is not going to help her in her PPDS-relevant activities, correct? So we need to maintain some PPDS or APO specific data which should be there. Are you guys following? I'm not hearing yes or no. At least please try to answer that so that I can revisit any topic if you're not clear. Plant is 2310. This is the basic data that I'm trying to extend. Okay, there's a deviation flag set for this material. I don't know for some reason why they have set it. Let me just check if there are any other product. Let me go with this one. Why? Okay, Q1 MRP, Q2 I'm going to 20 plant as 3000. Okay, or it is already maintained. Great. Let me just quickly check the data. What is the data that is maintained? Anyone who is not able to understand, please raise your hand or highlight it to right now, because after going ahead, it would be difficult to come back to this topic and revisit. Right now, we can spend more time on this. Okay, the data is maintained properly for this product, for turbine especially. Okay, MRP 1, 2, 3, 4 are maintained. So I'm simply going to transfer this product. That is my integration. Yes, Shubham. Shubham, please, what is the doubt that you have? Yes.
Is this plant is already maintained like for PPDS relevant?
It is not. That is the reason I showed you. I want to generate an error while transferring the data. That is the reason we have selected a plant which is not available in APO, and we are going for a master or material for which, I mean, that in that case we should get an error, right? That is what we discussed last week. If the plant doesn't exist, plant is a prerequisite to transfer a material in APO, correct?
Yes.
I'm generating this integration model. Integration model got generated. I'll go to CFM2 now. I'll try to activate it. This is my integration model. I'm going to change the status. I'm going to start it. So here itself, what is the information that we get? Inbound queue blocked. Okay, first of all, identify the queue is blocked. Why it has been blocked? There's a text message. Let's go to QRFC monitor. Now, can you? I just clicked on QRFC monitor. Why is it not taking me to the QRFC monitor? Can anyone answer that? Or please at least try to answer. Think logically, what would be the reason behind if I'm clicking on this QRFC monitor, it is not taking me. However, it is showing me that something is blocked.
And for queue generation, it will need some data, right? But the plant itself is not created. I think it's not sending anything. That's why there is.
Okay. Anyone else wants to try? Okay, let me explain. Try to read the message carefully. It's inbound queue blocked. Okay. We are in which system? Source system, which is what we will have outbound queue here in this. We won't have inbound queue in our source system, correct? But it is capturing the error because in source system, I have a plant, and in source system, I don't have to have a plant in APO, right? But when it tries to maintain or create this product in destination system, at that time, this error is getting generated. So that is the reason this error is from your APO system. Okay. So if I'll come to APO system, this is my APO system. If I'll go to SMQ2, I'll be able to see this error. I'll execute. You see that? Now, do you see the status? Last time the status wasn't ready. And this queue got failed because of, if you come here, you'll get a message. Location does not exist for Excel. I mean, this location itself is not created, 3000. And here the event is what? Last time it was location inbound. This time it was production inbound, product inbound, so not production, product inbound. That means it was trying to create a product from inbound queue, but it got failed because there is location does not exist. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how your data will never be created unless you create your plan data.
Also, you can see that location does not exist text message, but how can we identify that which product is being transferred from that queue?
Which product? That information you won't have it here because see, you're the one who are triggering this integration model. Correct. If you want to see, in that case, what you have to do, let's assume you are transferring several products, right? Several product plant combinations. Over there, you will have an information about the location because I'll show you one more thing. There is another transaction code where you can monitor these queues. I'll just close this. Okay, this got failed. Okay, but if I'll come to APO system, I have SAP APO SLG1. Okay, it's available in the new system. I can show you here as well. APO administration, application log. See, this is where you can analyze your log. C3, sorry, SAP APO C3 is the transaction code. Here, you can find out that what are the errors that you have generated within your entire day. So in that case, let's assume in a particular day, you're trying to transfer several products, several number of products with several plant combinations. Your product will not get created if your plant has some problem or your plant is not available in APO. Correct. So you can use this report, SAP APO C3, which is analyze application log. Here automatically the object appears. You have different objects here, but you have to refer to the CIF, SCM, supply chain. And then you can put the date criteria. You can also highlight the log class. What are the type of logs that you want to analyze? Should it be important? If it's important, that means warning logs will be ignored. It will just show you the error log in that case. It's just showing you the error log. We don't have too many right now at the moment. So I'll just click on very important. In that case, I think it will show you the error log. So this is how you can control it basically, or you can monitor it. And you have to identify the plant. Your product information will not be available here. If there's a problem, if the plant exists and there's a problem while in material creation, then you might get some issues with the log that this is a product which were not created because of XYZ issue. Okay.
Okay. So we cannot find any particular product number in this log.
Right now,
Only.
the problem is with location. It is not with the product. If your location is not created, you cannot transfer any material associated.
So for product specific, we should get the product number, right? Yeah.
We should get a product number only if there's a problem with the product. But if if the location exists, see what problem you will have with respect to your product. And product, you have to have some plant specific data first of all. If there's no plant specific data, what information is it going to transfer? There won't be any information, right? It's global data, still material will get created, but you won't have any data. So you have to you have to update the plant specific data in your material master and you have to retransfer it.
Got it.
Okay, but this is a transaction code, SAP APO C3, which you can use it to analyze the logs. Right now, I've just got it in real time, but in actual environment, this activity takes place in the background. So you won't be seeing this screen a lot. You won't be seeing this screen a lot if you're into a production system. Mostly you'll be seeing this screen that I just showed you, SAP APO C3. I closer, I closer. Anyways, but you got the objective of that screen. Okay, now I'll do one thing. I'll try to transfer a plant, which is correct now. I'm going to CFM1 again. I'll be transferring the material, this one, for which it belongs to plant 1000, for which I have already created a location in it. Okay, I'm going to execute this. It identified that location material master data. Okay, it will be able to double click on this. You'll be able to see that information. Okay, this is the product, this is the plant. Standard integration model. I'll go to CFM2. Yes, there's no doubt, right?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
So we are sending the material, right? So can you go to that? I mean, can you please go to that screen where we enter the material and we are sending it to it.
Yep.
So here, let's say, Vishan, if we are giving many material, and in case of EPPDS, I'm saying, like, let's say system is EPPDS, and we have some material list. So
now,
what kind of data would be?
Sorry to interrupt. You have to understand the basics difference here, which we have discussed. Do we need to do this for embedded PPDS?
No, we didn't. Let's say let's say if it's not only the material, if it's, let's say if we are sending any other information. So will it only send for that material, or is it for, another material as well in the background if something is associated with it?
No, you can, the way you select, this is a filter criteria, guys. If you put something like star, and if you give the criteria as plant, let's talk about APO PPDS. I'm not talking about embedded PPDS right now. Or if you're trying to transfer the purchase info record, let's go if I go with purchase info record, a different selection criteria would appear here. You see that? Now here, I give the criteria as my supplying plant or my material, correct? And in that case, see, it is showing what selection of purchase info record. So I'm giving the material as star, and I'm putting the plant as multiple plants I'm putting at time. And I'm selecting standard info record. Then in that case, it will capture all the purchase info records that are available within this plant, since I put star, correct? And once you execute, whenever you create an integration model, it shows you the list of selected items. Okay, does that answer your question? Let's go there. I'm going to, okay, I just activated it. Seems I'm going to start that with the same toe. Now, what is the problem that you identified? It just told us that there's a queue issue, correct? Because of this queue, it is not moving right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this queue for now because it might create a problem for other queues. So I'm going to start this again. Because of that older error, queue which had an error, it was getting stuck. I deleted that queue. Now it got transferred automatically. You see that? Activation or deactivation of the selected model is complete. Okay, now if I come to inbound queue, I'll refresh it. I won't have anything. Since the data got transferred successfully, I'll go to a transaction code called MAT1. I'll paste the product. I'll change the location to 1000. I will have all the data here, correct? Do I have all the data here? What is the product? I'll show you the lot size information that we maintained. I maintained the lot for lot. All this information starts appearing over here. If you maintain any safety stock, that would appear over here. If you have maintained the minimum and maximum lot size, that will appear over here. I didn't have any. That is read. Okay. Is this clear how you transfer the data? Guys, yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Any doubts about this? Okay. I'll consider it as none. Now, since we have discussed about queue, how the queues are supposed to get monitored, correct? Right? How we are supposed to monitor this queue. And like I said, please keep this in mind. The most probable transaction code that you will be visiting is SMQ2 because you are going to have mostly issues with your inbound queues. Okay? It's not like outbound queues you will never have an issue. You will have, but it is very rare. I mean, in my experience, I've rarely faced an issue with outbound queues. And I think you will also face a similar stuff. Okay. Now, since we're already in the material master, I want to tell you that one important thing. See, majority of this data, which are maintained in ECC, will appear here automatically. That's the purpose of transferring the data from ECC to APU, correct? But there are few specific data, or there are few specific data parameters that you have to maintain in PDS, correct? And those fields are not available in your ECC. So if I'll go to the basic tabs, is anyone aware about the basic tabs for PPDS? Okay, I'll assume you have not familiar with this. There are a lot of these fields are associated with SNP, supply network planning. Remember, on our first day, we discussed that APO is not just responsible for PPDS. It does demand planning, it does supply network planning. Correct? It creates your forecast, and then based on the forecast, it does the overall supply network planning calculation. I mean, planning takes place with the different algorithms, and then it comes to PPDS. So for now, whenever you see something related to SNP, whenever you see something related to demand planning or DP, please ignore it for now because we are going to concentrate only on PPDS-relevant topics. Okay, so here you have general information which are not plant specific. That is the reason it appears over here like basic information. But this shelf life information, it comes from your plant data that you have maintained. Because if you remember, when we create a material, we have a tab called plant data storage information. Okay, or plant specific data that we maintain over there. That is where we maintain the shelf life information. So it appears over here. Otherwise, the rest of the data parameters are from your basic data views, properties and properties 1. Now, I'll not go to classification right now, package data storage, ATP. It is related to your GATP, but we will be looking at this screen after a few days when we come to the topic. Demand is also, we are going to look at it only when we are going to do the planning. But in our case, mostly if it's APO, we are not going to use PPDS for planning. Just think about it. If it is APO, you have a supply network planning, you have demand planning. So it's very unlikely that, it's very unlikely to happen that PPDS is used for primary planning. The primary planning source will be your SNP. PPDS is not like, it won't be used at all. It would be used for certain products, but not for all of them. So I'll explain you what these different tabs, but we'll discuss them with respect to S4 because that is where it plays a crucial role. Okay. And that is where you'll see it is being used properly in many industries. Okay. So I'll explain you all these tabs, but let's go to now S4 system and let's try to understand how do we have seen in the last week, how did we create a material or how did we create a location in S4 environment. Now we'll try to see how do we create a product in embedded PPDS or in come out of all the screens. By the way, any doubts about ECC and EPU system so far? The things we have discussed. Are we going too fast? If you have that concern, please highlight that as well. So I'll pause for a moment. Let me know if anyone has a concern about the speed in which we are going or any topics that they have not understood. Okay, I'll consider it as none. So let's go to a material master. Now if you remember, the queues that we have, the outbound queues, the inbound queues are still there. If I can show you the transaction code, we still have to do all these activities, but SMQ, SMQ, SC, all these queues are there. But the thing is, in this particular case, I don't think you have to do this outbound scheduler. You don't have to do this since your sending and receiving system is the same system. That is the reason you just have to create SMQR over here. Because when it comes to ECC, you will never have issues with respect to your outbound queues. Like I said in APO as well. In APO, at least there are chances that you will have an issue with respect to outbound queue, since there are two different systems. But in ECC, in embedded PPDS, you will not have. It's very rare, very extremely rare when it comes to embedded PPDS that you will have an issues with your outbound queues. That is the reason you don't have to configure outbound scheduler. You just have to configure the inbound scheduler. Okay, that is the reason this has been configured over here. You see that? Okay, there are a lot of queues that are stuck here. Okay, but we'll see how exactly it works now. Let me create a product. The other day we created a location in S4HANA. We call that L001. That is the location that we created. Correct. Let me use the same location and create a plant L001. Let me see if there's a product first. Okay, no materials is it? There's no material. Let us create one material. I'm going to create a material called doesn't exist. I'm going to select some basic information. This is a tab which will be a very important tab for you when it comes to embedded PPDS. I'm selecting the respective. Hey, there's a problem with this plant. Let's find some other plant in that case. Let's go with 1010. Okay, that should have an issue. Okay, no worries. So I'm just creating the basic data. Since we will extend it later on whenever need basis. Warning. Okay. So in this case, PD is something that I'm going to maintain it. 01. Yes, maintaining a strategy goal. Now, this is the important view. Now, this plant 1010. I'm not sure if we have transferred this plant already, but let us just see if this plant exists in PPDS. Since there is a lot of data in this HANA system that has already been created. 1010. Oh, okay, it does exist. Okay, it does exist. Somebody has already transferred it. Now, the thing that you need to understand, if this plant was not transferred to embedded PPDS, what would have happened? As soon as I would have tried to flag this product as advanced planning relevant, and I would have tried to save it, it would have given me an error message that plant does not exist in embedded PPDS. But the plant already exists. That is the reason if I flag this advanced planning checkbox, it is not going to give me an error. Okay, now it is asking me PP planning procedure, proposed strategy, and GR processing times are defaulted. Now, what does that mean? It will move again. This PP planning procedure, it gets automatically updated. Proposed strategy is automatically updated, and GR processing time is automatically updated. Okay. The safety stock method got determined automatically. So all this information that you saw, it appeared at the bottom of the screen. What is the meaning of this screen? Basically, I want you to understand what is this advanced planning tab. If you understand that advanced planning tab, automatically you will understand what is the purpose of how these messages are getting generated. Okay. So we are trying to transfer a plant. Along with that, I'll be explaining you. We are trying to transfer a product, or we are trying to create a product in embedded PPDS. But at the same time, I want you to understand all these fields as well. So we are not going to go through each and every field, but I'm going to highlight the key fields that are available in this advanced planning tab, which you should be aware of. So the first and important field is your PP planning procedure. PP planning procedure determines whenever you carry out an MRP run, on what event the planning run should get executed. We have four options. Manual with check. Should it check it manually always? Manual without check. This is the current option that got selected automatically. We have to usually select this product should get involved whenever there's a planning run takes place. Planning run, that means whenever you carry out a planning. So I'm going to select 4. Okay. Even if you maintain 2, it does not mean that it is not going to get selected. It will get selected, but the difference would be it will get selected whenever it has been put it in the selection. What is a plan explosion? Plan explosion is basically, now, whenever you create a plan order in S4HANA or in ECC, in ECC it's not mandatory to have a production version, but in S4HANA, you can have a production version. Based on production version, it identifies what resource or what work center I'm going to use, which bill of material I'm going to use, correct? And basically what we say, whenever we carry out MRP run, our bomb explosion takes place. That means system carries out the plan across multiple products. And as well, it tries to identify the bomb. It tries to identify the routing from the production version. Similarly, when it comes to PPDS, it tries to identify this information from product data structure. Now, does anyone know what is a product data structure? Has anyone ever heard about that term, product data structure? We usually call it PDS.
Yes, the production version data transfer through the PDS.
Correct. So basically, production version is available in your S4HANA and in ECC system. What information it carries? It carries an information of your bill of material, which bill of material you're going to use, which routing you're going to use. The same information is transferred to embedded PPDS or in APO PPDS. It is called as production data structure. It carries the same information. What bill of material you're going to use, and what routing you're going to use, what operation that it contains, all these informations are carried in your PDS or you can call it production data structure. Now, this option is related to that, how your plan order should get generated. So our plan order should get generated based on the production data structure generated from RP system. Okay, so this is the option that we have to select. Okay, when it comes to plan explosion, please keep this in mind. You don't have to change these parameters ever. You can keep them as is. Plan explosion as 5, PP planning procedure as 4. Did you guys understand what is the purpose of these two fields? Plan explosion, PP planning procedure. Do you still have any doubts?
What are any other options in plan explosion in the drop down?
Plan explosion, the few options are related to IPP. 3 and 4 are related to IPP, and first is defer. I mean, we have an option in customizing. If we have defaulted some value in customization, that would be used. If not, 3 and 4 are relevant to IPP. IPP, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with repetitive manufacturing. In repetitive manufacturing, we have a concept called in PPD especially, which is IPP. It's very uncommon that it is. I've rarely seen it in. It's not like I haven't seen. I have seen already. It is getting used, but it is very uncommon to see this functionality. It's very, because as you all know, we have very few projects related to repetitive manufacturing. Most of our projects are related to discrete and process manufacturing, but especially this is applicable for repetitive manufacturing, and it does a lot of functionalities from variant configuration point of view as well. So that is the reason IPP is used. Okay.
Okay.
These are the options that we have, but in our case, we'll always be dependent on our PDSs or the production versions data that is transferred to PPDS. That is the reason we'll be selecting 5 as an option. Okay. After that, product heuristic. Now, these are the fields that are available in your APO PPDS as well. But the difference is that you are going to maintain, when it comes to S4HANA PPDS, you are going to maintain them in your material master. But when it comes to APO PPDS, you will be maintaining these fields directly in your APO product master. APO product master. Now, one thing I want to highlight, I have an Excel open here. I'll just open this another Excel. I just want to highlight one specific thing here. I'm just going to write down some data parameters here. Let's say it would be a ECC. Just keep this in mind or take a screenshot of this. That there won't be confusion with the data. This is your ECC/S4 data, correct? S4 data. In ePPDS or APO PPDS, what do we call plant as?
Location.
Location. Correct. What do we call material as? Product master. Work center as resource. Production version as? PDS. That is product data structure. And PI is purchase info record. Purchase info records usually creates external procurement relationships. Okay, this is what we usually create. So this is their nomenclature. If you are looking at the screen for the first time, I would definitely recommend you to take a screenshot of this. One more thing before you take a screenshot, I just want to highlight that production data structure and external procurement relationship determines how you are sourcing your product. Correct? Please, I'm trying to emphasize on this word. I'm trying to put a pressure on this word sourcing. Sourcing means how you are procuring this item. Either, I mean, if it's a production version, that means it's a producible item, right? You're producing somewhere or other. If it's purchase info record, that means you're purchasing it from a supplier. That means over here, you're sourcing it to manufacturing. Over here, you're sourcing it from an external supplier. That is the reason this is also called as source of supply. Here also it is called as source of supply. The difference is the type of source of supply is different here, and the type of source of supply is different here. It's external source, it's in-house production. Okay, take a screenshot now. I hope all of you took a screenshot. This is called resource master as well. If someone says resource master, don't get confused. It's basically the same thing. I hope all of you took the screenshots. Can I change the screen now? Okay, thank you. All right. So the thing is, when it comes to product master, now please keep this in mind. Whenever I'm talking about product master, it's always APO data or EPPDS product data I'm talking about. Okay. So when it comes, if you're trying to maintain this information, or when it comes to embedded PPDS, you'll be trying to maintain this information in your material master. There is no information that you can maintain in your product master manually when it comes to embedded PPDS. If you remember a few minutes back, when we were working with the APO system, when I was showing you the APO system, we had several tabs, correct? We have an option to go inside those tabs and change the tab. I mean, change the fields over there itself in APO. But when it comes to embedded PPDS, all the fields that are available in product master has to be changed from material master. You have to change it here. Then only it will get updated over here. You cannot change anything directly in the product master transaction code. If I'll go here, Mat 1 is the transaction code to access the, okay, this product has not, I have not yet created. So I'll just show it to you in a minute. But in the meantime, I'll go to APO system again. I'll go back to the product that we just created. So this one, the location was 1000. We have a change option. See, a lot of fields are editable fields. There are a few fields which won't be, but a lot of fields. If I'll go to lot size data, see how many fields are editable here. You can change approximately, I mean, almost everything here. Correct. You can maintain the safety structure even though you haven't maintained in your ECC. Here, everything. Now, the field that I was explaining, like PP planning procedure, everything is available in material master when it comes to embedded PPDS. Correct. All these fields, plan explosion that I was showing to you. Correct. Everything is available there. And you over here, you can maintain everything, or you can change everything directly here and save it. Yeah, I'll go back to the S4HANA screen. Here, everything has to be updated in the material master. You won't be allowed to change anything in the product master. Let me save this data, then I'll tell you. But before saving this, we have just discussed about plan explosion. We have discussed about the PP planning. We'll talk about shortly product heuristics. We are not going to go detail at this moment. Product heuristic determines how your supply plan, it is going to look at the demand data, and it is going to determine how your supply plan should get generated. That means whenever it identifies a demand, do you all know what is your MRP type? What is MRP type PD? Have you, I guess most of you know PP. That is the reason I'm asking this question. Is there anyone who doesn't know MRP type? Okay, I'm going to assume that you all of you know MRP type. Yes. The job of MRP type is, as you all know, that it identifies the demand, and according to the demand, it reacts to it. It creates a supply plan according to your demand type. If we use a reorder point MRP type, which is BB, the demand, no, it is not going to look at the demand. It is just going to look at the stock levels. Similarly, the product heuristic is very similar to that. The only difference is that it gives you some advanced functionalities with which it looks at the demand, and accordingly it generates a supply according to the functionalities that we have highlighted or updated in it. Okay, so that is the use of product heuristic. Now, proposed strategy. We just saw a few minutes back that this field was defaulted. We didn't maintain this field automatically. So when it comes to PPDS, especially I'm talking about embedded PPDS as well as APO PPDS, when you transfer this information, let's assume just a few minutes back, I transferred a material from ECC to APO. In that case as well, this field must have got updated automatically. I'm not sure if for this, yeah, I think it must have got updated automatically. I should see it over here. Do you see that I didn't maintain this field in my material master? Then how come it got updated as 20? This is, but do you know this description planning with final assembly? Does anyone know what is this description? What is the planning with final assembly? Can anyone answer that?
It is used for make-to-order scenarios. We are producing the finished product on the basis of customer requirement.
Okay, you're close to that, but at least you got the point. But it's not make to order. Planning with final assembly is your strategy 40. Okay. Remember, few minutes back when I was maintaining this product, I maintained the strategy as 40. Correct? And this is the planning with final assembly. You're talking about make to order, but this is make to stock strategy. And in PPDS, strategy 40 is called as strategy 20. Okay. That is the reason. Do not always try to use the same strategy. If you try to maintain 40, then it will become planning product. That is the reason don't use that way. Only strategy 10 is matching with strategy 10 in PPDS. Otherwise, it is different. So you have to understand the description. You don't have to always follow the number in that case. Okay, but strategy 40 is strategy 20 in PPDS. That is the reason it automatically got updated over here. Okay. Now the next thing that got automatically updated, the rest of the fields, it's not like we are going to completely ignore them. We'll be going through them, but only whenever we'll be touch basing on the topics related to it. Okay. Then there's a safety stock method. Basically, if you have maintained a safety stock in the material master, then this automatically gets determined. If I can remove it, I can remove it as well. Automatically, this field will become, I'll be allowed to, okay, I have to go back. I just removed that indicator. I can maintain a safety stock method in that case. I have 6 types of safety stock methods. You see that? I'm ignoring no safety stock, but 6 are this one. I can maintain them. I'm not going detail in it, but I'm just trying to tell you that there are methods with which you can maintain these values. We'll be going in those field specific parameters according to the situation basis. We'll be going into the scenarios. Okay. So either you can select the method or you can let system decide on its own according to the values that you have maintained in your MRP2 and MRP2 tab, especially for the safety stock. It can identify which method to use. Okay. And GR processing time is common. The only difference is that GR processing time over here will get copied from your MRP2 tab. If you have maintained any GR processing time, I have not maintained any GR processing time here. No. And automatically it copies it over here. So these are the 3 important parameters that we saw, which gets updated automatically when you try to extend the product to advanced planning tab. Okay. I think for now, this is enough from advanced planning tab that you need to understand, because there are several other fields which we will discuss, or which we will, in our upcoming sessions, we'll try to cover these the rest of the fields. Whatever fields that we have discussed so far, did you guys understood? Or did you guys understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I'll simply go inside the next tab. I'm not going to put any value for now. I don't need them. I will put the validation class or put some random values. Okay. I just saved this product. Okay. Now, if I'll go to display product, then APU, right? You mad one. Sorry, car was the one, right? What system is this? You see all these products now, all the information that we maintained, it gets appear. Now, please notice that there are a lot of fields related to, if we'll compare your MAT1 transaction code, or if we'll compare the product mastering with your APO and your APO PP-DS and embedded PP-DS, there are a lot of tabs which are not available. And those are the tabs associated with your SNP and DP. That is the reason they have been removed completely. Okay. You won't find any fields associated with SNP or demand planning. That is the reason only PPDS-relevant fields are available here. And if you'll come here, if you'll go inside the change mode, then only the description changes. Over here, it was display product, but there's no field that you can maintain here. If you can come here, there's nothing that you can change it here. SAP tried to keep it simple that the data maintenance has to happen at one place. If you're allowing users to do at 2 places, then it will create inconsistencies. That is the reason you cannot change any data directly in product master. You have to change it in your S4HANA, in your material master. Automatically that information will get updated here in real time without any integration model. Okay, is this clear to you all, guys?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, so this is how we transfer the material master. Okay, did you just notice the advanced planning flag, the importance of advanced planning flag? As soon as you flag it, the product becomes available in embedded PPDS. It generates a product master. Okay, so that is the key purpose of advanced planning flag. Now, along with that, I want to also show you the resource master. Since we are already related to the same topic, I'll create a quick resource. My plan one I'm just creating a work center. 0 No, one. I'm not going to explain these fields. I am assuming that all of you knows how to create a work center, right? Is there anyone who doesn't know? I think in that case, all of you knows. I'm just going to flag this advanced planning checkbox. I can keep just PP01 as my default parameter. Now, when it comes to PPDS, your capacity tab plays a very important, because let me highlight one more thing to you since I have an Excel open. I told you work center is called as resource master in APO PPDS or embedded PPDS. So let's assume you have a resource or you have a work center in your ECC or in your S4HANA system with name line 01, line 01. Okay. This is something that you've created in work center in your ECC or S4. Now, how exactly it gets generated in embedded PPDS? Does anyone know what is the nomenclature for how exactly
It starts with W.
W? Yes, you're right.
And the name of the resource.
Correct.
Underscore location.
Correct.
Underscore capacity.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So basically, capacity category. So this is how your work center gets created in embedded PPDS or AP PPDS. It starts with W as a pretext, then your work center name, underscore your location name for which the work center is created, underscore the capacity that you have created, the capacity category that you have created. So if you don't create any capacity category, you won't be able to have a work center or a resource master in APO PPDS or embedded PPDS. You need to have some capacity data. And without capacity, PPDS is of no use, right? Because the primary focus of PPDS is to identify the capacity information, how much capacity you have, how much load it can accommodate, and then to reschedule or to show you some reports. So that is the reason capacity is very, very important. So I'm going to create a machine capacity. I'm going to set up some formulas. So let's not get it to set up right. I'm going to copy the same assembly line. I am sure, I mean, all of you must have handled the screen or you must have seen the screen. I'm putting the factory calendar, right? Change certain values in it. Is there anyone who doesn't know what does this tab about, what job it does? Here I'm going to flag this relevant to finite scheduling. Does anyone know what is the meaning of finite scheduling?
Yeah, like there is the limitation of the resources in finite.
Right.
While planning for any material.
Yes. So let's assume, okay, wherever we deal with the resources, every resource is capable up to a certain limit. Beyond that limit, it cannot carry out any operation. Okay, right? And that is where MRP lacks. MRP lacks doesn't look at that information that resource is capable, whether your resource is capable to produce 1,000 quantities. Let's assume in a day you can produce 500 quantities, but on a particular day you get a demand of 1,000 quantities. The MRP is going to say, yeah, it's possible, because it is not looking at the information whether it is possible to produce 1,000 quantities for your resource or not. That's where, because MRP does infinite planning, that means it considers you have infinite capacity. But when it comes to finite capacity and finite scheduling, that means that resource has some restriction. That resource has some capacity constraint. That is, it can produce 500 quantities at max on that day. And that is what we need to understand with respect to relevant to finite scheduling. That means for this resource, the capacity information is limited, or the capacity is limited. That is the reason we are highlighting this resource as finite scheduling. That is the reason whenever PPDS schedules an order on this resource, It has to look at the capacity information, and according to the capacity information, it should adjust the load. Okay, that is the purpose of this checkbox. Here we identify, if we don't update this checkbox, then PPDS considers that this resource is infinite resource. That means you can produce thousands of quantities on this resource. That's not the situation, correct? That is the reason this indicator is important. Okay, all of you guys understood?
Yes. Yes.
Then we have something called APO resource. Now the parameters I'm showing it to you, those are the parameters. There's no change in it. It's as it is in APO and ECC as well. I'll show you the difference afterwards. What difference does it make when it comes to ECC and APO? It's very, negligible difference that you have some additional fields in APO resource master because of SNP data. You have to have SNP data over there. Here we have some tabs: general data, planning parameters, standard capacity, resource type. I'll try to explain, but I won't go deep into this right now. See, resource type, the purpose of resource type, that your resource is capable to carry out one activity at a time. That means it is capable to produce one order at a time. It cannot do another activity. Let's say you have a packing resource. Your packing resource can also do some other activity, like it can do freezing as well, freezing plus packing. Okay, it is capable to perform freezing as well as packing. That means the two activities can be performed on the same resource. Okay, that means there are multi-activities can be performed. In that case, I'll be selecting multi-activity as my resource. Okay, but when I'm saying single activity, that means I can perform one activity at a time. I cannot produce two. I cannot have two orders at the same time on my resource. Does that make sense? Guys, okay, I'll consider it as you guys are clear with that. Please highlight if you have any doubts, okay? Because this is the time where we can go deeper into a topic if you are not clear. And the resource category is production, since we are using this for production. Otherwise, for the rest of the fields, we don't have to worry about them right now, because majority of the data, the start time, end time, it gets copied from your capacity data. Okay, I close this tab. Yes, I have the changes. Come back and go to the scheduling tab and maintain the capacity category. Read the formula. As I said, PG02. Okay, so we a challenge. There's a cost center that is available. Incoming 8000, right? We find out the system, including company to select this one. Okay, I'm going to save this information. You see that in the bottom, we got the message that work center is created. Now, I'll go to a transaction code called the PPO RDS01. Here, now, every time you don't have to write it this way, that this is my line or this is my resource. Okay, so what do you have to do? You can just put this way as well. Line 01. What was my resource assembly, right? You see, the resource name is W, then work center name, underscore, location, underscore capacity category. And it has some basic information. Now, I just want you to see get some visuals of the resource master, how exactly it looks. We are not going to discuss any particular field on this resource master as of now, but please keep this in mind. This is how the resource master gets created, by just putting that advanced planning indicator and by maintaining some capacity information. This is clear to you all, but definitely we'll be going into those topics whenever we'll be discussing this resource master. Keep this in mind. This is your transaction code, SAP APO PPDS-01. But one important date I want you to understand now is this planning version. Does anyone know what is a planning version? Okay, I'm going to consider as well. But before moving to the planning version, is everyone clear how the resource is created or resource gets generated in embedded PPDS?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now there's a transaction code called /SAP APO/MVM. Here we have to deal with models and planning versions. So what is this model and planning version? APO or in PPDS, we have an option to carry out the what if analysis. If you remember on our first session, I just explained you the use of what if analysis. Let's assume you're carrying out certain activities, but you want to know that, okay, I want to change some parameter in my master data. Now, I'm going to ask you from PP point of view, and maybe that way you will be able to understand in much better way. let's assume I'm working on a scenario with production planning, standard PPI model, SAP APP model, and there's a business requirement and business is asking for a change, or there's a particular thing that you're testing where you're not sure if particular data you're trying to work on your production environment. It's production environment issue, correct? Now you're not sure if there's something in a master data. What if you change the master data? And if you carry out, will it help? That's a doubt that you have. That's a question that you have. Can you go ahead and in the production and directly change the master data and do the what if analysis that, okay, I have just changed this product, I've just changed this. Let's assume you have added the safety stock value, you have increased the safety stock value. Now you want to understand, do I get the desired results after changing the safety stock value? That's the analysis that you're doing. But can you do that in the production environment? No. Correct? You cannot do what if analysis in the production environment. Why? Because it's an actual production going and you are going to affect several other data because of that. But in APO PPDS or in PPDS, embedded PPDS, you have an option of creating an inactive version. So first of all, whenever you see something related to 000, it's your active version. That means all your master data and production data, which business is using it for execution, will be available with active version. That means this is where then you will find the linkage of your planning data, your master data that gets generated. Your transactional data will not have a reference of this information, but your all the transactional data also gets stored with respect to your planning version. Please keep this in mind. All the data that you create in embedded PPDS or in AP PPDS is linked to your planning version. That means if you change the planning version, the data inside it might get changed. So let's assume I've just created a work center. It got automatically created. But what I did, the planning version automatically got assigned to it as 000. Okay, because this is an active version, that means it's an active data, it's an actual data. There's no what if analysis that you can do on this. But if you want to do a what if analysis with respect to your master data or with respect to your transactional data, you can create another version called as planning version, simulation version, 001 or 002, ABC, something like that. And then you can copy your data from your active version to that simulation version, and you can do what if analysis. That is the reason this active version is very important. First of all, you need to have active version. Without active version, you cannot carry out any activity in PPDS or in APO. Okay. Did you understand the purpose of these version and model? Version has to get assigned to a model. That is the reason model is mandatory and then a version is created. But you don't need to have a inactive version or a simulation version. You can create it only according to your need. Automatically data from your active version gets copied into your simulation version. You can copy it because when it gets created at that time, it gets copied. But if you want, no, I want my real-time data to be updated in my simulation version so that I can do the real-time testing. So in that case, you can copy your active version data into your inactive or simulation version data. Does this make sense? Did you understand what I'm trying to explain here?
We have two systems versions, like one is active and one is inactive. These are available in production as well, right? So
these are available in your production.
Yeah.
What you can change it in that case? See, first of all, let's assume you have an active version and you copied the data. Right now, this inactive version will not have any data because this was created very long back. And I don't know when it was copied. You need to copy the data from active version to inactive version. Okay. And once you copy it, all the data that is available in your inactive version will be available in your whatever data that you have in active version will be available in your planning version or a simulation version or inactive version. I'm just calling it by three names. You can call it inactive, you can call it simulation, because we are using it for simulation purpose. You just want to do what if analysis. Based on that, you can carry out certain data changes in your active version, right? If you simulate something, you're satisfied with the results, then only you're going to do those changes in your active version, correct?
Let's say I'm changing the safety stock here. So where can I do that in inactive version?
Yes. The safety stock is something that you have to influence through your product master. Like I said, sorry if I'm mistaken, but Product master is something which is not you will be able to change directly. Because product master, if you remember it correctly, I told you, right? I think you can, but this does not exist, I think, in the planning version. I don't have the planning version. I think you can change it. It does not exist. You can change it. But here, you will put the car as your product location. It does not exist right now in my planning version 001. Otherwise, it would have allowed me to change it. And you can create as well. You can create some data.
Okay. And how we can switch between the versions, you said? Like
here,
so let's say
if you want to see now, once the data is created, the next activity that you will be doing is to carry out you are going to create some transactional data. Whenever you access some transaction codes, let's assume you have, but I'm going to come to that topic, how you can change the data. But do you all know what is MD04? MD04?
Less.
Similarly, we have something called RRP3 in PPDS, where you select usually the version. Basically, every screen that you try to access in APO PP-DS or embedded PP-DS, you have to put the planning version. Every screen, here as well. I can put 0001 as well. I don't have the data. That is the reason it won't show that to me.
No, this is fine. But let's say if I have to plan it, let's to use the 001 version in planning in the actual production, then how can I switch it?
You want to? No, you cannot. In that case, see, let's assume you are satisfied with the results from 001. Okay, you have done some changes. Now it's like you don't want to do it that way. You don't want to copy that information. In that case, what you will do? See, like I said earlier, 001 is for simulation. You simulate something, you're satisfied with the results, then carry out the same changes in 000. I mean 000.
Okay, so manual work you're saying, right? Manually, we need to change.
Yes. See, always remember 000 is very crucial. It's related to your production environment. It's an actual information. Is it 000 to 001 copy or 001 is okay. But 001 to 000 will create a problem because you don't know what data it has, what parameters you have changed. So that is the reason it is always advisable to do those manual changes once you're satisfied with the analysis. Okay, because it carries the real-time information, 000. You don't want to affect your production. You don't want to create a mess because this copy. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
In standard, we have only two versions, active and inactive only.
Like I said, you won't even have inactive version. This is the version that was created. I can create another version as well if I want. I will create another version called version 2. It's a planning. You won't even have, whenever you configure the system, whenever you set up the system for PPDS, this is also one of the important steps that you need to perform. Standard horizon indeed, I'm just going to put as 365 days for a year. Determine priority, safety stock. You can mention this information and you just have to click on save. Just putting change planning active. I'm just going to fill this information first. Supply, and I'm going to see it automatically copies it. As soon as I created it, it copied the data. Background program started for copying the data. Okay. Now I just created. If I'll refresh the screen, it will appear here. So this is from now onwards, I can use this version as well. Okay, for any simulation. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is the purpose of version and models. And you can influence your data accordingly. Similarly, we have it in APO PP-DS as well. I think this is our S4HANA. Yeah, this is our APO. All right. Let me see if this product has. I don't think it will have any resources. It never had any. Let me try to transfer one resource quickly. ECC. But I hope you guys understood how to transfer the resource in case of embedded PP-DS. Now I'll quickly transfer one resource and show it to you how the resource gets created. I'm going to transfer the existing one. Give it a name as RES.
So it's there in the material independent parameter work center.
Is it I missed it, things. Oh yes, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to select a plant which we extended to APO and Apex chemicals, logistical work centers for our we don't need logistical work centers because the other plant directors for 001. Let me create quickly a work center here. Take much time. 001. Okay. We only labor capacity. We don't want the labor capacity. We want. Okay, so the data already exists. Okay, 9 months. So create an integration model. Okay. Why didn't capture the risk? There's an important step that I missed that I forgot to show. When it comes to APO PP-DS, you have to maintain this APO resource data, which we didn't maintain earlier. So I'm going to mark it here, production, and parameter. This is okay. This is okay. Save it and leave it now again. I'll try to re-execute the screen. Since the data is updated in real time, I identified it, generated an integration model, which generated an integration model, CPU resource, activate, then we started. Okay. A planner does not exist. That is an issue that we got. Okay, I will fix it quickly. We have it open here somewhere. 101, right? What was going on with the pending view? You see somewhere there must be a pre-specified person. There it is. Action planner 101. Okay. Open here is the PSM2 SMQ resource and bounds. Okay. It went. Okay. Quickly back to resource transaction code. Yes, I was in 000. You got the resource here. Okay. All right. You have several tabs. Like I said, you don't have to worry about all of them. We'll just focus on the PPDS-relevant. But this is how through an integration model a resource gets created in your APO system. And like I said, the planning version and planning model concept remains as it is when it comes to PPDS. There is just one model, one active version that I've created. If you want, you can create another simulation with your planning version as well. Are we good?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In Embedded PP-DS, which transaction is used to access the detailed scheduling board? Option A, SAP APO CDP-SB1. Option B, SAP APO SDP94. Option C, SAP APO DSBOARD. Option D, SAP APO RRP3. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at planning production? Our PPDS course is made just for you. You can learn it at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about PPDS. It helps plan what to make, when to make it, and how to meet customer needs on time. Our course covers both ECC and S/4HANA. From simple setups to expert tips, we explain it all in easy steps. Your trainers are experts who've used PPDS for years. They're here to help and answer your doubts along the way. And guess what? Many students have taken this course and love the way it's taught. People just like you found this course very useful for their job and career growth. Best part, it's super affordable. You get high-value learning without spending too much money. Ready to master PPDS with SAP? Join us today. And to know more, visit ZaranTech's website now.
So basically in the background, I was doing something for you guys. I was creating a simple BOMs layout. Let me just finish it quickly so that we can go to the next topic where we'll try to understand how do we create the PDS, production data structure, and what are the different aspects that we need to look into predict the production data structure. Okay. It's basically, like I said, the copy of your production version. So I'm just trying to create one. Okay. So here I have engine. Just trying to. I hope everyone is aware. I mean, does anyone have any doubt or question about the session? In the meantime, I can answer that. Anyone? Yeah. All right. I've tried to keep it simple. Okay. So my BOM structure is, I'll go to CS12 where I will explain you how the BOM structure is. It's not that, it's very simplistic BOM structure that I've tried to create. This is for engine. This is my raw material that I've created. Engine is my semi-finished good. Then my finished product is car, which I showed you. And in it, I have engine. As I showed you, gearbox is part of engine. It's a child material of engine. Otherwise, directly linked with your car, I have car body, tire, and battery. Okay. I'll quickly create their routings as well. I'm just going to keep a simple operation for now. If needed, we can add one. Let's keep the base unit as 100, and then machine time is of Let's assume 60 minutes, or let's keep it 90 minutes. Okay, simple operation. For engine as well, I'll create one. Let me create one more resource. This is done. Gen. I didn't want it to create in the same group. I'll remove the group assembly 201 engine assembly. Let's keep it as 60 minutes. Okay, done. So I'll just quickly create the routing, the production versions. That should not be a problem. Configuration not possible due to pending until weird. Let me put the car production version PV01. Production version 1 not log. The validated date as today's date. And not these many. This. Okay, 1. Okay. Oh, no recipe. Somebody has defaulted. Okay. Let me do the consistency check. Okay, because of this number, let me just check quickly. CA03. Too light size causes a problem. Now there is no problem at all. No warnings. Okay, I saved this information. Similarly, I'll do it for engine as well. I hope all of you are familiar with all the steps that I've done so far.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, this one also done. Now we have created a bill of material. We have created a routing. We need to transfer this information to PPDS. I'm in the S4HANA right now, if you haven't observed already. So we have already transferred the product master. We have already transferred the resource master. Let's just quickly see if we have all the resources available. So my first is, I've shown you this one as well. I'll be showing you the other one that I've transferred right now, which is, let me just copy this. This is something that automatically got transferred whenever I created it. Since I copied the assembly one line, I'm going to open this. Location will be my 1010. Planning version is 000. You see that both the resources got created, right? Okay, so I've validated that and I've flagged all the products as well, advanced planning relevant. So all of them must be part of EPPDS. There's no additional activity that needs to be done. But especially for the production version that we have created, we've just created two production versions, one for car and the other one was for engine. Now we need to transfer this information to PPDS. How do you do that? So when it comes to ECC or S4HANA, PPDS, the process is straightforward. There's no integration model that has to be created, but there's a particular transaction code that needs to be followed. That is CURTO_ADV_create. You see that transaction code here? CURTO_ADV_create. So this is the transaction code that you need to follow. Transfer of production data structure, PPDS on ERP. Okay, here you have to select your material. Okay, you have to select certain parameters and then you need to transfer it. And automatically your PDS will get transferred to your PPDS system. So what are the things that you need to understand? First of all, you need to put the planning version. Automatically it appears which is your actual version. Then you need to put the selection criteria for your material. In this case, I'm going to put two materials, that is my car, okay, and the other one is engine.
So Vishal, one question over here.
Yeah.
So you're mentioning this planning version, right? So we can have multiple planning versions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but what is the relevance of that? Can we just like we are having for the MRP planning, we are having different versions. So it is work as like that, or how it is?
You said something about MRP planning version. That means, I did not understand your question completely.
No, actually, I just wanted to know this planning version. What is the role of this planning version over here?
Okay.
What is it meant for? Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, planning version is what? Planning version and model is something that's a prerequisite when it comes to PPDS, embedded PPDS or APO PP-DS. Planning version 000 links your data to your actual information. Let me show it to you where we configure it. This is the transaction code where we configure it. Here, do you see that? Active model and active version. Whenever I'm talking about 000, it's an active version. If there's any other version that is being created, that you can call it as your planning version, you can call it as your simulation version, you can call it as your inactive version. The purpose of this active version is that every master data that you transfer, every transactional data that you create, or any activity that you do with your transactional data
is updated with respect to this planning version or active version 000. Now, let's assume, as you mentioned, you can have several versions if you want to carry out certain activity. Okay. Now, you don't want to do that in your active version. You want to simulate it first of all. How exactly? Let's assume. Does anyone know a term called resource utilization? I hope everybody knows. A resource utilization. How much my resource have been utilized in the next 3 weeks. I'm trying to observe this information. I want to improve the utilization. What you can do? You can adjust the sequence of your orders. You can maybe push some of the orders in the future. You may pull some of the orders from the future to the current date or the current week. You do all these activities just to observe how my utilization is getting changed. Okay. In that case, what you can do, instead of directly changing this information in an active version, you can do this in your simulation version because you're just trying to simulate it. And whichever gives you the best result, if you're satisfied, then you can do the same changes in your active version. So basically, what you can do, this is for simulation purpose. The other alternative versions that you create, you can use it for simulation purpose. You can do it for changing any data. Let's assume it's not just limited for transactional data. If you want to carry out certain changes at your simulation version level, like data changes, and if you want to see how the results are getting changed, that also you can do.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. So this is an important transaction code. What you need to understand, first of all, like I said, planning version, then you have to give the selection criteria for your material. Now, if you don't have to give this criteria as material, you can give the selection criteria for your production version, material type. If you have plant specific material status, that can be given as well, MRP controller, MRP type. And if you have classification indicators, ABC classification, that can be used as well. Now, PDS type. This is an important thing. And this is something that we need to understand. In usual case, as long as it's an in-house manufacturable item, so in that case, we usually sell it without subcontracting, PDS type. In rest of the cases, it's always related to subcontracting scenario. So whenever you deal with the subcontracting scenario, and you're trying to transfer the PDS of that material, you have to select any one of these 5 options. Okay.
Okay. Vishal, one more question. So, we are currently dealing with a couple of materials. So the volume is limited, right? So it is easier for us just to go into transaction and just push that data towards PPDS, right? But in the real-time scenario, the volume of the data will be more, right? So in that case, what will be? So is that something that we'll have to create some background job or something, or we are having some mass transactions over here?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. For the sake of simplification, we are performing this activity in foreground so that everyone can understand. Because you'll be the one afterwards that will be responsible to create these background jobs. We have to create a background job for this. Whenever you're implementing PPDS or embedded PPDS for a client, then you have to understand that this is something that will go as part of background job. I need to keep the selection criterion accordingly. Okay, so definitely this has to be a background job, and you need to understand based on the nature of products that you have. You may not have all of them as in-house manufactured items. Some of them could be subcontracting items. So accordingly, you have to create different variants for that. Okay. So this is
okay.
And one thing, it's not always. See, I'm explaining you these options. We have certain options where it's not always the full transfer that you have to carry out. The system is capable to carry out the delta transfer. That means whatever data that has got changed, it will select only those products and it will try to transfer it. So the performance issues will be minimal.
Okay.
Is that clear?
So do we need to activate some change indicator over here? Like
yeah. In a minute or two, I'll come to that point. Okay. But before that, I hope everyone is clear with the PDS type. Why there are 5 options related to. I've not explained why there are 5 options related to subcontracting, but there's an important change when it comes to subcontracting in embedded PPDS. The reason is, just keep in your mind that are you guys comfortable, or do you guys know how the subcontracting process is in PP?
Yes.
We have material subcontracting in PP. We have operation subcontracting in PP. Correct?
Yes.
Right. But this is just to highlight operational subcontracting does not work in embedded PPDS. So if there's a subcontracting process and your client expects you to plan it in embedded PPDS, then you have to convey that information that we have to have a material reference for that subcontracting material. Otherwise, you won't be able to carry out the subcontracting process in ePPDS. And there are other factors that are needed that we will discuss whenever we'll go into subcontracting process discussion. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So all these 5 options are related to subcontracting. Usually for in-house producible item, we'll be selecting the without subcontracting. Now here are a few more options. Test mode, extended consistency check, lock PDS in error case, transfer deletion flag. If there's any product, if there's any resource which has been deleted, do you want to update that? No, not product or resource, sorry, BOM and recipe or routing which has been deleted, will update it. Now it also gives you an option delete PDS despite usage. So let's assume if you're trying to transfer a PDS which already exists and you want to retransfer it. So in that case, what system does, it tries to delete the existing PDS, and even if it is being used already, even if that PDS exists in some of the production orders or process orders or plan orders, it will try to delete it and then it will try to update the PDS. Usually what happens, if you don't select that, system will give you a message that the existing PDS is already being used in some of the orders, in some of your transactional data. Then in that case, you'll have to delete the transactional data, you'll have to delete that PDS manually, and then you can transfer it. But instead, what I can do, I'll just select this option so that even it is being used in orders, even if it is being used in the transactional data, I should be able to transfer it. Right now, it's for the first time we have transferred it, so that should not be a problem. Now the transfer mode, this is what I was talking about. Here you can see that absolute transfer, delta mode, and change transfer. With respect to change transfer, we can give certain dates as well. Okay. I'm going to select absolute transfer. I'm going to select execute. Yes.
What is the difference between the absolute transfer and change transfer?
Well, as the name goes, absolute transfer, that means system tries to transfer every data even if there is no change. So this is the difference is from performance point of view, because your system will try to read each and every data which has undergone some changes, or even the data which has not been changed. It will try to read that information and it will try to transfer it. So the primary thing from this perspective is the performance, because usually you have to select the delta transfer, or you can select the change transfer if you have a specific date. Delta transfer means it will still try to read all the information, but it will select the data which has got changed. And the change transfer is changed. With the respect to change transfer, you can give certain selection criteria. So you're limiting the selection. Okay. And with the limiting selection, the performance would be much more improved. Okay. Okay. So you can see that I've got a successful message that SAP APO PPP-DS 107. That means successfully transferred and created for car and engine. Okay. Let me go to the home screen. So let's just try to observe the PDS that got generated in S4HANA PPDS. So to display PDS, I have a transaction code called Curto_CMO. SAP APO Curto_CMO. Okay, execute this. Here, load production data structure screen appears. What am I going to enter? The product number, location, that's 1010, and planning version is 000. Okay. If you have a different planning version, you can transfer your PDS to that respective planning version as well. Okay. Now the rest of the fields you don't have to enter, because PDS usage is basically we are getting 2 options. This is not used right now. It's industry specific optimizer, but we are using only PPDS right now. And if you have multiple PDSs, then you can give the validity as well, because the way you can have multiple production versions, you can give the selection criteria that, okay, I want to see a PDS which is valid from this particular date to this particular date. The way we have it in the production version as well. We have a validity dates, correct? Accordingly, we can load the PDS. So here I want you to concentrate on one of the important thing. If you remember, I showed you an Excel, right? And in that Excel, I highlighted that PDS is also called as source of supply. Do you remember, guys? Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So in this case, this is the first row which highlights. I'm just going to close this for now. Let's close this. Let's keep it this way only. This is your PDS that got transfer supply. Every PDS has some significant ID to it, assigned to it, and that is nothing but the source of supply. PDS, when it comes to production budget, when it comes to PPDS, we are calling it as PDS, but it has this significant representation that this is the source of supply, and this will be available in your orders as well. Let's assume you have multiple PDSs. You have 3 production versions, and because of those 3 production versions, you generated 3 PDSs. So with respect to these 3 PDSs, how would you understand in an order, in a plan order or in a process order, especially in plan order, which source of supply has been selected by looking at this information? See, if I have a production version PV2, then car space 1010 PV02. That is how a new source of supply will be created. And if that is being used, then you will be able to identify, okay, it's my second source of supply getting selected in my order. Okay, so this is how you need to understand the source of supply. And this will help you in several factors, because we have some heuristics which captures this information and do certain activity. Okay, so for now, just keep in mind there is something called source of supply, which is made up of your product name, your plant, and your production version name. Okay, it's combination of these 3 things.
One question. So here,
Yes.
the source of supply you're mentioning, so might be there are multiple source of supply, right? As
Correct.
you mentioned. Can we not get the description of it in this layout so that we can understand that it is from the different, let's say I have 2 different production lines for which I created that, right? So
You're absolutely right. Now, if you can go to the next column, which is for the product PDS description, what description does it represent? The description is nothing but your production version description, correct? If you have
Okay,
that
got it.
scenario, you can update your production version descriptions in that way, which will appear over here. Okay.
yes, got it.
Okay. So
Hello.
yes.
So, what will be the nomenclature for the external procurement relationship, source of supply?
Source of supply, right?
Yeah.
Now, like I said to you, when it comes to PPDS, and this is particularly I'm talking about, are you talking about a subcontracting product, or are you talking about the completely external procurement?
Both.
Let's talk about subcontracting in that case, first of all. For subcontracting, when we work with embedded PPDS, we have to create a bill of material. Bill of material is needed, correct?
Correct.
Right. We don't have the routing for it since it's an subcontracting item. What do? We create a production version with respect to BOM. We will not have a routing data in it. Okay. And we have to create, there's another important thing that I want to highlight, but just keep in mind, we don't have to go deep into that topic right now. When it comes to subcontracting, especially for ePPDS, we need MRP areas as well. If you remember, when we were discussing the plant transfer, I highlighted this point as well the other day, that MRP areas are required when it comes to subcontracting scenarios. So in that case, we just try to we create the production version for subcontracting products, and we transfer it to embedded PPDS with the help of the transaction code that we just saw, CUR2AD we create. Now, since there's a production version that is created for a subcontracting material without a routing, then in that case, the source of supply name represents as it is, that it represents your product name, location, and the production version name. Okay. But when it comes to externally procured material, do we have to create a production version for externally procured material, or do we usually create production version for externally procured raw material? Let's go for raw material. Do we create that?
No.
We don't. What do? That we create a purchase info record. A purchase info record is created, and over there it is a combination of different things, because purchase info record is a combination of what? Your material, your supplier, and your plant. Correct?
Correct.
So with these 3 combination, it creates a source of supply, but it is not visible in, it's not PDS. If I'm talking from technical point of view, your externally procured material or your raw material will not have a PDS. It will have a source of supply, but that source of supply will be called as external procurement relationship. Okay, try to understand PDS and external procurement relationships are source of supply, but they are not same. One is responsible to highlight that I am mostly producing in-house, and external procurement relationships are representing that I am sourcing the product outside from the external vendor, from external supplier. Okay? I hope that makes sense. If you're still not clear, let me know.
I have one doubt. If suppose for particular product, two products are merged, so at that condition, system show that both the source of supply is
Yes, both PDS will be visible.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Are we good? Shall we move ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So I just clicked on these details. So in these details, I get 4 tabs: components, operations, activities, and sequence group. Okay. If you can see at the components level, you need to understand a few important things. These are your product details. Basically, this was your BOM structure that is getting represented. Okay. And over here, it's a product description, location description. If we have a phantom product, then phantom material checkbox will be represented here. Now, out of these products, car is my FG, engine is my car body is also my semi-finished product, but engine is the only product which has a child part, right? That means engine has its own BOM. So that is the reason I'm getting this message that this is a product with a BOM. Okay, these are the validity dates. I want you to understand this thing, that all the products apart from car goes as an input in my planning, and I get my finished product in terms of output. I get my output as car. That is the reason we call it as master output. Okay, and this is how I'm going to consume these many products so that I can produce one car. Okay, that is the thing that you need to understand over here in the component section. Are we good with the component section?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to operations. So as I've mentioned that I've created a simple operation. Okay, it's an operation type, as you can see, it's PP operation. Here, what information do you see? It's an operation number. Usually it's 1010. It goes to 1. It depends on your number of operations that you have. But try to remember in PPDS, every operation is considered, as long as you have a setup activities or the standard value key that you have assigned in your resource plays an important role. How? Because in standard value key, we assign different types of standard value key, standard value parameters, right? Each standard value key, let's assume in our case, I assigned the standard value key. I'll show you the resource. This is the standard value key that I assigned. Then these are my standard value parameters, like setup, machine labor. So the way you assign the time, because with respect to this, I'll be maintaining my time in my routings, correct, in my operation. I'll be assigning for an operation how much would be my setup time, how much would be my machine time, how much would be my labor time. In our case, we have just put the machine time. Now, how difference does it make? So in that case, if you put the setup time, then system creates a setup activity. So every time input that you're giving in S4 in your routing specially, that creates a significant activity in PPDS. How? And if it's a machine, then system creates it as a produce activity. Let me just show it to you. Now, in this case particularly, if you remember, I just gave machine time. So in that case, machine is my production time, correct? And that is the reason if I'll go to activities tab, I should be able to see an activity with P ending. This P represents it's a produce activity. You can see the activity type as produce. If I would have given a setup time, in that case, there will be 2 rows. One with this activity name at the end, it will be S, and the other one, which is to represent the machine time, will be with P. Okay. And the activity type over there, you can see that it's a setup. That is what you will be able to see. I'll show you that as well. Okay. But did you understand how this activity information is coming? What is produce? What is setup?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Here you can see the base quantity is 100. Okay. As we have given in the operation of the routing. Now, so far we haven't dropped these buttons over here, detail section. If you can see operations here also, we have an option. Basically, if you drop here, you'll go to activities. Okay, if I'll just drop down this box, see, it takes me to the activities, the same screen that I was seeing in the other tab. Okay, there's no difference. So instead, I'll directly come here. Here also, I can drop it. But here, if I drop it, I get some additional information. Okay, it shows me the modes. Now, what is this modes? Modes mean the resources that are getting used. Okay, it shows that I have only one mode, that is for this particular activity. I'm going to use assembly line 1. Okay, and the duration over here is 5,400. If you remember, I have put in for 100 quantities. For this base quantity, I've put in 90 minutes as my machine time, correct? And this is a variable time. You see a V along with the duration I see a variable. It's a variable value. Why it's a variable duration? In the bracket, do you see where? That means why it's a variable value? Because it's a calculative value. If my quantity increases, let's assume if I make my base quantities as 200, will my duration be increased? If I change my base quantity to 200, my duration is going to get changed, correct? In that case, it will become 180 minutes, correct? So it's a multiplicative, it's a multiplication factor. That is the reason it's a variable value. It's not a fixed value. System needs to understand if it's a calculated value, which will be updated every time according to my order quantity or not. If yes, then only it updates this variable column. There's something called activity duration fixed. Now, I was just talking about the setup activity. Now, setup activity, when you try to set up a machine, does your setup activity duration varies according to your operation quantity? No, right? You just have to set up. Maybe it needs 15 to 20 minutes for you to set up the machine before you start the actual production. It's irrespective of your order quantity. Let's assume if you're producing thousands of products, or even if you're producing hundreds of products, the setup activity remains constant. That the setup time that you need remains constant. That is the reason system creates it as a fixed duration. So let us assume that in case if we create this, hello?
I think this is being calculated based on the formula, right? That we put into the work center.
That you put it in the work center. Yes, you're absolutely right about it. That is calculated based on the formula that you mentioned, right? So in the work center, we have the formula, set of formula and processing formula. If you remember, according to that, it gets calculated. And that is how system identifies whether it's a calculated value or it's a fixed value. Okay. So usually for setups, since in most of the cases setups are fixed, so we keep it. It automatically comes into the fixed duration. And if you have machine time, or if you have any other time, that becomes part of your variable duration. Okay. Here we have something called mode priority. That also you need to understand. Now this mode priority, what it represents, let's assume there's a particular product that can be produced on multiple resources. Let's assume assembly line 1 and line 2 that we have created. I can produce this product on another line, but I want to give it a priority 2. Then you can give it that priority as well. So that what will happen whenever an order gets created, or whenever that order gets scheduled automatically, it tries to pick the resource which has higher priority, okay, which has better priority. We'll go in detail about this topic as well. We have one scenario that I'm going to show you. Okay. And
Vishal, one point over here. So can we not go with the parallel production over here?
Parallel production, definitely, but parallel processing will not be coming here. Parallel processing, that means you're not. See, we need to understand what is an alternative produce production and parallel sequencing. You're talking about sequencing, right? What is alternate sequence and what is my parallel sequence? Parallel sequence does work in PPDS, but the thing is, in case of parallel sequences, there are 2 different orders are getting produced on 2 different resources, correct? I'm talking about 2 orders. It could be of the same product.
Yes, you're right. But basically, if you are having one order, which can be our same product, which can be manufactured on the 2 different lines, right, at the same time. Yeah. So we can do that, right?
That's a parallel processing. You're talking about a parallel processing, but I'm specifically talking about alternate sequence that you do it in your routings, right? We define, let's assume operation 10, 20, 30, 40. Let's assume 20 and 30 can be reproduced on some other resources. In that case, we create an alternative sequence for them, right? Where only 20 and 30 operations are executed on some other resources than their standard sequence. We have a standard sequence, but we also have an alternative sequence where some of the operations can be produced. Over there, we can, in that case, one order is getting produced on another resource. It's not two different orders, correct?
Okay. So that is a parent-child relation.
It's not a parent-child relationship. How exactly it has been mapped? One is a standard sequence, but let's assume within your standard sequence, if I'm talking about a general scenario like this one, I have assembly, let's talk about another resource called as painting resource, okay? Then polishing. These three activities are there. These three operations that you need to perform to produce a car. First one is painting, first one is assembly, second one is painting, and the last is polishing. Let's assume for some reason your painting resource, the standard sequence resource that you have, paint 1, it got breakdown. Okay, there's a breakdown on that paint 1 resource. Now what you can do, okay, I have another painting machine which is paint 2. I need to assemble the car on the same assembly line 1, but I need to paint it on line 2, paint 2, which is my another resource. And again you are coming back to the last polishing 1 resource. So in that case, only one resource is getting replaced by another resource. Okay. So that's an alternative sequence that you're following.
Okay. So I think that is very much possible in ECC as well, right?
That is possible in ECC, but there are very, very advanced functionalities that are available in PPDS, which can switch the resource automatically. Like I said, if you don't have an option, you have to do this thing manually. You have to select the alternative sequence manually. Your system is not automatically going to select it. But when it comes to PPDS is capable to select an alternative resource or alternative sequence if your primary resource is occupied or if your primary resource is on breakdown.
Okay.
Maybe I will try to add what Vishal was saying. Because in ECC, there is no capacity constraint, right? So whenever you plan, you will get only the primary resource at first. But suppose you have 2 resources and the first resource has the capacity overload. At the time of, then while planning, it will automatically select the second resource because first resource is overloaded. That is not possible in ECC because there is no capacity constraint that we check during planning.
Yeah, Satish, you're perfectly right here.
Any doubts so far? Let us drop this as well. Let's go inside the details of this. So the previous section that we just saw related to modes, it plays an important role from scheduling point of view because it captures your duration. What is the basic duration that you have? But similarly, how system identifies at the same time a capacity is consumed. That is because it generates a capacity requirement section. So with respect to mode 1, we have a continuous resource consumption. This is another factor that gets generated, which is required for the capacity consumption. And over here, this calendar resource plays an important role because it follows the calendar information or the time that you have mentioned in your S4 base work center to block a resource for the duration. That is an important thing that it does. So this is to generate the capacity requirement. Basically, if you create a plan order on a resource and it starts at 10 a.m., you are going to end your plan order or you are going to complete your operation by 4 p.m. in the evening. So 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., you have occupied that resource. That means the capacity within that duration has been completely occupied by a plan order. And that is what this capacity requirement section shows. That it is something which is going to consume the capacity. Capacity consumption is going to take place in continuous manner. Okay, that is about the capacity requirement, and that is about the modes and the activities. With respect to sequence group, we are going to talk about it. It's not something that we'll go inside the detail, but we'll be talking about it in our upcoming sessions. At this moment, it'll confuse you. That's the reason. We will have some other tabs as well in this screen. Whenever we use a classes and characteristics, whenever you use block planning as well, we will have these new tabs that appear over here. But we'll look into it whenever we'll go into those topics. Whenever we'll discuss those topics. But are you guys clear so far how PDS is or what is a PDS? How different it is? I mean, what are the information that it carries in it?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Now let's go to
Vishal,
yeah.
Here we can see the assembly symbol, right? So that
Yes.
we know that it is in sub-assembly, right?
There
so
is.
Suppose I want to see the BOM for that particular material. Can I see?
Yeah, definitely.
I think because
definitely you can see that.
How?
You know, I don't think, but this is how you have to create it over here. You have to just click on here. Sorry, you have to click on this button. It'll take you to the same screen. If you click over here, same screen would appear.
Maybe, for example, suppose now I can see it because that material is also have a PDS, right? That's why
Yes.
I was able to go to another level
Correct.
for a PDS. Suppose that material is a subcontracting material and it has a BOM.
Yeah.
So in that case, it is visible in.
So in
Should
few minutes back,
then I will to see the BOM for that.
yes, because if you remember, few minutes back, I just highlighted that whenever it's a subcontracting product must have a BOM. In case of, it's needed in especially in case of PPDS.
Basically, we will create the production version also for that, and it will be visible.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But if but in case it doesn't have a production version, I will not able to see the BOM, right? Because BOM will not get transferred. It is only PDS who carries both the information and will be visible.
Correct. You're absolutely right.
Individually, I cannot see BOM and routing, correct?
Correct. You won't.
Okay.
But the difference would be when it comes to a subcontracting production version, you won't have the routing because we don't produce it. You will just have the BOM information in the production version.
Yeah, that's
okay. All right. So that was about the PDS. Let's go into APO. I'll simply create a simple data in APO. I don't have it, or else let's just find out if there's an existing form that I can transfer. Let me go to ECC, sorry. The plan that we transferred is 1000. Let's see if there's any. Okay, there are a few production versions. Let us select a product. I'm going to go with recipe. Routing is there and this is there. I need to transfer all this data first of all. This is for a product. Let me see. Right. There are a lot of products. Okay, we'll create a production one. Does anyone have access to the same system that I'm trying to access? NPL2 800, or you guys have a different access? All of you have the same access to the system, or you have a different access? Hello, I'm audible?
It is S4, right?
No, for S4 and PPDS, sorry, APO, ECC, APO. Do you have the same access or different access?
This NPL is.
Okay, just put the product. By the way, this queue thing that we discussed, outbound queues, inbound queues, how these queues are generated and all. I hope all of you have understood. Does anyone have any doubts about that? That how do I differentiate? How do I monitor those queues? How can I resolve their respective issues? Maybe in the next session or after that session, we'll be also discussing the transactional database information, right? Since we are still in master data, we haven't covered much with respect to transactional data yet, but we will be starting soon. In that case, we'll be also trying to understand how this master data queues can be monitored and how you can compare the data between these two systems. And if there are any discrepancies, you can transfer that as well, or you can remove that discrepancies. I'm just quickly going to check if the data got successfully transferred. Yeah, it got transferred. Perfect. So I'll again quickly transfer the work center as well. So I need to transfer the work center. How many of them are assemblies? Let me quickly check through this. Okay, none of them. Only one of them is assembly. Great. That makes a job simple. Only one resource needs to be transferred. Let's go for the first one as well as the second one. It's 1410. Okay, and I'll go to second one, 1420. 1420, and with this one, 1410. Okay. So these are the prerequisites that you need to do, without which you won't be able to transfer the data when it comes to APU at least. 1420 execute. Okay. Did I use the reference number of plant? I'll use the plant. Okay, 2 resources. Great. CFM2 start. Now this got transferred as well without any issues. Let us quickly transfer the PDS as well. We have to go to the CFM one again. And just want to highlight you, this transaction code won't work here. But 280v_create, the way it works in fine. Yeah. Sorry, this is which version? I think in this case, let's try this 14100. Detail planning, no. Just without subcontracting, because we have an option in CFM1 as well with which we can transfer it. So let's do this way. This is APO system. This is ECC. Yeah, the same CCC. Yeah, correct. We have 2 transaction code transfer. Let's go for absolute transfer. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's what I was saying. We have another transaction cur2 underscore create, something like that. Yes, this works. This is, I mean, so there's a difference. In case of embedded PPDS, we have a transaction code called cur2 adv underscore create. But when it comes to APO, we have a transaction code called cur2 underscore create. If you try with cur2 adv, it will show you the information, but it is failing. So in this case, I'll highlight my logical system APDC LNT100. This is my, I'm going to transfer this, change transfer. That should not be a problem. Okay, I'll be transferring it. Transfer 11 data found. Great. This is my product. Planning version, read piece planning. The PDS type, it should be P only. Since we are dealing with PPDS, we have, let me see the production version. I didn't see the, I see 223. Okay, we have a production version 0001, 0002, 0001 to 0002. Execute. Oh shit! I know the reason that it is why it is not getting transferred. I have to just check. Can anyone tell me why it is not getting transferred? Because this is another important thing that we have forgot to discuss since we are dealing with S4HANA a lot. It's a very basic thing. Okay, yeah. Let me explain. So whenever we deal with APO, this is not a mandatory thing, but I just want you to understand whenever we are working with any APO system, what we need to do, an MRP type plays an important role. It signifies in what system you are trying to plan the product. In our case, the MRP type is maintained as PD. I don't know who has created this product, but that is the reason we have to maintain it as X0, which represents that this product is relevant for PPDS or APO, right? If you don't do that, we won't be able to transfer the PDS of this product. The product gets transferred, but you won't be able to transfer the PDS of this product. X0 represents external planning material, if you're not sure. Okay, so that's an important thing that we missed, and that is the reason it was not able to find it. Let me do quickly. Do I have CS8, CS12 open? Let me mark all of them as PPDS-relevant or X0. But did you guys understand why it was failing?
So Vishal, for ePPDS as well, we need X0 or like...
It's not mandatory, but you can have X0 as well. See, the thing is, let's try to understand the difference here. When it comes to APO PPDS, we didn't have any specific criteria in the middle master that signifies that this product is not getting planned in ECC, correct? It was just the MRP type which was responsible to plan your product, or which was able to identify, okay, this is the product that is supposed to get planned in APO, correct? And once you change it, then only it gets transferred. But when it comes to embedded PPS, it's not mandatory. Even if you maintain the MRP type as PD, you have an advanced planning flag. That flag plays an important role. So if you maintain MRP type as PD, you have flagged your product as advanced planning relevant and you have maintained some product heuristic. System tries to prioritize your product heuristic. System tries to see that, okay, it's a product heuristic. According to that, it needs to plan your product. So you don't need to have X0 in your S4HANA system particularly. But having said that, it's recommended by SAP that it's okay if you maintain X0. It'll be better from performance point of view, from reporting point of view, because advanced planning is something that you can still fetch it in reports that this is wherever this flag is active, I need those products. But from consistency point of view, it would be better if you maintain X0 in case of embedded PPDS as well. So like I said, it's not mandatory, but it is advisable by SAP to keep it X0 when it comes to embedded PPDS. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Here it is. Select X0. So I'll just save this information. Okay, the information got saved. Now I'll come back to the same screen that I was trying to access earlier, which is cur2 underscore create. And I'm just going to put my finished product right now, because the rest of the products I've transferred. No, transfer 11 data found. Wait a minute. Still it is not working. Access consequences check. Change transfer, remove it. Okay, so we need to activate an integration model for that as well. All right, so here is the one integration model. When I tried to transfer it, it gave me the message. Okay, production version is 0001. Its PDS type is PPDS. as we have updated earlier. My product details are 100-400. Okay. My plant is 100. Selected the PDS, generated an integration model. Okay. Then, okay, come back to not to create here, activated data integration model. Let's use this screen. Again, _create. Something that I'll be using it. I'll be removing the change transfer and active. Okay, I'll go to CFM2. I need to activate the integration model. In that case, see, there's one mistake that I've done. I have not changed. Okay, but in this case, I can trigger it this way as well. Since if I do this, I can transfer the PDS this way as well and through the transaction code as well. But you need to keep your integration model in active status. That's the one prerequisite that you need to understand, that integration model that you're creating for a PDS. Okay, it got transferred. We'll just quickly see that information. SAP APO Curto. The transaction code remains as it is. There's no change. Like I mentioned earlier, it's 100-400. Okay. Here you'll be seeing a lot of PDS usages. Since this is being used for multiple, it's an APO system. It's not just used for PPDS. So I'll be using the production version 000. If I'm going to execute, the PDS will appear here. Okay. You see that all the products are visible here that we just transferred. We have the operations. There are several operations within this product. You can see that if there will be different activities as well. You can see, if you remember a few minutes back, we were talking about this setup activity and produce activity. Correct. And this is something that got updated according to the standard value parameter, or standard value number that we have given. We must have assigned some activity duration in routings. According to that, this value got appeared. If I'll drop it down, you'll be seeing the same information that we just saw a few minutes back. You can see this is variable duration. This is a fixed duration that we were talking about. That it's a setup that which usually doesn't change, or which is not, which does not get changed according to the operation quantity, and that is the reason it is part of fixed. Similarly, produce, if I'll drop this down, it is part of variable duration, correct? And it's a produce activity. Did you guys understand what we just did? We just tried to transfer the PDS with the help of integration model. You can transfer it through _create, but you need to keep an integration model in active state. So there are two ways of transferring the integration, two ways of transferring the PDS in case of APO. One through an integration model, and the other one through the _create transaction code. The only difference is that in both the case, in case of integration model as well, you need a model which is supposed to be in active state. We activate it and then we transfer it. So either you can just keep it in active state and then you can transfer it through _create transaction code. You have two options to do it. Is this clear to you all? How the PDS are transferred in case of APO as well as in case of S4HANA?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, since the data is available in both the system, I'll go back to the S4HANA screen. Now, what is the first thing that you can do? You will have a demand, correct? You have set up the data. You have set up the data for your producible items. We haven't set up the data for your raw materials. That we will see in our next session, that how the external procurement relationships are displayed. Okay, for that, let me see if the product that we just transferred, do we have any purchase and for record for that in our APO system? Let me see what the purchase and for record was. Let me go for 10. I'm not sure about the purchase. Let me see the info record. If there's an info record for this product, and the plant is 1000. Yeah, we got one. Its material differs from. Did I select the wrong material? It's 410. Plant is 1000. Okay, you're right. Okay, then 7428 supplier. Let's go for this one. Okay, so for this product, we have a purchase info record. Let's try to transfer it in that case. We see that we have an info record number. Let's observe the information that is available. So the plant delivery time is 10 days and the purchasing group is 001. The standard quantity is 100. Okay, great. Let's try to transfer this one purchase info record. I'll go to again in integration model. I'll select the, instead of RES, I'll type it as PIR. I'll select the purchase info record section. The material I have is 100. -410. Okay. All right. Also, I can put it over here. My purchase organization. What was the detail of that product? Okay. Vendor is 1005. Okay. I'll type it here. I don't want to select here. I'll select it here. 10. Plant is 1000. Purchase organization was 1000. Was it 1000? Yeah, 1000. Let me just cross validate once. If I put in the right. Yeah, I'm not going to put the vendor or info record selection criteria because I want to transfer both of them. That is the reason. System should give me two options here. No, see, it gave me two options. If I'll double click on this number, it will show me the purchase info record. This is the info record 1, info record number 2. Okay, purchase organization data, plant data, category is 0. That means it's an info record standard. You have subcontracting in that case as well. You will be creating an info record, correct? So you need to select. You have that option automatically. It appeared automatically because you have an info record category. You think you have it somewhere. It's not visible. You usually get an info record as well. That this is the type of purchase info record. Info record. Here it is. Here it is the category info record type. You get it based on your product and the selection. I mean, when you create info record, you get this info category option, right? It's a standard one, so it's showing me the standard. If there would have been a subcontracting, you would have created the subcontracting info record, and accordingly, it gets the information here. So let me create the integration model for this info record. Let me go to CFM2 transaction code. I'm going to select the new status, select it, started. Okay. Yep, I missed one step. That is what? What is this step? Can anyone? Plant. Yes, this location 1005. We have not transferred this location first. And if you want to do that, we have to create it as a location. It's not a plant basically. It's a supplier location. Yeah. Vendor location needs to be transferred in case of AP or PPDS as well. SMQ2. You just need to get the vendor location. There are two entries which has been failed. 1005. So we have to create another integration model for that. Let me cancel it for now. So do you understand how tedious this job is? I mean, basically, when it comes to integration models, I mean, everything that you do, you have to do it through integration model. I know once the background jobs are set up properly, but whenever there are changes, you have to do this activity. So I'm going to select the plant. Since it's a supply location, it's not supply area. Vendors, it's not plant that we have to select, correct? It's a supplier, so we have to select this 1005 was the supplier, correct? Yeah, this was the one. I'll be just simply selecting the vendor. Yep, it found the vendor, generated integration model. I'll go here, CFM2, execute your vendor, selected. Okay, this was for vendor, right? Why does blocking in that case?
Do we need to create it with create location?
That is applicable only for embedded PPDS.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not applicable for your APO. You have to transfer it manually. Let me see if I missed anything. There's an important thing. Vendor master data has to be properly maintained in that case. Do we have, because if our vendor master doesn't properly needs to be maintained. What was the purchase org? It was 1000. Purchase org was 1000. Company code was also 100. Let me put it the entire number. Let me create another one. PAQ. I think this is the one. I think consistency check. No, I created another integration model. Okay, it's still. The problem is Can anyone answer this question? What is the problem? I should delete this queue because of this LUA entries. It was getting stuck. There was no problem at all. So I'll just cancel it. I'll select it. Select the new status. Now it'll get transferred. Ready. Ignore. Okay. It got transferred successfully. Now the PIR, I'll just select the PIR. Here also I'll select the integration model as PIR and API application as PIR. I will select this. If I'll select this, okay. Because there were two locations, right? I have transferred two purchase info records, and for one of them we transferred the location. The other one is I'll be ignoring it for now because I need to just transfer one purchase info record. It's okay. We don't need to transfer both of them together. Is it causing a queue block? Yes, it seems. Wait, let me just remove that entry and create a diff. It wasn't transferred. Let me create another integration model with the, because that carries an information of a supplier which doesn't exist. So in that case, this is the this is my vendor will be 1005. Oh, not here. I should have put it here. 1005-410, and the purchasing location is 100. Purchasing organization is 100. Plant is 100. No, it found one. Generate integration model. It generated the integration model. Then CFM2 AP_PIR. I selected the integration model. Oh wait, I need to delete that existing queue block that I have. Let me delete this queue. Okay, I've deleted that queue. I'm going to reactivate the integration model. I'm going to start it. Okay, there's no issue now. Let's go inside the APO system. Okay, there are no issues. I'm refreshing this queue. I'm going to SAP menu, Advanced Planning and Optimization, External Procurement Relationship, Display External Procurement Relationships. I'm just going to select the location and my product details. Do you see that? Now, like I said, if you remember, this is also called as source of supply, but the source of supply source category is info record. Procurement form is standard. It's a standard info record. This is the document number that it generates. Okay, according to your info record. This was your info record number, correct? 724, if I remember correctly. And then this is your source location. This is your destination, which is your plant. This was your purchasing organization. So what information it carries? It just carries a basic information that what is your plant delivery time, because that plays an important role when it comes to planning, correct? From planning point of view, from purchase info record, we just get one information, that is plant delivery time. We don't try to get another information because that's the only information that is relevant to planning. Rest of the information are related to sourcing team, correct? If you have any lot sizes, that is also one of the important factors that we can maintain in the purchase info record, which gets captured in your external procurement relationships, but we have not maintained it. So what are the two important information that we get from purchase info record is that a basic lot size, that if you have any minimum maximum lot size, and what is the plant delivery time. These two informations are important, that is lot sizes and plant delivery time are the important information that are relevant for planning and that we updated in the external procurement relationship. There's no sourcing relevant information that is available here since you have a sourcing system different. Since what information it carries, what are the different information that you have in case of when you transfer the purchase info record. Are you guys clear? If you're not, please let me know. I can explain you again. I'm not sure if I'm audible, guys. Please respond.
Yes.
But whatever steps that we have performed so far to transfer the purchase info record, did you guys understand what we did?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you know now? Is it clear for you what is an external procurement relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Can you a little bit in this one again? Purchase record in short.
Sure, definitely. Especially what we did, we tried to find if there's any existing purchase info record or not. Once we did, we created an integration model for that purchase info record. Okay, and we tried to transfer that data through an integration model. This was the integration. This was the purchase info record that I transferred. If you look at the information, the plant delivery time was of 10 days, and you didn't have any lot size information. The maximum quantity is not there, the minimum quantity is not there. So that is the reason it wasn't updated by the system automatically. Okay, all right. And after transferring that information to APO, it created an external procurement relationship. Procurement relationships are represented by the purchase info record, and it is also called as source of supply. But the source of supply category is info record. Over there, it was production version. And it's not a subcontracting relationship, right? Because in case of subcontracting process, if you remember, in case of subcontracting, we will have info record as well. It's not just the production data, production version. We will have info record as well. And that info record, with respect to that info record, what do we do? So the combination will be slightly different. See, with respect to your plant, we create a production version. That means maybe let's not go into that discussion right now. Whenever we'll cover the subcontracting, at that time it will be clear, because I'll have to draw the scenario for you for what purpose we have to create the MRP area, then that will make sense for you. What is an MRP area and how this info record is created. Okay. But let's keep this in mind that whenever any external procurement, it could be a subcontracting, it could be your external procurement, it could be a raw material procurement, we have to create a purchase info record, and that purchase info record gets transferred into APO or into embedded PPDS as external procurement relationships. Okay. And this external procurement relationship carries two important information. One of them is lot sizes. Do you see that lot sizes here? And do you see this something called transportation lane? I am just going to talk about this, but along with lot size information, it carries the information of planned delivery time. Okay, planned delivery time, just to calculate what is the lead time for me to procure my raw material. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Yes,
Now let's try to understand what is this transportation lane. So with this name, what do you see? What would be the use of transportation lane? Can anyone try to answer that? Okay, let me explain. Just keep this one important thing in mind, that PPDS deals with since you're already experienced, you have some experience in PP module. Whenever we maintain any data parameter, especially let's assume GR processing time, planned delivery time, your in-house production time, lead times, the basic lead times that we maintain, we usually maintain a number of days, correct? In case of production planning module. But when it comes to PPDS, all this information, majority of the information with respect to lead time are maintained in terms of minutes and seconds, because it will give you the precise information. PPDS will give you the precise information, how many seconds you need to produce a material, how many seconds or how many minutes you'll need to, get the product. So in this case particularly, I just transferred the purchase info record from ECC to APO. What it did, it created a transportation lane automatically. Now the transportation lane is what? It represents the path that is being followed from your supplier location to your plant to procure a raw material, because we are procuring a product, correct? What was my location? I have to put my location number. Let me do this. My start location is, so do you see that? What I did, I entered my start location as my supplier location, and I entered my destination location as my plant. See, I'm procuring a product from an external supplier. So there's a transportation lane that gets created whenever I transfer the purchase info record manually. Now, transportation lanes, how are they created? They are created in majority of the scenario, they are created automatically according to the data parameter that you have maintained in your ECC. And once you transfer it to APO, it gets created automatically. Now, it's not like that it will get created automatically. At times, you have to create them manually as well, according to your requirement. Okay, but in this case particularly for an external procurement, it got created automatically. I'm going into the detailed display section. Here it is showing me the information of product description, start date, end date, minimum maximum lot sizes were updated from your info record. We didn't have any minimum and maximum lot sizes. That is the reason there is no value that you see here. You can see how the transportation lane got created. The source category will be info record. Do you see 3? It will be an info record. If you have a scheduling agreement, then your transportation lane will get created with the help of scheduling agreement. Scheduling agreements will also get transferred to APO, and then accordingly it will create this information. This is your purchase info record in number. This is your purchase organization. This is your planned delivery time. All this information was available in your purchase info record. Okay, there's no other information that you need to understand at the moment, but keep this in mind. It carries the information of you from your purchase info record, and it gets generated automatically. But it is important to calculate the time that it takes from your supply location to your plant. Now, what I'll do, I'll double click on this information. Here, it shows me the product data that I just saw. Here, you'll be able to see the standard information that we just saw here. And what you can do, you can create a means of transport for this. Means of transport means what? This is a product specific transportation lane. The means of transport means what? if you are, I'm into display mode, that is the reason I'm not getting the option. Yeah. Means of transport means what? If you want to procure material, see, you're going to receive this product from your supplier. When you receive it, are you going to receive it through a truck, through a rail, or through by air shipment? What is the method that you're going to follow? If I'll click on this button, I can create this option, right? Means of transport is, in my case, I will have truck, rail, plane, courier, ship, car, whichever option that I want to select. If I'm going to put road as a transportation mode, I can select the start date and start time. I can put the calendar, the transportation calendar. It may happen that whichever mode of transport that you're using, it might be following a calendar. That means it works only from Monday to Friday. Saturday, Sundays, there is no transportation that takes place. Okay. You can also highlight the distance that it takes. You can also highlight the transportation duration in hours. Okay. So this information that you're trying to put, it will get considered in your planning system. Whenever you plan a product and it needs to calculate, okay, these many hours I will need to purchase my raw material. So it will calculate from all this information that you're seeing in the transportation lane. Okay. In this case, it's not mandatory that is needed, because if you don't keep this information, see, if you want to have the precise information, how many hours that it takes, you can maintain the means of transport and you can update these values. If you are okay with number of days values, which is 10 days, which you have received it from ECC, you can keep it as well. That's not a problem as well. I mean, you don't have to be precise all the time. If you're okay with number of days, you can keep it number of days. System will still refer this information. If you want to be specific how many hours that you need, you can define means of transport. And whenever you'll plan this raw material, this new information or this hourly information that you have maintained will get captured. Okay. Does this make sense to all of you? What is a transportation lane? How are those created? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I could see there is third option, which is product specific means of transport.
Well, see, the thing is, means of transport, irrespective of this, you can create one. Now, if I want to create this one, I have to select the product entry first. That means, let's assume I have some means of transport like train, rail. I have created them already. I'm categorizing them as a general means of transport. That means I can use it for anything. Okay. But I want to highlight that for a particular product, I specifically use air-based shipment or air-based transportation. So I can have it over here created, which will be applicable only for that product. I cannot use it for some other product. Okay.
Okay, got it.
All right. And this is with respect to supplier desk. So this is between two locations, from supplier location to plant. So whatever products that you're procuring from this supplier, all those products will get displayed over here. This was all about the transportation lane. Any doubts about this?
No.
Okay. I think we'll end the session right now, because we don't have enough time to go to the next topic. But try to, go through the topics that we have covered so far from the day one. The reason being, from onwards, we'll be going into the scenarios, and just want to highlight the steps that I did with ECC and APO system to transfer the purchase info record. It remains as is in case of S4HANA. That is the reason we are not going to do this again in S4HANA. Wherever there's a change, I'll highlight it that there's a change and we'll perform those steps. If there's no change, we'll perform the steps in any one of the system. Okay?
Okay.
Hey there. Want to get really good at planning production? Our PPDS course is made just for you. You can learn it at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about PPDS. It helps plan what to make, when to make it, and how to meet customer needs on time. Our course covers both ECC and S4HANA. From simple setups to expert tips, we explain it all in easy steps. Your trainers are experts who've used PPDS for years. They're here to help and answer your doubts along the way. And guess what? Many students have taken this course and love the way it's taught. People just like you found this course very useful for their job and career growth. Best part, it's super affordable. You get high-value learning without spending too much money. Ready to master PPDS with SAP? Join us today. And to know more, visit ZaranTech's website now.
I know I mentioned that we will start with the scenarios, but there are a few extra points that I want you to understand before we directly jump to. But initially, I want you to understand few of the other master data which are related to PP as well as PPDS. And I want you to understand how the detailed scheduling board looks like.
We're going to cover that. Okay. So how many of you have worked with shift data in PP? Has any one of you have worked on shift information? How do you configure it? How do you maintain that? And how do we assign it to the work center?
No, at least me, no.
Okay. Anyone else who has some experience with respect to shift information? Okay. If I'll show you the shift information. So first of all, I'll go to a resource. As I mentioned, every resource must be operating in a particular shift. It could be 2 shifts per day, it could be 3 shifts per day, or it could be 1 shift per day. So how do you maintain it? We go to a resource transaction code. I'm going, for me, the plant is 1011010, and the work center is assembly 1, which is the work center that I created. I'm going inside the capacity tab with the capacity category. Do you see intervals and shifts? This is where I'm going to assign the interval information. But before that, let me just check one more thing. I need to assign the factory calendar. Will help. The factory calendar for the 01. Okay, so just wanted to see that so that I can apply that. Okay, Germany. So in this case, before we apply, in case of PPDS and in case of PP, let's try to understand how the shift information differs. So we can maintain the shift information in S4 side. Whenever if I'm saying S4, that means it's a work center I'm talking about. It's a resource in PP model that I'm talking about. Whenever I'm going to say PPDS, it's either your APO PP-DS or S4 PP-DS. It's one and the same. Okay. So you can maintain in both the locations. So what benefits do you get if you maintain it in S4 and if you maintain it in PPDS? So you just have to maintain in any one of these systems. The difference is when it comes to S4 and when it comes to ECC, you have to configure the shift information. So it limits our ability to change it frequently, right? Since it's a configuration, you cannot do it frequently. You don't have many adjustments that you can do in ECC if you have configured it. Okay, there are ways of handling it, but it's not convenient the way it is in PPDS. How? Let me just show it to you. First of all, we have to assign a grouping. I'm going to use a PP capacity group. Then in intervals and shift, right now, I've just maintained that my start time, this is just a basic interval which got updated according to the start time, standard available capacity that I've maintained. But if I want to add a shift information over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to insert an interval. And in that interval, I'm keeping it applicable from 1st of May. So 1st of May 2025, and then I'm keeping it applicable till 31st of December. If this date, no, there's no. It's simply selected in that case. So this is the interval that I'm using, and then I have the standard sequence available, the shift sequence that I have, which is Y5 day 3. That means 5 days shift and 3 shifts per day. Okay. So if I'll select this information and if I press enter, it is just giving me the information. Factory calendar and shift model have different working days. So I'm assuming that factory calendar follows 7 days of working or 6 days of working. There's a difference between factory calendar and shift information. That is the reason that message earlier appeared. They have different working days. But do you see the shift information now? On Monday at 6 a.m. my shift starts till 2. Then from 2 to 11, 2 to 10, there's one shift. And from 10 to again 6, there's another shift. So this is how the shift pattern has been defined. So if you count it, the operating time is of 7.5 years. But if you see here, there's a break duration maintained for 30 minutes. Because of that, system has calculated that my operating time becomes 7.5 and the available capacity per day is 7.5 hours. Okay. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to save this information. This is something that I just maintained it in S4 side. Now, if any one of you doesn't know how to configure this in PP, I'll just show it to you that as well. We are not going to configure a new shift right now, but I just want you to be aware that how you can configure in case if it is needed. You have to go to capacity requirements, operation, available capacity, defined shift sequence. So if you come here, this is where the grouping, because grouping is also needed. Without grouping, you cannot assign a shift. So this is the grouping that I used. In this case, I have used this shift sequence. In shift sequence, if you'll see, for some days, like till Friday, I have, or till Thursday, I have 3 shifts. On Friday, I have 2 shifts. On Saturday, I have kept it blank. That means there is no shift on Saturday. But on Sunday, there is another shift, which is my night shift. So this is how the shift pattern has been defined. I haven't defined it myself. It was there available. I think it's a standard one. Somebody must have defined it since it's a Y earlier. So this is how the current shift pattern is defined. Now if you want to understand what is this YS1, YS2, YS3, what information does it represent? So you have to go to shift definition. So YS1 represents early shift, which starts from 6 to 14. And YS2 represents your afternoon shift, which starts from 2 to 11. YS3 represents your 10 to 6 shift that you have. And here we assign this break definition, break schedule, YB1, YB2, YB3. And that is something that we define it over here. And based on that, it calculated how much will be how many of working hours I will be having. And break schedule is maintained over here. That for my morning shift, 10 to 10:30 will be my break time. For afternoon shift, this will be my break time. And for night shift, this will be my break time. And once you assign this information to shift definition, it adjusts it working hours. If I remove this, it will change the working hours to 8. I just want to show you. See, it changed it, correct? And if I again maintain it, it will change it back to 7.5 hours. So this is where we maintain the shift information. And we can assign this shift information to the work center or a resource if you are dealing with process industry. Hope that's clear. How do we maintain the shift information how do you configure it and how do we maintain it? I think maintenance is quite easy when it comes to work center, but this is where we configure it. Is that clear to you all?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Now, one more thing. I'll go to a PPDS resource. By the way, I'm in S4HANA system. If you are not sure, this is an S4HANA system. Now, majority of our scenarios, if we have a common scenario, we'll try to perform this in S. If there's a difference, we'll go to APO. Okay. I'll go to a resource transaction code, which is SAP APO REA01. I'm going to put my resource name, location, and planning version. Now, if you remember, this is how, we saw the screen earlier. We didn't discuss any further information about the resource. I just showed you the screen. This is how the information looks like. Majority of your information comes from your ECC or S4HANA system. But unlike Material Master, if you remember what we discussed a couple of days back, that when it comes to Material Master, all the data changes because all the information that you're seeing here right now is maintained in ECC as well as in S4. Correct? It's maintained in S4. And so that you don't have to do anything else. You don't have to update this information here. But unlike Material Master, there are certain fields which you have to update it in resource, that is PPDS resource. You don't have to do it you cannot do it in ECC, you cannot do it in S4HANA Work Center. Okay, does that make sense? Where it comes to Material Master, everything has to be done in Material Master in S4HANA. Then it gets updated in the Product Master in Embedded PP-DS. But when it comes to resource, it's not like that. Majority of the field will come from your work center information, but there are certain fields that has to be maintained in your PPDS resource. Okay, so I'll just quickly take you through the fields that are available here. So the important ones, especially right now, there are few tabs here that you can see. General data, time continuous capacity tab, where it shows you the available information tab, and PPDS bucket capacity. Now we do have an option. It was available and it was specifically applicable in SNP and synchronization. There are a few functionalities with which we can create plan orders according to the bucket capacity that we have. Then we have external capacity indicator. There's no much information here available. It just provides you the resource information logical system. work center in assembly and capacity category. That's it. The downtime information. Now, this is one of the important information, so I'm going to spend a few minutes here. Downtime. What comes to your mind when you hear this word downtime?
Like downtime. Machine breakdown.
Machine breakdown. Yes.
Breakdown.
You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Preventive maintenance.
Preventive maintenance. You're right. So whenever you're dealing with productions, there's a high possibility that machine could get breakdown, or there's a maintenance activity going on. There's a possible machine failures that occurs, which is part of downtime itself, which is part of, or due to some other activities, the machine is inactive for production. Correct. So in that case, you can maintain this information here. Now, how this information will help you? Okay, definitely we are going to see how exactly it is going to help you while performing planning and scheduling activities. But you have to maintain this information here. You have to maintain the start time, start date, start time, end date, end time, till which the downtime is active. And this information will be considered during your scheduling. That means within the duration, there won't be any operation which will get scheduled. Okay, so this was for the downtime. And you have two options like planned downtime or resources inactive. You can select these two. You can provide the necessary description associated with it. Okay.
Shall we have a breakdown maintenance downtime as well? Like, it will not be pre-planned, right? It will be.
Let's assume if it's a sudden breakdown. Now you have two options. For sudden breakdown, also you can maintain this information, or else you have a maintenance order, which is for planned maintenance. I'm going to categorize in that way. Sudden maintenance, your sudden breakdown, you're not going to create an order for it. You're not going to do a corrective action in real time. What you can do to keep your production plan with sync in your capacity is that you maintain that information here, and you can just highlight that the resource is inactive. For what reason the resource is inactive? Due to breakdown issues. You can highlight the description here. For plant maintenance, specifically for PM, whenever there's a PM model gets involved, you create a plant maintenance order. There are things that you need to do in the PM order so that information, and you have to create an integration model for that. And with the help of integration model, you transfer that information to PPDS so that the PM order information gets visible in your PPDS as well. And it gets considered basically while scheduling the order. Okay.
But in this case, then let's say planning is, we're doing future planning, right?
Yeah.
Just planning.
Yeah.
So in that case, we will not know.
Yeah, we will never know. I mean, sudden breakdowns, anyone and no one would know. Definitely, you're right about it. It's sudden breakdowns will take place in real time. You have to update this information in real time so that whatever your current plan is going on, if something occurs, that plan needs to get adjusted according to that breakdown. Because let's talk about this topic whenever we'll discuss more about downtime, because I want to go more detail in the scheduling part, because we haven't yet discussed about scheduling, how exactly the scheduling works. So I don't want to, say something right now which will confuse you right now. Let's wait first 1 or 2 days when we'll start looking into the scheduling information of the orders. Okay. Now we were looking at the capacity information. You see something called capacity profile or capacity variance. Variance is something that if you remember in resource as well, in the work center as well, I just assigned a version here in the capacity itself. There's a version assigned already here, which is active version 1. Correct? Similarly, in embedded PPDS or PPDS as well, we do have variance. Variance is part of version that you have. So do I have any version assigned? I don't have any version assigned yet. It's just the resource name and location. There's no other information that I've assigned. But if I'll come to capacity profile, it shows me the information of my capacity available. Correct? That means what is my operating time? Now, if you'll see here, what is that operating time that it shows you? It shows that, let's talk about next week. Okay, on 19th of May, my resource starts at 8 and it ends at 8. Break is 0. That means my production time is 24 hours. my capacities. I mean, there's only one resource that we have maintained. That is the reason the utilization is 100. And that is the reason my production time becomes 24. Now, we just maintain the shift information. Is it visible somewhere here? Because according to our shift, my resource start time or my machine start was supposed to take place at 6 a.m. in the morning. And then it was my first shift. And the second shift was supposed to get started at, I think it was around 2. Correct? So that is not visible here. Now, you must be wondering, how do I get that information here? Correct? Because that information is not at all visible here. Is it visible?
No.
Right? So how do we get that information? So we have to come to capacity information. Now, try to understand. Whenever we are working with capacity, PPDS, for PPDS, even though it's in S4HANA, I mean, this master data that we have created, it's part of an external system. Even though they are in one box, ePPDS and other S4HANA modules, for ePPDS, the other modules are in external box, hypothetically, and not exactly. It is considering it as an external system, but it is not. Why? Because right now, as per PPDS, what I've done, I have not maintained this information. If I'm talking about capacity, for PPDS to know that I need to use shift information that is maintained in master data, or that is maintained in the work center, what we have to do, we have to flag a checkbox. If you need to come to this APO resource information, you have to come to the standard capacity. You see this external capacity. If we click this button, then it realizes, okay, I don't need to refer the information what is maintained in the PPDS. I have to refer the information that is maintained in the S4 or work center data. So if I save this, then I come here. If I'll go back, I need to refresh it. So I'll go back. I'll go inside again. Now if I see automatically, do you see the difference? Wait, I'll just go back for a second. This automatically after see this checkbox appeared here automatically. Since everything is in real time, you don't have to do the delta transfer. You don't have to do the change transfer when it comes to embedded PPDS. Correct? If it would have been your APO and ECC system, you need to do the integration model transfer, and you need to activate the integration model. You need to transfer that information. Then only this flag will get activated. But in case of embedded PPDS, it's in real time. As soon as you flagged it over there, it appeared here. Okay. Now this capacity variant got disabled. That means we are not going to maintain the information, the shift information in ePPDS. That's what system says. Okay. And now why we cannot maintain it? Because we have already maintained it in ECC master data or S4HANA master data. And that is what we need to refer. You see it now? It is visible from 15th of, let's talk about 16th of May. A machine start time is 2:30, end is 6. That is because that is my third shift or my, but you see 6 to 10 is my shift. It is still my first shift. Then there's a break of half an hour. Then 10:30 to 2 is basically my one shift, morning shift, correct? And if I'll scroll down, see, this is how it has been configured. From Monday 6 to 10, 10:30, 10 to 10:30, there's a break. Then 10:30 to 2 o'clock, I have a working duration. Then again 2 to 6, it's a working duration. Then 6 to 6:30, I have a break time. And then again, so this is how the shift data is maintained. Is this clear? How the shift information, how to read the shift information?
Break time is not maintained here.
Break time is maintained, but you need to understand here. Let's assume if you start something, what I meant, if you remember the break schedule that I highlighted, or the break schedule that I showed you in the configuration, at what time the break was getting started? The break was getting started from 10 to 10:30 for the first shift. For second shift, it was getting started at 6 and it was getting ended at 6:30. Correct? So that's what it has done, or how this information is seeing, how you are supposed to see the information here, that it shows you the operating time of the machine. Now, from 6 to 10, my machine is going to operate. That is my 4 hours. Within this 4 hours, my machine is going to operate. Then there's a break. break information will not be specifically highlighted here, as this shows you the information of your available capacity. Within the break time, do you say that I have a capacity available? Within that 30 minutes, do you utilize it for some production? Do you have some capacity? No, I don't have any capacity. That is the reason that information is not visible here. The information that is visible here to show you how much capacity you have on that particular day, on that particular week. Okay, does that make sense?
There is a column called break, right? So does that stand for breakdown time, breakdown hours?
That is just to highlight if there's additional break within it. It is breakdown duration, break duration. It's not breakdown.
Okay.
So that is the reason. In this case, 2 rows represents my first shift. So from 6 to 2 is my first shift, correct? And within that first shift, I have a 30 minutes of break time. And I don't have a capacity available. That is the reason within that system is not showing you the date or the time at which the capacity is not available. Similarly, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., I have a second shift. In this case as well, 6 to 6:30, I don't have a shift. I don't have a capacity since there's a break going on. So that information is not visible here. And so, I mean, similarly, this is how it. Now, if you'll observe, your night shift goes into the next day because your night shift starts on 19th, but it ends on 20th. That is the reason it is getting represented. It is going to the next day from 19 to 20. Okay, is this clear? How to read the shift information in PPDS?
If we don't check that external capacity tick in S4, then we can't configure this thing like this shift timing in PPDS.
You need to understand, like I said earlier, see, there are two ways, or there are two locations where you can configure or where you can maintain this shift information. Either you can do it in S4 Work Center or you can do it in PPDS resource. Okay, if you want to do it in S4, then in that case, and you want that information to be referred by PPDS, in that case you will flag that checkbox. You will activate that checkbox called external capacity. Then only your PPDS will refer that information that you have maintained in Work Center. If you don't maintain it, you won't be seeing that information here. I showed you, right, few minutes back. There was nothing. It was just reading the standard available capacity data, which is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. next day. That is how the shift information was getting considered. But if you want that shift information that is maintained in S4 to be considered, you have to flag that external capacity checkbox so that it appears in the EPPDS capacity profile. I hope that is clear now.
Yes.
Okay. Any other doubt about this shift information?
So the nomenclature like external capacity, it is external means in from S4 HANA point of view, it is maintained externally outside.
From PPDS point of view, it's not in PPDS. So it is considered everything is external. This point of view, it's an external. I have maintained it in S4 master data.
Okay.
That is the reason. Yeah. Okay. If you have any doubts, let me know. Or else, now, since we are talking about the shift information, you can view the shift information in capacity profile, and you have something called capacity data. Here also the similar information is visible. But here, it is showing you the information of, now, this, if you're observing, why am I seeing two shifts, two different timings here? Because I do see that from 2nd of May, the shift information that I've maintained is being followed. But prior to that, it is just 8 to 8. Why?
Because valid from date was from 1st May.
You're absolutely right. The valid from date for this shift interval that we defined it in S4 was from 1st May. And 1st May is holiday, that is the reason it is not getting displayed. But from 2nd May, it is showing this information too. Okay. So basically, it is showing you all the capacity information. It basically shows you the information from 12th of February. The past information is also needed. And this is your current information. Okay. Is that clear now? So these are the locations where you can view the capacity information over here as well as in capacity profile. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove that external capacity and we'll be defining a shift in PPDS directly. we'll see what advantages it gives us.
So how come we manage the pool capacity?
Pool capacity. Okay. Pool capacity. I'm not sure. Do you see any reference over here? But definitely I can cover that question. Let's park that question right now, because if I'm talking about the pool capacity, we'll get diverted. I'll try to cover a labor, since pool capacity is majority times used for labor resources. So we'll definitely cover that in our upcoming sessions, because it will be a scenario specific thing in that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but definitely pool capacities are also considered in PPDS, and it is used for capacity calculation, just to highlight. Okay, so I'll remove that external capacity indicator. I just removed it. I saved this information. I need to go back from the screen. I need to re-enter. Now, do you see that this field got, capacity variant entry got enabled? Earlier it was disabled for entry, and now you will be seeing just the standard value information that you have maintained in the capacity header. Okay. If there's no shift information, the standard value or standard operating times that you mention in your capacity header gets visible, or that gets considered. If you want a particular shift, so it's not like you always need to have a shift. Without shift also you can carry out the execution, but you need to have the timings, right? From what time to what time my shift operates, or my day operates, or my machine operates within a day. That information is needed. Now, let's try to define a shift in PPDS. I'll go to capacity. Here, right now, there's no variant defined. You see definitions here. Now, you don't have to go inside a resource to define a shift. You can go back to the previous screen. Here also, you have an option of create and change definition. Here as well, you can go here and define a shift sequence. So this is the screen where you define a shift. Now, this is considered as a master data. If you remember a few minutes back, I just told you that when it comes to shift definition or defining the shift, we have two options in ECC and PPDS. The better advantage with PPDS is that it is part of master data. So the frequent changes can be adopted. You don't have to always create a TR, transport request, to capture those changes, which we have to do it in ECC or in S. So I'm going to define the shift sequence as shift underscore SEQ O1. Okay. Then for now, I'm just going to create a shift sequence. So I just created one sequence, shift underscore SEQ underscore 1. Okay. And I can define here, this is my shift, which can end on a non-working day. Okay. So I'm just trying to update the information that whether it has to respect the working days or non-working days or not. That is what I'm doing. And if it is required, so basically it can overlap or it can override your factory calendar. If you maintain this information, it will definitely override your factory calendar. Since you're working on a non-working day, since you're ending your shift on a non-working day, or since you're starting your shift on a non-working day, that means you're overriding your factory calendar. And factory calendar, Saturday was supposed to be your holiday, but still you're saying that I want to start a shift on Saturday. In that case, that will be respected. So this is how you can override your factory calendar. Okay. Now for the shift sequence 1, I'll have to define certain shifts, right? You see, I can define some shifts here. I can define several shifts here, approximately 9. So I will define shift 1, 2, 3. Let's define shifts first. So I'll define shift 1, for which I'm going to keep the same time. Okay, 6 to let's keep it different. Let's keep it this way, 8 to 16. If you want, I can put a break duration as well, but let's not keep it break duration so that we differentiate it. Then I will define shift 2, which will start from 16:00. Yeah, or else I can keep it as 24. And then shift 3 will start from 00 and will end at 8. So I just defined 3 shifts. Shift 3, shift 1, which is from 8 to 4, shift 2 from 4 to 12, and from 12 to 8, shift 3. Now let me update that information here. Underscore 1, shift underscore 2, shift underscore 3. Okay. Basically what it is saying, I think shift 3 is what it starts at. It says start of shift 3 is earlier than shift 2. I need to make some changes here. Let me remove for now. Instead of keeping it as 20, shift 3, shift 2, it's 24, keep it 20. It's going to be start of shift. So in that case, let's change the pattern, shift 1. Let me keep it 0, 0. That will also be good. Okay, shift _3. Right, then let's do shift 3 first, shift 1, and then shift 2. Yeah, now so there are things that you need to understand. It's a standard restriction given by SAP that it is allowed to extend, because if you remember, as per our shift pattern, what I've done, the last shift goes goes to the next day, because I start my third shift at 12 a.m. and I go to the next day. So I'm highlighting a shift for a day, correct? And because of my, as per standard SAP, only a third shift is allowed to go to the next day, not your second shift. And if you remember, I was trying to put my second shift in a way that it goes to the next day. But in this case now, only this shift goes to the next day. Shift 3 is on the same day. It starts on the 12. As soon as the 12 appears in the clock, the day changes. That means this is on the same day, this is on the same day. This is going to the next day because of 0, 0, right? Are you following what I'm saying?
Yes.
Correct?
It's like instead of starting at 8, we are starting 8 hours earlier from midnight.
Correct. And the reason is SAP won't allow you to maintain 1, 2, 3 that way, because it wants to make sure that only in shift 3, you are changing the date. That means you're starting in one shift and you're going into the next shift or next day. Your end time of the shift is on the next day, not on the same day. But with respect to first and 2, it has to be the same day. This is how I've configured it. Okay. Now I'll save this information. Okay. I'll go back. I'll go inside the resource now. I'm going to define the capacity variant. I will insert an interval. The capacity variant would be 1 from date. I'm going to select the same from date. It should be that 05 01 2025 12 31st 999. Shift sequence is what? Wait, I'll go to F4. This is a shift sequence that we created. First day. Okay. So this is how we created a shift sequence in Embedded PP-DS, ePP-DS. Okay. I'll save this information. This information got saved. Now, if I'll go back to the capacity profile, do you see the shift information now? My first shift starts in the night. Now my first shift pattern is a little different. It says that I start my shift at 12, I end my shift at 8, from 8 to 4, and 4 to 12 again. Because of this 24, system is allowing. Otherwise, this is how it is. And my production time is 8 hours. Capacity is 1. Utilization is 100. Now, is this information clear to you? What we just did? Whatever activity that we just did to define the shift information in PPDS, is this clear to you all? Or you have a doubt, any doubt?
It's fine with me.
How about the others?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you so much. Now, yep.
Can you go back to that?
Definitely.
So whenever it will be calculating. So let's say we have Wednesday and shift 3rd. So Wednesday will start with the shift 3 of Tuesday, right? In this case.
It is following according to your day. Now, if you'll see in previous screen, if your previous shift information, if you remember, my third shift was falling on the next day because my third shift was night shift.
Yeah.
Correct. It was crossing the day to the next day. But in this case, the way I have defined is that I start my first shift in the night shift. Correct. And that is the reason, if you'll observe on Monday as well, I'm going to start my shift in the night. See, Monday, 26th of May, I start my first shift at 12. It ends at 8. Second shift is 8 to 4, 4 to 12. Now, it's not like you have to do it. This is not a mandatory step. You can configure the other way as well. Let me show it to you. If you want to change your definition accordingly, what you can do, instead of this pattern, this time will be a crucial factor in that case. I'm just changing the time as 7 to now 13. I'm just changing the date, 13. And then, oh no, let's go with 7 to 15, 15 to 23, and 23 to 7. Okay. So I basically changed the definition in that way, shift sequence in that way, 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. Okay. Now, if you'll observe, in this case, only shift 3 will be responsible for changing the day. Correct? Shift 1 and 2 will be on the same day. Correct? So what I'll do, I'll come here. I'll change the pattern again now. Shift 2, then shift 3. If I'm going to save this information, go back. This way, going inside the resource. What do you see now? You're starting with the morning shift, not your night shift. Correct? You're starting your day with the morning shift, 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. So it's up to you the way you want to define, or it's up to the business how they have the shift information, and you need to configure it. Okay? Does that make sense? And the information that is getting displayed here is according to your factory calendar. That is the reason you won't see Saturday and Sunday. If you would have marked that Saturdays and Sundays are my working days, then it would have shown you that Saturdays and Sundays as well, 3 shifts are there. Is that clear? It is controlled over here as well. Non-work days, overrides factory calendar. You can control it through this selection. Am I making sense? I mean, are you guys able to understand what I'm doing?
Yes.
Now let's try to understand other options that we have in case of shift definition, especially in EPPDS. These options are not available in your S/4HANA. That is the reason I said earlier that it gives us some additional functionalities. Okay. Now here you can define a break as well. Break pattern. I'm just going to highlight the break. Just one can mention that my break for shift which starts from 7 to 11. I'm going to put the break as 10 to 10:30. Okay. So it calculated the break duration as 10. I'm going to just save this information. Okay. I'm going to select a break pattern for shift 1, which is because I just defined it for shift 1. My break duration falls within this shift only, correct? I'm not defining for all the other shifts. I just want you to visualize. And if there's a difference, then it will be easier for you to visualize. So every can come here. Now you'll be seeing only one break in my shift 1. Do you see that? Shift 1 on 15th of May starts from 7 to 10 and 10:30 to 3. That means there's a break of half an hour. And I've defined only for shift 1. That is the reason it is getting displayed only for shift 1. All right. Then I am going again inside the definition. I'm removing that break for now. Don't need a break. Or else let's keep the break. Let me define another break as, let's define break 2. Break. Just go to for another shift. I'm going to keep it as from, should be the time 6 to 6:30. 6. So is not visible for some reason yet. Define another. For night shift, I'm going to keep it as, let's keep it as 2 to 2:30. Okay. So I just define a break 1. I'm going to define it for break 2. I'm going to define it for break shift 3 break. So all these breaks I've defined. Let us just quickly go back and check how the capacity profile looks like. Did I save it? I did save it, right? Shift factors, shift 3, break 2, 2 to 2:30, 6 to 6:30. Oh, sorry, my bad. 6 to 6:30 should have been part of it, would be 18:30. That is how. So, capacity profile. Now it should appear everywhere, right? You see that. For shift 1 as well, 7 to 10, 10 to 10:30 is a break, 10:30 to 3, it's a normal operating time. Then again here as well, 3 to 6, then 6:30 to 11, again 11 to 2, 2 to 2:30 there's a break, and 2:30 to 7, normal operating hours. Okay, so we have defined the shift sequence, we have defined the break duration for that. Now, I just want you to understand, do you guys understand the meaning of this utilization rate? It's something that we maintain in S4 as well. You know what is this utilization rate?
Efficiency of the work center.
All right. Anyone else wants to try?
All the working time will be utilized.
Yes. So both of your statements are right. Efficiency of the machine. And somebody just mentioned that if whatever allocated time that we have from the resource, whatever the operating time that we have from the resource, are we going to utilize it completely? If it is 100%, let's assume initially I said that I mentioned that 8 hours was my production time because there was no break in between. So 8 hours per shift was my production time. And out of that 8 hours, if my utilization rate is 100%, that means I'm going to utilize that 8 hours for my production. That helps us, or that helps system in calculating how much product it can make within that 8 hours. Correct? That is used for your capacity calculation. That is the reason this utilization plays an important role. But at the times in a particular shift, okay, especially over the weekend, what happens in an industry that one of the skilled laborers are not available on that particular day, or you know that somebody is on leave, because of which the overall efficiency is going to get reduced, or there's a problem with the machine and there's a parallel activity. Machine is not broken down. Machine is not completely inactive. Machine is still operating, but the capacity has been reduced for a certain duration because some activity is going on due to some electricity, due to some other activity. My utilization rate has got changed. Then what do we do in such scenarios? That I just want to highlight that this is how it happens. Whenever there's a, let's assume, whenever there's circumstances or whenever there's a situation where a utilization rate drops, it's not just based on circumstances or situation, it is according to a shift as well. You can highlight that on Sundays and night shifts, usually my production rates are a little low. Even that's the common scenario, right? In that case, how are you supposed to manage it? So what do you do in definition itself? You define shift factors. Shift factor, what it does, basically, you define the shift factor. I'm going to mention my capacity unit with this shift factor is 90%. Okay. Now, if I'm using this shift factor, I have an option to use these shift factors in my shifts. My night shifts, because night shifts is little, I mean, people are not that active the way first shift and second shifts are. So usually with the night shift, your production rate drops. And that is the reason you want to give them a rest for 1 hour, let's say 1 or 2 hours. Or it's a percentage wise you want to give them. I'm just going to put shift factor. So I put the shift factor only with my shift 3, which is my night shift. Okay. I'm going to save this information. So what it does, basically, since you have put the shift factor as 90%, sorry, it shouldn't be 90%, my bad. I will put it somewhat around 30%, 30, or 90% is also fine. Let's keep it that way. So what it becomes, it will reduce your capacity in shift 3 to 90%. Sorry, I forgot to add one more point. I should have added the capacity 1 here, because still the capacity is 1. Now I'll go back here. You see that in my shift 1 and 2, my operating hours, try to concentrate on your production time as well. Since the utilization is 100%, before my break, my operating time is 3 hours. And after my break, within the same shift, my operating time is 4.5 hours. Correct? Out of those 3 years, I'm utilizing, if you compare out of the 3 years, I'm utilizing 3 years for the production. And after the break as well, what the 4.5 hours that I have, I'm utilizing it completely for production. But during the night shift, since it's a night shift, my usual production drops, because of which I'm still operating within the same duration. It's still 3 years. But out of those 3 years, I'm just utilizing 2.7 hours, which would be around I would say approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes. Correct? So you're giving that 20 minutes of leverage here, that it's okay. My operating time becomes 2.7 accordingly. I'm not going to be harsh on my production supervisors who are working in the night shift that you did not produce as per my target. Correct? Because the capacity itself, we are considering it as low. Okay. Even in the night, even the production time after my break, I have reduced it from 4.5 to 4.05. So it's approximately 4 hours, 10 minutes, something like that. It must be approximately around that. 4 hours. Okay. This is how we have calculated it. We are reducing the capacity with respect to the shift factors. Okay. Did you guys understand what is the use of shift factor?
Yes. Yes, Vishal.
Now, what else that we can do in case of shift definition? So if you'll explore the shift definition, there are a lot of things that you can do, especially with shift sequence as well.
You can define the day numbers. If you have a different shift patterns on every day, let's assume you highlight that every 12th day you follow a different shift pattern, or every third day you follow a different shift pattern. Now, third day can be anything. You cannot fix it like on Wednesday or Thursday. Since it's a third day, correct? Since it's a third day, you want to carry out a different shift. That means every third day you follow only 2 shifts. That how you can do it? Here, you have defined only day number 1. With the same shift sequence, what you can do, you can define day 2. And with day 2, you can define, let's go with day every second day, because day 3 will unnecessarily, I'm just going to add, there's no shift 3. Okay, I've just added a day 2. Okay, sorry, I didn't provide the name. I'll again define it. Shift sequence. I have to provide the same sequence number. Day number 2, shift 1 and shift 2. Only 2 shifts are applicable. You see that? Now I have 2 shift patterns. Within the same day, I mean, every second day, I won't have a night shift. That is the condition that I've given. So let's assume if I'm starting on Monday will have 3 shifts, Tuesday will have 2 shifts, Wednesday will have 3 shifts, Thursday will have 2 shifts. That's the pattern that I'm following. So this is how you can configure in the shift definition or shift sequencing. Now, if I'll go back to the capacity profile, do you see that on Monday, if I'm following, Monday has 2 shifts, Tuesday has 3 shifts, Wednesday has 2 shifts, Thursday has 3 shifts. So this is the kind of pattern that you can generate with the help of shift sequence in PPDS. You have to define the day number and accordingly you can create your logic. Is this clear? I don't need this day number for now, but is this clear to you all? That I can delete it.
Yes,
okay. So isn't it great that we can do all these activities with PPDS? Now, when it comes to S4 also these things are possible, but these are not that dynamic the way we can define it in PPDS. That is the reason PPDS is better when it comes to shift definition. But did you understand the difference? How better it is, or why it's better than S4 when it to define the shift sequence? No, guys?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now we are done with the shift data. Now we are going to look into one of the important screen of your PPDS, which you would be observing a lot of times. How to read that screen, how to go through or access that screen. That is an important thing that we are going to discuss, and that is SAP APO CDPL0, which is your detailed scheduling board. Whoever has not seen this screen might seem a little confusing. Please don't be confused with that screen. It's a chart screen which gives us the information. Does anyone know what is a DS board? Anyone has tried to access it before?
No.
Okay. So the detailed scheduling board, what information it carries? Let's start from the selection screen itself, or before selection screen itself, let's try to understand theoretically what detailed scheduling board does. So detailed scheduling board provides you the information of your orders, your resources, your products, and your stocks. These are the basic 3 information it provides. There are other informations as well it can provide, but it depends on your configuration, the way you have configured the screen. But try to understand the primary use of detailed scheduling board is to visualize your capacity, is to visualize the resource overload, is to see how the sequence, in what sequence my orders are scheduled. Okay, that means it will provide me the information of my availability times of the resource. It will provide me the information of my breakdown. It will provide me the information of receipts and supply that I have against my resource. So it's majority times it's resource driven. But having said that, it's not just resource driven. It will provide you the information of products as well as your stocks. But the primary focus of detailed scheduling board is your resource information. It's a key tool for your production scheduler. For a production planner, it may not be the ideal tool, but if the production planner is also responsible for production scheduling, then this is the key tool. Okay. Now here, I've selected certain things. First of all, overall profile. Let's just try to understand this overall profile in shorter way. I don't want you to, go deeper in this overall profile. It captures the information how your scheduling board should look like, what color patterns you are going to use, then what information it should display, what heuristic it should display. All this information is embedded in this overall profile. It carries
How many, has any one of you worked with capacity planning in PP, capacity planning, capacity labeling, evaluation of capacity in PP, CM05 transaction code, CM25, CM01, CM07?
Yes, what about that?
It's basically the same screen. If you have
Okay.
accessed CM25, it provides you the similar information. And over there as well, we have some profiles. If you remember, we defined certain profiles when it comes to capacity labeling, correct? When we try to access the capacity labeling screen, we have to use certain profiles, and that profile helps us to display the layout of the screens in a way that we want. You can have your own colors, you can have your own patterns, you can have the information that you want to see. Because as per standard, the information that is getting displayed may not be sufficient for you. So in that case, you can configure such things, you can do some changes. So that is the reason I'm not going deeper into this. Just try to understand it carries a lot of information within it related to detail scheduling, board, screen layout, information that is getting displayed, heuristics that you can use, etc. Okay, then planning version. As I mentioned, every data or every scheme that you try to access in PPDS has to have a planning. Then you need to put the time profile. Time profile basically helps us to identify. See, we are going to see an information for a resource or for a product or for an order. It is asking what is the duration for which you want me to display the screen. So I've just selected the selection criteria as -2 to 3 months. That means from 3 to the -2 months, that is 60 days, and plus 90 months. That is of total overall 5 months of duration I want to see. You can see the date it has calculated automatically. From 1st of March to 31st of August, the information will be displayed. And there are 2 periods: display information, and the another one is planning information. So like I said, with this screen, you can do a lot of activities. You can carry out planning, you can carry out scheduling. So if you carry out planning, the planning will be applicable. The planning period will be this much, which is your 5 months of period. If you do some activities, but if you want to restrict it, you can restrict it as well. You can restrict it for 1 or 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You can have your own time profile, or you can change it manually as well. That I don't want to do it for this one. I'll just keep it as 6. That is still 31st of June or 30th of June. You can do that as well. Those manual changes are totally possible. Okay, here I'm giving the selection criteria as my resource and my location, which is 1010. Now I'll execute it. Initially, it might sound a little different or might seem a little different. Now, this is how the screen is getting displayed. This information, we call it. Let's try to understand the screen first, what information it shows. The left side section, we usually call it as a shuffler. You can have, now, since we have selected one resource, we have used resource as a selection criteria. It is giving me that information, this resource is selected, and that is the reason it is active. Okay, I want to hide this shuffler. We call it this shuffler, so I can click on this button, shuffler. If I click again on that, okay, I can get it back. I'm hiding this screen now. Now we have a refresh button here. We have an undo button. We have a hide and display shuffler. We have extended selection. Now we have used the selection criteria as resource. If you want to change a selection, you can do that as well over here in the screen. We have plan monitor. Let's talk about plan monitor and these other feeds later on. But let's come to this this below screen. We have some options here. Zoom in and zoom out options are there. We have an option. I'll talk about this option as well. Select all, deselect all. All these basic options are there. I'll talk about the rest of the options as well when we start the actual scheduling. Don't worry, don't get confused. Let's try to keep the things minimum at the moment. So this is your resource. This is your resource description. And this is the timeline of your resource. Okay, I'm seeing 15th of May, 16th of May. I can go ahead till 31st of August. As I told you that this information is available for your capacity. Now, if you'll observe 14th of May, this red dotted line, do you see that? Let me zoom in a little bit. I've expanded, right? Do you see this dotted line? What it says that this is your current time. It's 3:52.
It is according to the time zone that is updated here. I don't know what time zone it is following. You can change the time zone as well. Let me change the time zone to India. See, in India right now it's 9:50, correct? And that is the time it is displaying right now. I think the time is not properly configured. It shows 9:21 India time, which is weird. Okay, but it is closer to time zone. Okay, the time zones are not properly configured any which ways. But this is going to show you your current time zone. It is going to move ahead as per every second, every minute passes. Okay, and this is your date information. This is your hour information. Like I said, it's 9:21 as per the DS detailed scheduling board. How do I know it's 9:21? Now, if you'll see at the bottom of your screen, you're able to see where my cursor is. It is giving you the position of the cursor with respect to the time, date and time. It is 14 right above my. Where do you see a T code? Right above that, it shows you the information of date and time.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you observe it? If I'll move
Yes.
it here and there, it is going to get changed. The time is going to get changed, correct? So it provides you this information. This is your resource. This is your hours. This is your days. Now, you must be wondering this. There's so much space over here. Blank space. There's nothing in it. What information it carries? Let me go to the current time. I don't want to stay in past. Let's go for 15. Because past is usually we are not going to look much into the past. So here, what information it displays? There's a space, then there's this gray period, there's a space, then there's a gray period. Can anyone try to answer what is this gray period? Just think about it. What would be this gray period?
Work center loop. Sorry.
This is
Yes.
Saturday and Sunday. No.
Break duration.
You're absolutely
Break.
right. This is your break duration. If you'll observe, the duration is only 30 minutes. We have defined our break durations in such a way that it is only applicable for 30 minutes, correct? So this is your break duration. So the gray period represents break durations are also called as non-working times because within that 30 minutes, there's no activity that should take place. That is also called as your non-working time. So this open space, white space that you see is your operating time. And this break period is your non-working time. If I'll go ahead, as soon as my weekend starts, a big gray period comes. It starts at approximately 10:30 on 17th. It ends 10:30 on 19th. Okay. So this is how your non-working time, which is your weekend, is getting displayed. So ideally, you should not have any orders over here, or your orders will not show any production during this time that you have. Okay, so this is the basic information that you carry. This is something that we usually call it as a resource chart. And the primary purpose of DS board or detailed scheduling board, whenever I say DS board, just keep in mind that I'm talking about the detailed scheduling board. We usually refer it as a DS board. Okay, the resource chart carries the information of your capacity. How much capacity do you have? Is there any overload? How exactly it has been sequenced? Does it go through your non-working time, or how you are utilizing your overall capacity? All this basically capacity information will be visible in your resource chart. Okay, then we have something called product chart. Now there is no product that is getting displayed. Why? Because I don't have a order for any product. If I will create an order, automatically a product will appear over here, a product with product description. And similarly, it shows me with respect to my capacity, how these products are planned in terms of blocks. All the information that is going to get displayed in this resource chart will be displayed in terms of blocks. We usually call this chart as a Gantt chart. Okay. This chart is called as a Gantt chart. It provides you the information in terms of blocks or bars, horizontal blocks, horizontal bars. That means I will have a block like this. This will be my one block. If you see this red dotted line, this will be my one block. That will be my one order. If there's an open space like here, if I'm creating any order,
order will be represented by this method, this block. Within this block, what information I will be seeing? I will be seeing the information related to my order number, my product, and my operation. I don't think product is visible. Order number and operation are the only two things that are visible. Product is visible over here. Okay. I'm not going detail into the DS board, all the DS board functionalities, because that will confuse you at the moment. Let's keep it basics so that you're not getting confused. And the last chart, there are three charts that are getting displayed: resource chart, product chart, and product stock. It provides you the graphical, the way it shows the information in terms of graphs, where your stock is going. Is it going upwards? Is it going downwards? Is it going over above your threshold limit, or it is below your threshold limit? All this information is displayed in your detailed scheduling board. Okay. So if I'll ask you now, what does resource chart does, or what does resource chart shows?
Available capacities versus the orders.
Yes, available capacity with consumed capacity with respect to your order. What does product chart shows? It shows you the information of the products that you have on that resource. Let's assume I'm using assembly line 1 for multiple products. Then it will show you, along with your planned date or planned time, it will show you the information of your products over here in terms of blocks only. It will not show you with different layout. Now, let's assume at 7 p.m. I start one order, the production of car, and it gets completed at 11 o'clock, right? That means my block will start from 7 here and it will end it by 11. That means how much capacity I am going to consume? 4 hours. 4 hours. That is how the block represents. Within that duration, how much capacity you're trying to consume, it will show you that. Let's create one order. How do I create an order in DS board? DS board is quite dynamic. You can go to any screen of the PPDS. You can go to any screen of PPDS from DS board itself, detailed scheduling board. If I want to go inside the resource master or resource data, I will double click on this. It'll take me to the resource. I have lots and lots of options over here. Okay. I can create an order directly here itself. How? Let's assume I have an option here. Create order. Okay. You see that information? Create order. I'm going to put the product as car. Okay. Requirement quantity. I'm going to put it as 400. Let's keep it 300 each. Started. I'm not going to put it. I'm just going to put the end time as 15th of, or available date should be 15th of May, and timing should be, let's go for 11 a.m. The timing that okay, well, execute. Okay, it created an order. Correct. Do you see that in-house production? This is the temporary order number created successfully. Okay. Now, if you see, the timings are a little different right now because of the time zone stuff and the time zone that we are selecting. But what you can do you see this order number now? Let me save this information. This is not yet saved. I'm going to save it. It will now, please observe the order number. It is what the order number is, 1, then few zeros, correct? If I click on this order number will most likely get changed. According to the config though, I'm adopting the changes. That means I am updating the changes. The order number got changed. You see that? Now it became 2991. So how it works basically, see, whenever you're creating an order in PPDS, usually in PPDS and in S4, you want to keep your order information in sync. That means whatever order number is getting displayed in ECC or S4 should be the same order number in PPDS, correct? There should not be any differentiation when it comes to numbers, at least. There should not be any difference when it comes to order numbers. So what happens whenever you create an order in PPDS, it uses a temporary number range that we have configured in the system. And then what it does, since the triggering point, try to understand the triggering point here. If we are creating an order in S4, we already have the S4 specific number range in S4, right?
we configure that order number range for plan orders. And that number range is pushed directly to or send. That information is a shared information here. Let me put it this way. I have an Excel open. Let me put it this way. How exactly it works. Even though they are in same box, create a bigger box. Okay. Then you have a one box here, PPDS. I'm going to keep it smaller. Then you have a bigger box here, which is HANA. So how exactly it happens? Information is shared information, right? As we discussed earlier, see, when I create an order, a plan order number, let's assume 1, 2, 3, plan order 1, 2, 3. That information is triggered in S4 side. Everything is S4. This is ePPDS, and I'm still calling it as S4. When the plan order gets generated in S4, it sends this information to PPDS that I have created this plan order 1, 2, 3. Okay, but it's very straightforward. There's no another communication that comes from PPDS to S4. But when you create a plan order in PPDS, I'm going to go with 100. It uses this 100 number for a temporary purpose. Because information is not yet saved, and as soon as you save this information, what it does, okay, it sends this information to S4 HANA. S4 HANA reads that information. Okay, there's a plan order that got generated in PPDS. Now use my number range. Don't use your number range. Then it will give it a new number range. So what was the last number? 1, 2, 3. It will create another order with 1, 2, 4. And this order number will get updated later on as soon as you save it to 1, 2, 4. After saving this information, the transfer of data takes place. If you don't save it, it won't take place. But the temporary number range will get displayed for some time. If you save that, it sets that information. I have generated a plan order. What should I do? S4 HANA will tell the PPDS that don't use your number range, use my number range. My last number was used as 1, 2, 3. Now use 1, 2, 4. It sends that information to PPDS. PPDS updates that information by changing the order number. Does this make sense?
Yes. So the information is also available in stock requirement list once it is created in PPDS.
This is to keep that both the information or both the data that you're seeing are in synchronization. There's no mismatch between the data. Because if there's a mismatch, nothing would go ahead, right? There should not be any discrepancies between these two systems. But whatever I'm trying to highlight, is this clear to you all? Why these order number where it was 1 and there were a few zeros, then it got changed to 2991?
Yeah, so PPDS ये कर रहे हैं. Advanced PP.
Sorry?
Hello?
I have put him on mute.
Me? Am I talking rubbish? All right.
Sorry. Vishal?
Sorry, I don't know, for some reason.
No. So, I thought it is Vaibhav, so I can mark you as a mute. Sorry, yaar.
Okay, no worries. Just kidding. Okay, so if you can see that, did you understand the reason behind the change of order number?
Yes. Okay.
So we have to understand why these minute things takes place, because these are very basic things. So my experience is that if your basics are clear, the advanced functionalities you will learn very quickly. But this basic stuff, why a minute change takes place, why there's a small change, how do you understand it, why it happens? So we need to understand that. Okay, so I just created this order now, and it starts somewhat around, if I'll put a cursor at the beginning of this order, it says that, what is the timing that it says, at what time it starts? It starts approximately 9:20 or 9:26. Yes? Do you see in the bottom?
Yes.
Right? And at what time it ends? It ends approximately 2:30. Correct? That information is also available within an order. I've selected this order. That is the reason it turned into a green color, a highlighted green. If I'll go inside this order, by the way, I told you, right, what information it shows? It shows the information of your operation number and your order number. 10 is my operation number, 2991 is my order number. And the same box got created in the bottom in the product chart. What information does it shows? It shows my order number and my product number. Now, this is not a fixed information. You can influence this screen in a way you want it. There are a lot of things that you can enable that will get displayed in this screen. You can have your product number, you can have a product description, you can have
There's a lot of options available or given by SAP. We are going to cover that, but not in our upcoming sessions when we are well versed with the DS board. At that time, I'll explain you how to configure the detailed scheduling board and how you can change the layout as well. Okay. So it basically shows you the information of your operation and order number. If I'll double click on this box, it shows me the operational detail. This is my order number. This is my operation. This is the basic description. And what is my operation start time and end time? It's going to be information. So if I'll just click next, see operation start time is 9:23 on 15th itself. Correct. On 15th of May, yeah. On 15th of May, my order starts at 9:23. On 15th of May, it ends at 2:30. That is the information that I have here. I have the information of my resource that is being used, basic information. It also shows the same information is also getting displayed in the bottom of the screen. You have the product relevant information, what raw materials I will need, or what are the components that I'm going to use to manufacture this. Okay, and there's a relationships. We'll talk about relationships later on, but try to understand the basic data that is getting displayed. This resource information, this is your operation information, and this is your product information. The way we have it, I mean, whenever we have a production order or process order, we have component overview and we have an operation overview. So basically, this is your operation overview, and when you go to product, this is your component overview. Since you're producing 300 quantities of car, how many quantities of batteries you will need, how many quantities of tires, car body, and engine you would need. That is the information it is showing you. Is it making sense, guys? Are you all understanding what information it shows? What are the things, basic things that you can do in DS board?
Yes, teacher.
Now, one of the important use of DS board that I'm going to show it to you right now is that if you're not satisfied, okay, see, I do see that I'm utilizing my break. Now, within this 30 minutes, are you going to do any activity? Because this is my break. Why my order goes over through a break? I won't be doing anything in this period. Correct? You see that now there's a break here. Now, in that case, what you can do, can select this order and you can drag and drop it somewhere, wherever you want it. Let's assume, okay, I don't want to use the break, but just I want to highlight or I want to show you, just if someone can calculate the number of hours that it is taking. It is taking how many hours? Approximately, let's assume 9:30, 10:31, 5 hours approximately it is taking, correct? Isn't it? It is taking approximately 5 hours for production. Here is 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, correct? But don't you think it is this 30 minutes, which is my non-working time, is also getting considered? Ideally, I should be able to finish my production somewhat around 4.5 hours. Because of that 30 minutes, the order duration got extended. This 30 minutes was consumed because in this 30 minutes, I was not able to produce. Within this time, from 1:30 to 2 o'clock, I'm not producing anything. That is the reason I'm finishing my order at 2:30. If there was no break, what would have happened? I would have finished my order by 2 itself. Correct? You're consuming this half an hour because you have spent that half an hour or you have kept your machine inactive for that half an hour. Are you guys following what I'm saying?
Yes.
So what I'll do, I'll just select and I'll drag a little here. You will see the overall duration. Right now it is approximately 5 hours will get reduced. Now, just observe it. It started somewhat around 7:30, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, but it ended way before that. It is not even 12:30. If you'll observe the time, if you'll compare the time, it is 7:30 to 12:17. It is not taking the exact 5 hours that it was taking earlier to produce that 300 quantities. Because what happened now, there is no break in between. So there's no need to extend your order. So what happens when it comes to PPDS? Whenever your order goes through a non-working time. So if the non-working time was of 30 minutes, it will extend your order by that duration because you're not utilizing that time. And that is the reason it will push your order by 30 minutes ahead. The end time will get pushed by 30 minutes. let's talk about a general scenario. I'm not 100% sure if you guys understood or not. If I'm producing something, I need 3 years to produce that, and all of a sudden there's a breakdown in between. So approximately earlier I was supposed to produce it in 3 years. Because of that break time, I will need break time is of 30 minutes. I will need 3.5 hours to complete the production, because I'll be going away for lunch. I'll be going outside for a lunch. Correct? The 30 minutes I'm pushing that order ahead. My end time is going to get changed because of my lunch time. Correct? The same thing SAP does. If it goes to that duration, it will extend that order by that non-working duration. Are you guys clear?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is what happens. So in this case, there's another thing that I want to show you. What if I push this order to non-working day itself? What happens? Yeah. Let me drag it to the non-working time. I can drag it to any day.
We'll consider, I think, after day of the next
it is
working
just
day.
going to, yes. Even if it gets started before non-working time, it will end as per because to produce 300 quantities, you're still going to need the same time, correct? The only difference would be the end time and start time will change. But the time actually you need for production will remain still the same. Okay, this is my non-working time. I'm going to put my order here. Okay, see, after putting the order here, you don't have to count the non-working time now. You just have to count the actual operating hours. So it is 8:30 to approximately how much it is 10:30. Correct? 2 hours were consumed before non-working time, and then if I'll go ahead here, 10:30. This ends at approximately at 10:30. Okay, 3 hours, 4 hours, and 4.5 somewhat. I mean, some extra minutes it's taking, but it's still the same time. Your production time remains as is, but your order gets displayed over this non-working time. The reason being, you started this order before your weekend and you did not complete it. You just left it as it is and you continued the production after the weekend on Monday when your first shift started. That is how it gets represented. So don't get confused that why my order is displayed across the non-working time. It shows you that there's one order that you're producing, but you left the production when your shift got over on the weekend or before the weekend starts. You continued the production on Monday after resuming your working day. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll again push it here somewhere in the order. Now, another information that I want to show you, I just pushed it back. Yeah, here, right now, I'm seeing the weekly information. Correct? I can have I just right click over here. You can have different information. Like if I go to daily, I'll be seeing, sorry, this is a daily screen. If I go to weekly, I'll be seeing week-wise information. You see that a lot of weeks are appearing over here. Yeah, I can go to monthly view. I can change my view the way I want it. I can go to quarterly view as well. Okay. I want to go to hourly view as well. Let me go to daily view first. Let me go to the date that we were accessing. I can go to hourly view where it shows information. This is your order. Now I'll be pretty much accurate at what time it starts. It starts at 2:25. Yes. The order starts at 2:25. Yeah, approximately 2:25, 24:58. That is what it says. Yes. There are different views that you can utilize. I'll go back to the daily view that we were accessing earlier. These are the basic uses of detailed scheduling board. We'll be accessing this screen a lot for a lot of other functionalities. So I want you to get familiarized with the screen. If you have an access, try to explore the screen. What options do we have? I'm still not yet finished with this screen because there are a lot of factors that you need to understand. And along with that, I want to show you, okay, if this is clear, by the way, do you have any? Yes,
Not a doubt. Actually, I wanted to highlight one thing. Wherever there is a difference between, I think it's a CM25 screen, right? Mostly. that we are seeing out. So if there, similar, right? No difference, or whenever the difference, can you highlight?
With the help of CM25?
No, I'm saying that is there a difference between the CM25 and this screen till now? I think maybe there are some.
There's a lot of difference. There are a lot of differences. Yes.
Till now also?
No, so far whatever we have discussed, there isn't much difference, but functionality wise,
definitely.
Yes.
So whenever there is a difference come, can you please just highlight it? We don't need to see it. You can just highlight that there's a different.
Sure, definitely. I'll highlight the CM25 screen with respect to this as well. But like I said, our primary focus is to understand what this screen first of all provides. CM25 is very basic. We have to do, we can do just deallocation and rescaling of the order. In CM25, we can do the manual drag and drop as well. But apart from that, this screen provides a lot of other additional functionalities. But I'll try to highlight as many as possible.
One difference which I show is the product chart. In CM25, we could not see all the components, but here we could see all the components.
Here you could see the components. Yes. Yeah. See, CM25 is something that I feel that after few years, you won't be accessing it at all. If there's an industry which is using it, since S4HANA is PPDS is available in S4HANA, majority of the industries are moving towards PPDS, which is available in the same environment if they are using. So definitely we will cover basic stuff of CM25 as well. Yeah, this will be much more helpful for you to understand.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What happens to existing APO PP-DS landscapes when migrating to S4HANA with embedded PP-DS? Option A, they are automatically converted. Option B, they must be completely rebuilt. Option C, they can be migrated using standard SAP tools. Option D, they become incompatible and must be replaced. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at planning production? Our PPDS course is made just for you. You can learn it at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about PPDS. It helps plan what to make, when to make it, and how to meet customer needs on time. Our course covers both ECC and S4HANA. From simple setups to expert tips, we explain it all in easy steps. Your trainers are experts who've used PPDS for years. They're here to help and answer your doubts along the way. And guess what? Many students have taken this course and love the way it's taught. People just like you found this course very useful for their job and career growth. Best part, it's super affordable. You get high-value learning without spending too much money. Ready to master PPDS with SAP? Join us today. And to know more, visit ZaranTech's website now.
We'll try to cover some of the scenarios. Some basic scenarios. We are not going in any advanced scenarios, but I'll try to explain you how a heuristic works, what is the purpose of heuristic, how exactly it creates a supply against a heuristic. Okay, how many of you are well versed with the planning strategies in the production planning module? I hope all of you. I need yes or no, guys, so that I can go ahead.
Yes, make to stock, make to order strategy.
Make to stock, make to order strategies. You are all well versed with it. So let's assume our main product that we have been using for testing, that the strategy that we have used is strategy 40, correct? Which is planning with final assembly. And as I mentioned, or as I discussed with you earlier, that if there's a planning strategy, maintained it in MRP3 view, you have to have a strategy in advanced planning view if the product is getting planned in embedded PP-DS, correct? And that strategy gets populated automatically for strategy 40 and for strategy 10. Okay. For strategy 10 and strategy 40, the planning strategy or proposed strategy in advanced planning tab gets populated automatically because it has the same description. 10 is a make to stock in case of MRP3, and 10 is make to stock in case of advanced planning. You can see that 10 is also a make to stock here. And 40 is planning with final assembly. Therefore, 20 is also the planning with final assembly. But there are these other strategies which we would discuss as on need basis, but there are two primarily used strategies, 40 and 10 in case of advanced planning. Similarly, 10 and 40 in case of MRP3. 10 and, okay. 10 and 20 in advanced planning if I've spoken incorrectly. 10 and 20 in advanced planning and 10 and 14 in case of MRP3. Okay. So we have not maintained any product heuristic. Correct? Have we maintained any product heuristic? No. So I have created a forecast. I'm going to show you the MD0 forecast. Okay. What happens if you don't maintain the planning strategy in advanced planning plan? And what are the problems what are the usual problems that you might face? Let me show you that as well. I have maintained already few demands a few days back, so I'll show you those demands. You see that there are a few demands I've created, and it's on weekly basis on 26th, 2nd of June, 10th of June, and 16th of June. I've created some plan independent requirements, correct? With the type VSF, because with strategy 40, I have to use independent requirement as VSF. Okay. Are you guys clear till this point? Is there any one of you who is confused with the term called VSF? Why it's VSF? No. Okay. Thank you. And you know this planning, this plan order that we created? We created this plan order in the planning board or the detailed scheduling board manually, right? So that plan order is also getting visible. Now, one of the key points that I want you to understand, what if there's no advanced planning? What I'll do, I'll quickly delete this independent requirement. Before deleting that, I'll show you how the independent requirements are displayed in your advanced planning or in your product view. I guess a couple of days back, I showed you this screen called product view. Product view is very similar to your stock requirement list in S4. This is a product view where against every product, you will be able to see how many demands that you have, how many supply that you have, because everything in PPDS or in PP goes through demand and supply. If you have a demand, then only your MRP will create a supply against that demand. Correct? So I'm going to put my product details like a name and location. I'll go inside this. I'm seeing the forecast requirement here. There's a forecast requirement. This is the plan order that I created. Okay. And there are 4 forecast requirements with the same requirement date. Here it shows you available date. I want you to understand the screen properly. You guys must be aware about the MD04. This is very similar to that. There are a few additional things that are getting displayed here, which I want you to understand. First of all, this is your requirement date. If it's a demand, then this will be your requirement date. If it's a supply, then this will be your available date. This is your requirement time. This is your requirement category, which is a forecasted requirement. We can call it as a plan independent requirement as well. This is your requirement. This is your confirmed requirement. This is according to your available stock or available quantity. It consolidates eventually what is your total demand or what is your total supply after considering the supply. We have the available quantity in MD04 as well. The same functionality applies over here, that after considering this 300 quantity that I would be receiving it on 15th of June, 15th of May, then how much available stock I would be having if there's no additional supply. Then by the end of 16th of June, I will be having minus 12,700 stock. That's what it is showing. And this is against each demand. It is showing me what would be my surplus and what would be my shortage. Right now, there is no supply. Only for this one, since there will be a supply of 300 quantities, it is showing us that the shortage would be of 2,700 quantities. For rest of the quantities, there's no supply. That is the reason it is showing the demand as is, that for this particular demand, I will have a shortage of 3,200. For this particular demand, I'll have a shortage of 4,000, since there is no supply. Okay. And can anyone tell me why this PP firm? All of you know what is the meaning of PP firm, or what is the firming of an order? Does anyone know? Yeah? Okay.
No.
All right. So whenever you create a plan order in your ECC or in your S4 in production planning, what transaction code that you use? You either generate a plan order through MRP run, or you create it manually. You create it manually through MD11, correct? Whenever you create a plan order manually, it automatically gets a firming indicator activated. If you'll observe the MD04 screen, you must have seen this asterisk mark or star mark in your, whichever project you are part of, whichever client that you're handling, you must have seen this asterisk mark. This asterisk mark represents that this is a plan order which is created manually, or there were some changes that were done manually in it. Because of that, this plan order is not going to get changed by your MRP. That is what this asterisk mark. If I'll go inside this plan order as well, you will be able to see a forming checkbox. You see forming plan order checkbox. This checkbox gets activated. That means this order was created manually, or there were some changes that were done in this order manually. If you do any manual changes in this order, it gets, let's assume MRP generated few plan orders. 10 plan orders were generated by MRP. Out of those 10 plan orders, what you do, you change 2 of the order quantities. MRP proposed some quantities. You're going to change some quantities in it. Let's assume you feel that, okay, the quantity proposed by MRP for 2 plan orders are not sufficient. You want to increase the quantity. So you go inside that order, you manually change that quantity. In that case, what happens? Out of those 10 plan orders, 2 orders become firmed orders. And what happens? Later on, if you carry out MRP again, the 8 plan orders which are not firmed are most likely they are going to get changed. But the 2 plan orders, since they have an advanced planning flag, or this advanced planning flag, since they have a firming indicator activated, they will not get changed. Okay, they won't get changed at all. Okay, does this make sense, or what is the use of firming indicator? How it gets activated you can activate it manually, or it can get activated automatically according to the changes that you do. Is this clear? Okay. Similarly, when it comes to PPDS, I created this order, but I created this order manually. That is the reason you see this F, means it's firmed order. And you see this firming checkbox, PP form. Okay. In PPDS, in case of MRP, we just have a quantity firming, quantity and date firming. That means MRP is not going to touch it. Quantity cannot be changed. Similarly, in PPDS, we have different type of firmings or different type of fixing. Firming is basically fixing something. You are fixing the quantity. It is not going to get changed by an automatic tool like MRP. Correct? But in case of PPDS, we have some additional firming and fixing indicators that we will discuss it later on. Okay. Indicator is the indicator that you use to convert a plan order into a production order or a process order. Okay. And the ATP status. Does all of you aware about the ATP? What is the meaning of what is the meaning of ATP?
Available to promise.
Yes. How exactly it functions? Anyone knows about it when it comes to plan order or a production order?
So based on the type of the scheduling, it will get calculated the date of availability of that product, and it will propose the available date, so which is available to promise date.
Available to promise date. The logic is the logic that you explained is absolutely right. But for which product it is applicable? Now what happens? Whenever you convert a plan order to a production order, at that time, as per standard SAP PP configuration, it triggers the ATP automatically. Or else at the plan order level itself, if I go inside the change mode, you see this check ATP, I can trigger it manually as well. So in that case, it checks whether according to my requirement date, because this plan order will have some requirements. If I'll go inside the plan order, I see a requirements list here. Correct? I need this product. Now try to understand a simple basic term here. I don't have my production time is very less. If you can see that I start my order at 5:53 on 15th itself, and I end my order, will be in the order. Let's go inside the order. Oh yeah, I will be ending my order at, in the morning 5:53, I start my order and I end my order at on the same day at 11 a.m. So approximately I take 5 to 6 hours to produce this quantity. Correct? This 300 quantities, I'm just taking 6 hours approximately. Now, by this logic, on which day I should get my raw material? if I'm starting my production 15th of May, what is the date on which I should get the raw materials to start the production?
So it should reduce the in-house manufacturing time, and before that it should get the raw material.
So basically, if you're starting your production at 15 May 5:53, so basically before you start, the moment that you start your production, you need the raw materials with you, correct? Or you need the semi-finished products with you. That's how the requirement date gets calculated. If I'll come here, you see that for all the products, let it be engine, car body, tires, battery, it shows you the requirement date and the requirement time. Requirement time is the time that at which you start your production, because as soon as you start the production, you need these assembly items or raw materials to complete the production or to carry out the production. Correct? Are you guys following?
Yes.
All right. So
Yes.
okay. So with this case, what happens whenever you carry out the availability check at the plan order level or at the production order level, it identifies, okay, I need 300 quantities of engine. Do I have the engine available, or will I get the engine at this time? The requirement, as per this requirement date and requirement time, will I get the product? If yes, it will show you that the engine will be available. You have to get it before this time. Okay, as long as, because there's a demand for engine product now, the demand has been created for 300 items, 300 quantities. Correct? It's a demand that flows from your finished product to your lower assemblies to your raw materials. From top to down, it creates a demand because there's a plan created at the FG level. Because of that, it creates a dependent demand at your sub-assemblies, assembly levels. And that is how, whenever you create a supply against that assembly and sub-assembly, it identifies when my raw material and when my semi-finished product will be available. And that's how the ATP check takes place at the sub-assembly level. It identifies whether my required component or required raw material will be available as per my requirement date or not. If yes, it shows that all materials will be available. If no, it gives you a pop-up that all the metals are not available. These are the metals which will be missed or which are not available as per the requirement date. And according to that, it generates the status over here gets changed. Checked and all the metals are available. If it is not available, then it says that checked and missing parts identified. Something like that, the status appears over here. That's how your ATP status against your plan order or production order gets displayed. Okay. And then the important thing that here is a order priority. We are not going inside the order priority right now. We'll discuss it later on. But then we have some basic information such as start time and start date. Then we have the category long text against order unit of measure. Here, I need you to understand one of the important things that here we have a column called destination/source. What it does basically, it shows you that if you are producing something, you're producing for what plant? This is your source plant, correct? So for this plant I'm producing, it's my producing. This is the plant where whenever I'm supplying it, I'll be sourcing it, right? And this is where I need to source it. It's basically the same plant. I'm not manufacturing for some external plant. You will be able to use this column a lot especially for your subcontracting scenarios. Whenever we would be discussing about the subcontracting scenarios, I'll explain you again, but please keep this in your mind that there is a column called destination/source, which shows from which plant the material is moving and to which plant it is going. Basically, the demand is from which plant, the supply is from which plant. That information it shows. Here it shows that the demand is from 1010 plant and the supply is also in the same plant. So there's no need to supply this quantity to some other plant. I remember on our day 1 or day 2, somebody asked a question that for their supply chain, they have a distribution center from which the demand comes to the manufacturing unit or to a production unit. In that case as well, this information would be visible. So it's not just applicable for subcontracting. If you have a scenario where there are 2 different plants are involved, where one plant is responsible just to receive the demand and pass on pass on the demand from that plant to the manufacturing unit, in that case as well, this column would be useful. Okay, does that make sense, guys?
Yes, Vishal. So is this something related to planning in one plant and production in another
You're
plant?
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That information would be visible here. If you have that scenario that you're planning in one plant, you're pushing the demand from that plant to the production unit, in that case as well, you will be able to see from which plant this demand is coming. And whenever you produce something, then it will show you that you are supplying this quantity to that plant. Okay, and then it shows you the information of the resource that is being used to manufacture or for the supply. Then we have an APO application. It's basically category, which shows that this is your plan out and this is your requirement. And then the projected stock. If you have a safety stock, then that information would be visible here. If you have a target stock that you have set up in your material master, then that would also be visible here. And there are several other fields that are not yet visible that we will discuss whenever we use those functionalities. But for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this plan order. I can delete the plan order here. I just went inside the change mode. I have an option to delete the plan order. Okay.
Vishal, I had a doubt. Like,
Yes, please.
what is the difference between these quantities, required and confirm?
Required and confirm. Okay, I don't save that information. So let's go back and come again. You see the plan order, correct?
Yeah.
Against your requirement, system is trying to identify if there's an existing supply available. Right now, there's no stock available. So it just says that for this demand, I don't have something that I can confirm at the moment. Correct? That's the reason it's matching with your demand. All right.
Okay.
So it's basically showing you the demand as equals to your confirmed quantity.
So is this influenced by ATP again? If there is stock?
I mean, if there's a ATP will take place against your supply, not against your forecasted demand. See, ATP takes place at different levels. It takes place at your demand only if it's a sales order demand, not against your forecasted demand. Okay. If it's a plan order, then in that case, ATP takes place, but it won't update this information because for a plan order or production order, you carry out the ATP check just to identify the components if they're available or not. But when it comes to sales order, you carry out the ATP just to identify the FG, the finished product that you are going to sell to the customer will be available as per the customer requirement date or not. Okay. We are going to discuss those scenarios. We have one or two topics related to it. So please bear with me for a few days and then we'll definitely cover that topic.
Okay.
All right. So I'll go inside the change mode again. I'm going to select this. Yes.
Vishal, can you go to the right place here itself? It's only showing one resource. Is it like if you add another resource, it will just create another line? Or like it will be...
No. If you have multiple resources, in that case as well, it is going to show you, it's not operation overview. We are looking at the order level. Okay. Right now, there's only one resource. That is the reason it is showing you the resource information. If you would have different resources, you won't get that information here. The multiple resources won't be visible. It's not an operational data. All right. I'm going to delete this order. Now, what I've done, I have not maintained any product heuristic, if you remember. Correct? In the material master, if I'll go inside the material master from here, let me just refresh the screen. If I'll go inside the material master, I have not maintained any product heuristic. Now, before product heuristic, as I mentioned earlier, I have created this demand. These demands are available over here. What if I don't maintain this proposed strategy? What is going to happen? What will happen? The focus that you create in your S4 won't get moved to PPDS. It will get stuck in a queue. And you need to, as I said earlier, this is embedded PP-DS. Here, you don't transfer it through an integration model. This data gets moved to the PPDS environment in real time as soon as you maintain it. As soon as you create a plant independent requirement, it should be visible in your PPDS system. Okay. What are the basic stuff that you need to keep in your mind when that happens? Let me quickly do that and show it to you.
Vishal, in the meantime, I have one question, like
Yes,
the proposed strategy and the strategy which we are maintaining in MRP3, right?
Yes.
So both should be same or that can be different?
If that's a different, again, the problem that you're going to have, see, whenever you create a forecast in S4, especially I'm talking about S4, I'm talking about an S4 environment, you create that forecast with respect to your requirement type. The requirement type information comes from your planning strategy. Now, in this case particularly, if I can show you, you see that I have created these requirements, and the requirement type is what for this requirement? It is VSF. Where that is the reason I asked you a few minutes back. I hope all of you are aware about this term called VSF and what exactly is this. It's a requirement type which is embedded inside your planning strategy. Planning strategy consists of your requirement type. Okay. And that is the reason if you don't maintain that strategy over there, or you maintain a different strategy over there, that VSF based requirements that you have maintained in your S4 will not be identified by your PPDS environment. It will say that that is not the data that you have maintained. You have maintained something else in your planning strategy, or at least in your proposed strategy. And the requirement that you're trying to push it to PPDS are different, correct? Or of different types, having different requirement types.
Okay, the understanding is that we need to have the same strategy, right?
Same strategy. It's not with respect to numbers. You have to understand the description of that. Like I said, if it is 10, then you can have a 10 as a proposed strategy in case of embedded PPDS, or in case of APO PPDS. You have to maintain these values in APO PPDS manually. Please keep this in your mind. In case of APO PPDS, we don't maintain this information in material master. We have to go inside the APO transaction code to maintain the material, where we have to maintain this field, this value manually. If you don't maintain that, same thing is going to happen here. Over there, your integration model is going to come into the picture, where whenever you try to transfer the information of your plan independent requirements, it's going to get stuck in a queue. Okay, so I'm deleting this for now. I'm deleting this requirements, saving this data. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the planning strategy from the material master. Sorry, proposed strategy, especially for embedded PPDS. This. Let's remove that. Now I've removed it. So I removed that. I just want to make sure, because I don't want it to get auto-populated. The strategy for it gets auto-populated usually, but it is better to always make sure that the value is there or not. Okay. Yeah, it came automatically. It is updating this value automatically.
If you remove it from MRP3, maybe it will.
No, it is updating from MRP3 only. It is reading, and that is the reason it is identify. Okay, you have selected strategy 40, which is planning with final assembly. I have a similar strategy, which is planning with final assembly, and that is strategy 20. That is the reason what I did. Okay, it is auto-populating, so it's really difficult to remove it at this moment. Maybe this is the latest of SAP, because the earlier were updating. It used to update automatically, but once you used to remove it from there, okay, I have another method of removing it. But let's not go into that now, otherwise we'll divert from the main topic. But please try to understand, you have to keep the planning strategy and proposed strategy in sync if we are creating a forecast in S4HANA. Because otherwise, your plan independent requirements are going to get failed for sure. You won't be able to see your plan independent requirements in your product view screen. The way I'm seeing them right now, you won't be able to see them. Okay, it'll get stuck in a queue. And to identify what has stuck in a queue, especially the transactional data, what do? You perform a transaction code called /OSAP APO CCR. This is the transaction code you would be using a lot. Okay, this is specially used for your transactional data. As I mentioned, here you select the partner system, which is your logical system. Okay, then you select your product. Let's assume car is my product that I'm selecting. Then I'm selecting the plant. Okay, what I'm doing, I can select the parameter against which I want to carry out the comparison. Basically, what it does, whenever you put the selection criteria, it carries out the comparison between the transactional data and S4HANA transactional data. And if there's a gap, let's go with that assumption that I created a forecast in S4HANA, but that forecast was not appearing in ePPDS because of the strategy issue. In that case, what I can do, I'll simply select the plan independent requirements checkbox. I'll carry out this execution for the comparison. Then what it will do, it will show me the results. Okay, right now, there are no, we don't have any plan independent requirements right now. That is the reason it says that it's 0 available, out of which how many of them are in error status? No, because we don't have any data. Let me quickly create them. I have another way of showing you this information, that let me create a planning strategy, or let me create a plan independent requirements with a different requirement type. Let's use LSF as a requirement type. I'll put it in monthly. Okay, requirement type does not exist. 8. So it is auto-populating. It is not accepting that. LSF should have worked. LSF won't work. Not allowed to. Let me go and send. I just deleted the MD62. That is the reason I won't be allowed to. Yep, I won't be allowed at all. Let me just maintain the normal one, which is a VSF. Okay, remove it from here. That will auto-populate it. I'm going to upload the forecast in weekly buckets. I hope all of you are aware about this screen where I'm creating this forecast data. I'm just putting this random values. I've created this 4 forecast. Okay, I've saved this information. If I'll go back to the reconciliation screen, we call it as a CCR, SAP APO CCR reconciliation screen. I'm going to do this again. See, now it identified that there are 4 plan independent requirements, but there is no error. That means none of the data has been stuck in either in APO neither in APO nor in your S4 system. If you would have got some errors, what information that it shows, it's not in APO. That means it exists only in S4 HANA. S4 HANA is also called as R3 system. That is the reason you would be seeing the another box here as not in R3. So if we have any information that some information exists only in your ECC or R3 system, then it shows that it is not available in our APO. As I gave an example, that if you create a forecast, but that forecast doesn't move to PPDS, then here that quantity would appear, that out of these 4 forecasts, 4 of them could not move to APO. So you get that value, you have an option that select this and transfer it to APO. We click on this icon that try to move it from R3 system, which is a HANA, to APO PPDS. Basically, it's S4 HANA PPDS, but the terms, they have kept it as it is. There's no change in the terms. Even in this case, if something is available, there are changes that you have done in APO system, but you are not able to see them in R3. Then what you would do, that information would appear here, that some of the data that you have changed in APO are not getting updated in R3, that is in your HANA system. You select that information, you try to push it this way. Now, what happens at a time? You have deleted some data. Let's assume you have deleted the forecast in R3. But for some reason, that deleted forecasts are still visible in APO. In that case, what happens? It shows you that there's an error. And you select that information, you delete that data from APO by clicking on this box. Similarly, vice versa, if you have deleted something from APO or PPDS, and that is still visible in R3, then you get that information here in terms of errors. You select it and you delete it to R3. So definitely we will have some issues, but not at the moment. Whenever we'll have this issue, I'll show you how to do this. But did you understand the main purpose of this transaction code, this reconciliation report, how we can compare the transaction data? It's not just for the plan independent requirements. You can use it for production orders, plant orders, reservation, maintenance orders, purchase orders, sales orders, everything, even the confirmation that you do. You'd be able to do that. You have stocks, storage location stock. If you have any storage location specific stock that you have maintained, you would be able to identify it. Project stock in transit. You can compare this information. I don't think below information you would ever need, but these are the main checkbox that you can select, and accordingly you can carry out the reconciliation. Is that clear to you all? The use of this screen. It's really important.
So is there any post-processing we can do from this screen, or it is just a report?
It is a report. Usually so far I've used it. The post-processing is also there. We have, similarly, the way we have CCR, we have a report called a CPP, post-processing of reconciliation data. So let's say we trigger something here, but that is not getting moved to the respective environment. then you have to go to a CPP transaction code. I don't want to discuss the transaction code at the moment in detail. The reason being, it's a little complicated than this one. We will definitely cover the transaction code when we get a data that gets stuck in the system. So that then you will be able to see. Right now there is no data. So we won't understand how to use that transaction code. This one is quite easier than CPP. That is the reason I'm explaining this. But CPP is something I want you to understand whenever the actual data gets stuck. Okay. I hope all of you understood the use of this core interface or SIF reconciliation report.
Yes.
Oh, great. Now, since I've created the forecast, let me just go to the product view, how this demand is getting visible over there. Planning, I have to put it car as a product and location. Yes. So this forecast is getting displayed. Now, one thing I want you to understand, let's go back to the main core concept of product heuristic, which is available in our material master. So I've already explained you in short, what is the use of product heuristic. Does anyone remember the explanation that I gave? I think it was in last week, but anyone, if he or she wants to try it, I would appreciate that. What was the explanation? If anyone remembers, what is the use of product heuristic? Okay, I will re-explain it to you in that case. So the main purpose of product heuristic is to identify a demand. And it's not just the identification. The main purpose is to create a supply according to that demand. So with this product heuristic, we have several standard product heuristic. When I say product heuristic, see, keep in your mind that, let me just draw a diagram quickly. When I say heuristic, there are different types of heuristic when it comes to PPDS. We have product heuristic, which we maintain it in the material master. Okay. Then we have something called scheduling heuristic. Then we have something called service heuristic. Service heuristic does the job of scheduling heuristic as well. So I'm going to categorize them as service heuristic. The purpose of service heuristic and scheduling heuristic is to schedule your order. Okay. You use it in real time in most of the cases. The service heuristic, you don't use it for a background job. You don't use it to carry out a certain activity. You just use it to adjust some minor changes or to, make sure that everything is in proper sequence. But product heuristic, which is also called as planning heuristic. This is also called as planning heuristic. So heuristic is not just responsible to create your supply. Heuristic is also responsible to adjust your supply according to the requirement that you have maintained. Let's assume what does product heuristic do? It looks at the demand. It looks at the settings that you have maintained in your heuristic setting, and accordingly it generates a supply. What does scheduling heuristic do? It identifies that there's a plan that you have already created. The production plan already exists. It looks at the settings in the heuristics, and accordingly it adjusts your production plan in a way with which gives you the maximum output. Basically, so to simplify things, this is responsible to generate a production plan, and this is responsible to remove the overloads and create a proper sequence of production plan. So to carry out a scheduling heuristic, do I need product heuristic? Yes. Without product heuristic, I cannot have a scheduling heuristic because I need a production plan. Now, having said that, it's not necessary that you will always generate a plan with the help of product heuristic. You can generate your plan with MRP as well. Correct. MRP Live is also capable to generate a production plan, because so far in PP, that's what you have been doing. You are using MRP to generate a production plan based on the demand. But you can also use the product heuristic for certain products on need basis if you need some additional functionalities while generating the production plan. Once that is done, the input to scheduling heuristic is your production plan. Once you get the production plan, you can carry out the scheduling heuristic to adjust the plan according to your need. Okay, does this make sense? What is product heuristic and what is your scheduling heuristic?
So one question over here is that in the material master, we need to assign this product heuristic or scheduling heuristic? Because
good question. Now, one thing I want you to understand, let's think logically. Whenever we plan something, do we plan according to a resource or we plan according to a product?
A product.
You're absolutely right. Product.
So if your responsibility is your production planner or material planner, you'll always try to understand, or you'll always maintain that information with respect to your product. So if you're a material planner, you just want to create a plan. It may not be accurate according to your capacity. It may not be the ideal plan, but you just want to create the plan by looking at the demand. That is your role, which is the role of a material planner. So by following that logic, product heuristics are always assigned to the material because they are the one who are responsible to create a production plan. Does that make sense? How to understand this logically?
Yes.
Okay. Scheduling heuristic, where this is moreover from your scheduler point of view. Here, the plan already exists. This scheduling heuristic, you are not supposed to assign it anywhere because you don't know which scheduling heuristic you might need. Product heuristic, at least you are sure that usually I have these type of demand and I need to generate a production plan in this particular way. You can fix it, but scheduling heuristic is not fixed. You can identify there are 2 to 3 scheduling heuristic I might need. Accordingly, it will schedule your orders. It will schedule your production plan. So this is something that you don't need to maintain anywhere, at least with respect to product or with respect to resource. But this is moreover from capacity point of view, and this is moreover from your demand point of view, because this resolves the issues of the demand. It fulfills all the demands. This resolves the issues of your capacities. It tries to maximize the capacity, making sure that there is no overload. Okay.
Okay, so Vishal, does that mean that if at all we assign the product heuristic in the material master, it will, in the back end, it will also follow the scheduling heuristic to create the scheduling plan as well as the capacity planning?
Well, the way, it is not going to automatically trigger a scheduling heuristic. Product heuristic and scheduling heuristic are 2 different features. However, if you're scheduling a background job in your actual environment, you can have that flow that once my product heuristic is completed, as soon as that gets completed, I can use a scheduling heuristic to sequence that plan or to schedule that plan. You can have that, but there's no automation over here that it automatically picks the scheduling heuristic. You have to give an instructions to the system what scheduling heuristic you are supposed to use.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go inside. Okay. Is there any other question?
So can you help us to show that from where we'll have to select this scheduling?
Definitely. We are focusing only on the product heuristic, but mostly we'll be talking about some of the scheduling functionalities. So let's try to understand the product heuristic that are available. Do you see that approximately 16 product heuristic that you have? You see that some of them you may not understand them by looking at the description, but you have to understand how exactly it functions. And how do you understand that? Let's talk about the simple ones initially. Reorder point planning. What it does, it looks at the demand, it ignores the demand, and it creates the supply or creates the production plan according to the reorder point value that you have maintained. Correct? Because that's what your reorder MRP type or reorder based replenishment, which is your MRP type VB, that's how it works. Correct? Are you guys following?
Is it necessary, like if we using this reorder point planning heuristic, then MRP should be also reorder point?
Good question. The good question. No, it's not necessary. So what happens? Let me highlight another important point. See, okay. Before we go in detail about the heuristic, I just want you guys to understand. Heuristic can be triggered directly from your PPDS. Now, if you are triggering them from PPDS, what will happen? PPDS doesn't know what MRP type you're using, correct? PPDS doesn't know what MRP type that you're using. It has no information of PD, VB, P1, P2, P3 that you're using, or VM. Correct. It has no information. So if you're triggering it from PPDS, it will not look into your MRP type. So you don't need to have MRP type VB over there. You can have it as PD, you can have VB. It's just going to ignore it. If you're triggering the planning in your PPDS environment, okay? How to do that? You have different options to do that. If we have this product view screen, here, if I'll go inside the change mode, I can trigger this product heuristic by clicking on this button. This is one option. Okay, this is just one option that I'm trying to highlight, where if I click on this option, it shows you this is how I'm going to plan the product. It's using a standard heuristic. It's not performing a different. See here, I can check this box, use lot size setting from the heuristic, but I'm not using this. But if you're triggering this from here, it's not going to create any, it's not going to look into your MRP type information. But having said that, let's assume if we are using MRP live, I want you to keep a note of one of the important things. You may get this question in your, interviews, that what if I maintain MRP type as well as product heuristic and I carry out the MRP live? How exactly it functions? So when you use MRP live, which is an advanced functionality, I hope all of you knows MRP live. Is there anyone who doesn't know MRP live? Guys, I need yes or no, please.
We know.
Okay, all of you knows that. Okay, all of you know. Then
Yes, we will.
okay, MRP live is an advanced planning tool that is given by SAP, which is capable to carry out the planning for PPDS materials as well. That means if we have yes, Shubham, you raise your hand. Do you have a doubt? Or okay, I think you raised it by mistake. Then let's proceed. So MR, I think you raised it again.
I think he is trying to ask one question, but his mic is not working. So
You need to unmute yourself, Shubham. I'm not able to hear you.
Can you please talk, Shubham? So we are not able to hear you.
All right. If you're not able to,
or you can chat in the
yes,
chat. Yeah,
you can put your question in the chat box.
Yeah.
I mean, this is applicable to all of you. If anyone is not comfortable enough, he or she can put his or her question in the chat box. We'll try to look into the chat box at the end of the session. Okay. All right. So MRP Live is capable to plan your products in embedded PPDS. So what it does basically, it identifies that there's a product which has an advanced planning checkbox. Now, I'll come back to this box that we discussed. Okay, I'm reviewing this information. This is my embedded PPDS, and this is my. I'm going to call this as R3. It's still HANA, but I'm going to call this R3. Okay. So what happens whenever you have a product, and that product has an advanced planning flag? This is very important information. So I wanted to please be attentive to this. That whenever you plan something in R3 with the help of MRP type, and you have not maintained any product heuristic, okay, I'm emphasizing on this line that you have not put any product heuristic, then what happens? That means whenever you execute MRP live, what it does, it checks that, okay, this product has an advanced planning flag, but MRP live is not able to identify any product heuristic. There's no product heuristic over there. So what it does, it carries out the MRP over here in R3 according to the MRP type, and it pushes the data in your PPDS system. Okay, all right.
Yes.
And what? Let's assume if you have a product heuristic, because it knows what logic needs to be followed. If it's advanced planning material, then what it does, it creates a plan here. So the triggering point you need to understand where the data gets created first. It can get created in your R3 system. It can get created in your PPDS system. But most probably, when it is advanced planning flag, your data gets created in PPDS. Then this information is sent to R3. If it's an advanced planning flag, if you are using any product only for, let's assume I want one of the product only for scheduling in PPDS. I just want to plan it in R3 system. You don't want to plan that product in PPDS. You just want it, the plan that you generate from R3, you want it for scheduling purpose in PPDS. That means you're planning over here, you're scheduling it over here. So what you do, we have a concept called flexible integration in case of embedded PPDS. If I can show you that screen, with the help of scope limitation, you see that there are these limitations that are given by SAP. With this, we can restrict it in PPDS that this is only used for scheduling. We have to define scope limitation, scope profile for that. But with this, it will just be used for scheduling. The plan that you generate will be used only for scheduling. It won't be planned in APU or it won't be planned in PPDS. this option or this functionality is not available in APO. This is only available in your S4HANA system. Scope limitation and scope profile, which is also called as flexible integration. Okay. We'll try to have a scenario for this one, but it's only applicable for S4HANA. Please keep this in mind. It's not the common functionality that I'm talking about. All right. Now, when it comes to APO are two different boxes. How the planning will take place? Let's just draw a different box here. Here, there's a clear distinction that either you have to carry out the plan in R3 or in APO. It's not like you can carry out here and then push in the data directly here. It's here. So if it's a XO material, the material which has a XO as an MRP type will get plan here, and that plan will be sent to R3 system. And if you have a product with a normal MRP type, you won't see that product here. Okay, because if you remember, a product needs to have XO material XO. So whatever is getting planned, only those products will be visible in APO. Okay, if you don't have a product which has XO material type, XO MRP type won't come to APO environment. It needs to have an XO as a MRP type to be able to plan it and to be able to schedule it in APO. That's a hard constraint that SAP has given. This is part of two different boxes. Does that make sense? How APO and R3 are, how APO and embedded PP-DS are different?
Vishal, can you please repeat once again the same concept if you don't mind?
For ePPDS or for APO?
For ePPDS.
Definitely, sure. So let me just show it to you quickly. I'll carry out the MRP live for you guys, and I have maintained the requirement. So that will be, we'll try to make sure that everyone is aware or everyone is on the same page. We have the forecasted demand in this case in our product view, which is in embedded PP-DS. We have the same demand in ECC as well, or R3 system as well. So I'll carry out the MRP live for this product, MD01N. I'm going to select my plant material. I don't want to plan my BOM for now. That means I don't want to generate. Let's generate it. That should not be a problem as well. Change the BOM components. Regenerative planning is not needed. Scaling will be 2. Planning mode is 1. I'm going to use 1. Okay. I hope all of you are aware about the screen. I'm just going to execute the MRP live. We get certain. Okay, no planning. Okay. Do you want to carry it? Yes. Regenerative planning. Now we were able to plan one product only. Okay. Let's try to understand the material list here. Do you see there's one checkbox that appeared here? It's PPDS. That means this product, car, was planned in which environment? PPDS. Because of what? Advanced planning flag. I think messages will show you further information. It's just material. Yeah. So here it shows you the information that this product was planned only in S4HANA in PPDS because it had an advanced planning flag. Correct? If I would have maintained the flexible integration, I could have planned this product directly through MRP Live, but the information would have got visible in PPDS. So what I was trying to say, let me put it in simple words. Whenever there's an advanced planning flag for a product, it usually gets planned in APPDS, and that information is transferred to your R3 environment. Whenever a product doesn't have an advanced planning flag, by default it gets planned here, but you won't see that information here. So try to understand it's a MRP type that won't be playing an important role when it comes to embedded PPDS. That is not, unless and until you might get confused with the MRP type PD. Why? If you are using PD as an MRP type, and if you have an advanced planning flag, we don't have a compulsion in it when it comes to embedded PPDS that you need to have XO, which is the case in APO. In APO, we need to have XO as an MRP type to plan a product in embedded PPDS. But unlike that, we don't have that requirement where we need to have XO as an MRP type. Even if the MRP type is PD, I can plan the product in PPDS without any product heuristic maintained. On what basis it does it? It executes the standard heuristic. If I just showed you a few minutes back, I showed you one screen called product heuristic. Here, if I click on this heuristic, it directly executes what information that it shows? A product heuristic from, you see that if I put a cursor, execute heuristic from product master. Now you might be wondering, I have not maintained any heuristic in my product master. What it does basically, so in case of PPDS, it is not just the heuristic that is responsible to create an order. Okay. It is not just a product, it is not just the heuristic that is responsible to create an order. There is strategy, which we usually call it as planning strategy. It's not the planning strategy that I'm referring. It's a strategy, which is there are two types of strategy: PP strategy, sorry, not planning strategy, PP strategy, which is also responsible to create a production plan. So, along with heuristic, if I put something like that, we have a PP strategy, which is capable to create an order. Okay. And similarly, we have DS strategy, which is capable to schedule your order along with heuristic. Now, what is the difference between PP strategy and DS strategy? Both of them have same options, similar options. The values would be different. When it comes to PP strategy, the values would be different. When it comes to DS strategy, the values would be different. But product heuristic, most of your product heuristic needs the PP strategy to plan a product. Similarly, most of your scheduling heuristic needs DS strategy to schedule your order. I think this is slightly confusing for you. If it is, let me know. I'll re-explain it from the start.
DS strategy means the strategies which are in the advanced planning, right?
No, I'm not talking about the planning strategy. I'm talking about there's a concept called PP strategy and there's a concept called DS strategy. Your product heuristic uses this PP strategy to create a production plan. Your scheduling heuristic uses this DS strategy to schedule an order. So having said that, product heuristic in most of the cases cannot be executed without PP strategy, but you can use a simple PP strategy to create few orders. Okay. Similarly, scheduling heuristic needs DS strategy maintained to be able to schedule orders. But
so Vishal, where we are assigning these strategies, PP strategy?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. So basically, your strategy is by default maintained as SAP 002. Do you see that button here? PP planning strategy.
Yes.
If SAP 002 would be the option that would be selected automatically. So that is the reason, let's assume, my plan is not updated over here yet. Okay, because I have not refreshed the screen. If I'll refresh the screen, the data would appear, but I want you to see this. If I'll carry out the product heuristic, now I have not maintained any product heuristic. This is the product heuristic from a product master, but I have not maintained any. If I click on adopt, still it is able to plan my product. On what basis it is planning my product? It is planning my product based on my strategy. Okay, this is the difference that you need to understand. It's not just the product heuristic which is capable to generate a production plan. My planning strategy can also create a production plan. But product heuristic along with planning strategy gives me advanced option. So keep this in your mind that product heuristic usually has a dependency on PP strategy, but PP strategy can standalone generate an order. It doesn't need a product heuristic to generate an order. Similarly, with DS strategy and scheduling heuristic, most of your scheduling heuristic uses DS strategy. It's not necessary all of them uses it. Keep in your mind that majority of your product heuristic uses your planning strategy, PP strategy. And most of your scheduling heuristic uses DS strategy to generate a plan, along with some additional functionalities. So if there's a DS strategy and I give some one or two additional functionality, that becomes my scheduling heuristic. Similarly, with PP strategy, if I give one or two additional functionalities, then it becomes a product heuristic. That's how the differentiation is. Okay. Now, I just executed the product heuristic even though I didn't maintain any. It created a plan. Okay. I don't need this plan. I'm going to select all these orders again. It is for I still have the demand. I'm not refreshing the screen because if I'll refresh it, the data that is available in S4, because I just carried out the MRP live, that will get updated over here. And I don't want that to happen. That is the reason I wanted to see this heuristic as well, variable heuristic. With the variable heuristic, you get an option. What heuristic you want to use. The heuristic that I was just showing it to you in material master are also visible in your product view. And over here, you can select the respective heuristic to carry out the production plan. Let's assume planning of standard lots is something that we use it a lot. And here, do you see these options? Now, this is the option that I was talking about. Do you see that this is the heuristic that I've selected? And the heuristic name in PPDS is planning of standard lots. Just focus on this description over here. Which one I'm using at the moment? Planning of standard lots, which is this one, SAP_PP_002. I can change it over there as a variable heuristic. I can execute some different heuristic. Now, these are the controls in a heuristic. Okay, the below settings that you see, these are the controls in a heuristic. The settings that you see. Okay, what options that we get? Procedures. That is important for net requirement calculation. We are highlighting that avoid surplus. Keep it as close as to your requirement. Okay, we have an option called group past requirements. Group them together and create one supply against them. Plan with shelf life. Consider the shelf life information of the product. Consider shortage outside the PPDS horizon. That's also one of the important. We have not covered yet, but there's another option called lot sized information. Lot size information, we have an option called lot size used from settings of the heuristic. So in heuristic also we can maintain this lot size, or else we have the lot size information available in our material master. We maintain that lot size information, right? What should be my lot sizing procedure? What should be my minimum lot size? System by default refers the information that is maintained in your material master or your product master. If you don't want that to be used, if you want them, or if you want your system to refer it from the heuristic, that's also possible. So these are the basic settings and lot size settings that are available in planning of standard lots. Now here we have an option of strategy. Okay, the same strategy options that are available over here will be visible. Okay, it's here. There's a drop-down button. Do you see? There are a lot of options with the planning strategy. So even though you don't maintain any heuristic, or you don't use a heuristic, your PPDS system is capable to plan your product with respect to strategy. Here we have a lot of options. Okay, by default, SAP 002 is the heuristic that is used in most of the scenarios. I hope that is clear to you all. You can carry out any of the heuristic as well. I need yes or no, guys. I know this is a little bit.
Strategy and heuristics are assigned material master, right?
Your strategies are linked to your product heuristic. But in your material master, you have not maintained any product heuristic. So there are few heuristic and there are few strategies which are by default in nature. Let's assume if I click on this product heuristic, it shows me this information. Now, this information is part of your standard heuristic. This information, you have not maintained it anywhere. This information, ideally, just try to understand the description over here. When you select this product heuristic, it gives you a message in the bottom, execute heuristic from product master. Have you maintained any heuristic in the product master? No, we have not maintained it, but it reads this strategy, which is SAP 002, which is by default standard information. When it comes to order generation, it uses the standard PP strategy and it uses a standard heuristic, which is SAP PP-02. Now, having said that, with the help of strategy also, you can generate a plan. Okay, if it's just an order creation, with the help of strategy as well, you can generate a production plan. But it will be a very basic production plan. You won't use it for complicated production plans or for multiple demands. Now, this information, the system is asking you to fill in this information before generating a production plan. This is the procedure that it is asking you, lot for lot. This is what you have maintained in your material master. EX is the lot for lot sizing procedure that you have maintained. If you want to use a fixed lot size, update that information. If you want to use minimum and maximum lot size, put that information over here. Why system is asking me this information if I've already put it in my material master? This is basically part of your heuristic setting. Okay, I just showed you, right? This is basically part of your heuristic setting. If I'll show you the lot sizes data, do you see that over here in this particular section? This is part of my heuristic setting that it is showing me all this information. It is asking me to fill in this information. Since we are not using any heuristic, it is not able to determine what to put. Correct? This is the information system is again asking us before generating a production plan. So by default, it is triggering standard planning of standard lots. Is this clear?
Okay. Can you just go back?
Sorry?
Yes, can you just go back?
Okay.
So this, can you just hover the cursor on variable heuristics? So these variable heuristics are for planning, right? Not for scheduling.
Yes. We are, as long as we are in the screen, we are not at all scheduling anything. It's just about planning, because try to understand, whenever the information that you're seeking is with respect to product, you're into planning. Whenever we jump over from product to a resource, we go to the scheduling. The variable heuristic, you can carry out any alternate heuristic if you want to trigger. Okay. So just to summarize everything that we have discussed so far. Okay. I just want you guys to be clear. Whenever a product is flagged as an advanced planning relevant, it plans your product in EPPDS with the help of standard heuristic and strategy that you have maintained. When the product doesn't have an advanced planning flag, it gets planned it in R3. But that information won't get flow to EPPDS. But when you plan something which has an advanced planning flag, it gets planned over here, and the information is pushed to R3 environment so that the information is visible in R3 as well. Okay. It is now, how exactly this is controlled? It is controlled with the help of advanced planning flag. We have an option where we can control that. Let's not talk about it, the flexible integration. I think it might confuse you at the moment, but whatever I've just said, just keep that in your mind. When it comes to APO, what is the control parameter? MRP type is your control parameter, which is X0. All the product with X0 MRP type will get planned in APO. You can schedule them as well, which will be sent to R3 system. And all the other products which doesn't have XO MRP type will get planned in your R3. Is that simple?
So in case of EPPDS, it is not looking for MRP type.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. In case of, but it is advisable, if you remember, if I highlighted this point, it is advisable to use X0 by SAP, because that will give you another option to, filter out the products, and you can keep them as X0. PDVB, if you maintain something and you don't have a heuristic, because as long as it's an advanced planning relevant, your information, your product is getting planned in which system? EPPDS. EPPDS has no information of your MRP type, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So in that case, whatever MRP type that you maintain and you flag that product as an advanced planning relevant, it will get planned in EPPDS according to the EPPDS heuristic, not according to the MRP.
Tushar, one question here. If we have not maintained the advanced planning flag and we have MRP type XO, then it will be a plan in R3, right?
In that case, let's assume if you have X0, X0 products are not planned by your MRP life. Yes, it's not planned by your MRP. So you're planning in an external system. It could be some other external system in that case, not embedded PPDS. It could be your APO, or it could be your other, planning tools that you have, KNXS, O9, something like that. That's what you're signifying over there.
Okay.
All right.
All the main control is on that particular flag. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So advanced planning flag, but as I mentioned, don't use any other MRP type with advanced planning flag. Try to use X0. Okay. I hope that
one
is
more
clear.
question. You have mentioned that SAP select the default heuristics if we not maintain anything.
Correct.
So can we change that particular setting of default?
If you have an option, that no, I don't want to carry out the standard one. I just want to carry out some other heuristic. I can come here, I can use something graph procedure. See, the options got changed in the below bottom. If I want to carry out something else, that is already given by SAP. Reorder point. See, I get an option of reorder point based heuristic.
But this setting I need to perform for every product separately, right?
No, okay. You want to carry out a particular planning heuristic. In that case, what you can do. Now, by the way, so far everyone is clear how product heuristic is. We have not gone inside the product heuristic configuration yet, but what is product heuristic, how it exactly is different than your MRP type, how the plan gets generated and then pushed to the respective environment. Is that clear to you all, so that I can show how you can make sure that a particular product heuristic is getting executed? Okay. Yes. All right, great. Now, there are two options of doing that. If you're using MRP life, maintain the respective product heuristic in your material master itself. Okay. Maintain automatically, you'll carry out the MRP life and the respective heuristic will get respected. Like I mentioned, this product heuristic, what it says, it's a heuristic from your product master. Right now, we have not maintained any heuristic in the product master. If we maintain a heuristic in the resource, let me show it to you. I'll particularly, okay, that won't appear here, but let me just show it to you. Refresh the screen. Let me just go back quickly. I don't want to save anything. Let me maintain a heuristic here. I'll maintain a random heuristic called reorder one. Yes, just maintained it. I'll go back to RRP3 transaction code. Just observe the heuristic that it is going to display. At the change mode, product heuristic. It automatically executed. It didn't even give you the option to select anything. Why? You have maintained it. And it showed you a message that no reorder point exists for CAP. Did you understand? So you need to do that. This is one way of doing it. That means you are maintaining the product heuristic in your material master. You simply carry out your MRP life. MRP life does the planning in EPPDS. So what happens when it comes to MRP life? It identifies that, okay, this product is advanced planning relevant. It has a product heuristic. Plan it accordingly, then push it to R3. If it doesn't have, it does have an advanced planning flag, but it doesn't have a product heuristic, plan it according to the standard heuristic, which is SAP 002 as a planning strategy and SAP PP_00. Okay.
One from my side. So you have shown the product heuristic, right? When we are looking at the planning of product, single product. Okay. But what about can we not club, let's say, multiple products under one umbrella and we will run this planning?
If you want to, definitely. If you are aware about the MRP live screen, we have that option. We have a product that we can group with respect to MRP controller. We can group it according to the product group. You can have search products which are supposed to get planned in EPPDS according to a particular heuristic, or you don't need to have a MRP controller. If you want to plan them together, just use that MRP controller as a selection criterion. All the product which has a product heuristic or which doesn't have a product heuristic will get planned with the standard heuristic. So products with their own product heuristic will be planned. Products without any product heuristic will get planned with the standard heuristic. And the products which doesn't even have an advanced planning flag will also get planned in your R3 system. So it is MRP Live is one screen solution that does everything. You don't need to carry out a different. Now, if you want to say that, no, I don't want to be relied, or I don't want to carry out the MRP on the screen. How I can do it directly in EPPDS or in case of APO PP-DS. For that, we have a transaction code called SAP APO CDPSB0 because MRP Live is only available in S4HANA. How we do it in APO PP-DS? APO PP-DS, we carry out this transaction where I will give my planning version as 000. I'm going to give my time profile as SAP 001. That is the period for which I'm going to give SAP all as my propagation range. Now, the function / heuristic, what I want to do basically, I have an option called planning run. You see somewhere optimization run. You will have a heuristic called MRP something. Yep, here, planning, product planning. Product planning is the function or heuristic that you have to select. As soon as you select, it got one heuristic. Okay. Now, with this heuristic, what it does, it is going to plan according to the product heuristic that you have maintained. All right, this is one way of doing it. And you can select here your planning object will be your products. You will be selecting your products. If you want to have a different strategy profile for your product, that as well, that is something that you can change it over here. You will give your selection criteria, product, location, production planner, which is something which is very similar to your MRP controller, that you can give it, and all the products according to your product heuristic that you have maintained will get planned. If for a product heuristic doesn't exist, it will get planned with the standard heuristic. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. So this is the way that you have to do it in APO PP-DS. APO PP-DS doesn't have MRP live. So this is the screen. This is the same screen that you have to use it to plan a product in case of APO. You have to select this function, okay, to carry out the MRP at multiple levels. And you can also use, if you want to have one standard heuristic across all products. Yeah, you can use that as well for all the products. I want to carry out according to the standard heuristic. That's also possible. Or if you want to carry out different heuristic, you can select different heuristic, run directly from here itself. Okay, I want to carry out the reorder point across all the products. So where is the reorder point? You will carry out reorder point for all the products. But wherever the reorder point is maintained, only those products, for those products, the plan will get generated. Wherever you don't have a reorder point, you won't get a plan generated for them. Does that make sense to you all?
Yes, Vishal.
Okay, so right now we have discussed about how do we use MRP Live to generate a production plan, and we have also seen how do we use this product heuristics to create a production plan. Okay, or a variable heuristic options that we have. We can also use this. We can use a planning run transaction code to carry out or to generate a production plan, or else the best one that is available, which is MRP Live. That can also be used.
One question from my side. I don't know whether this is relevant over here or not, but let us say we are having, let's say we are having 10 products or 10 materials which I need to plan, and I do have monthly bucket where I have a demand. Okay. And then after doing all this planning stuff, okay, will I get any information that, let's say for 10 products, I have, let's say, monthly demand of 100, for example. Okay, whether I'm meeting that demand in this month or not. So are we getting that information like we are doing in SNOP, right? So we are doing the simulative planning where we need to understand, okay, this planning is good for me. So usually the planner is doing all this activity, right? So he is doing simulation and he is checking whether we are meeting that plan or not, right? And he will get the best plan, and then he will push that plan towards actual plan, right? So are we getting some information over here?
Well, to answer your question, we have certain alerts. So basically, you can set your alerts in a way that, I mean, there are various range of alerts that are available. Let's assume you have a monthly demand or you have weekly demand. Any demand is not getting fulfilled on time. Any demand which is not getting fulfilled at all. I'm talking from production planner perspective, not from a scheduling perspective. I'm just talking about the production planning, where the demands are delayed, the demands are not at all planned. There's a problem with the supply, or it's even if it is early supply than the actual demand date. Because early, if you are producing something early, that will cause a storage issue for you. So all these issues are highlighted with the help of alerts. We have those alerts whenever we plan something. Our day-to-day job from a planner point of view would be whenever MRP run or whenever a planning run or product heuristic gets executed in the background job, next day, after scheduling run as well, next day the planner's job should be to identify these alerts and rectify these alerts. We will have a session about the alerts as well, maybe in our upcoming sessions. Maybe after 2-3 sessions itself, we'll have the alert session where I'll show you how these alerts get displayed and which are the screens or which are the reports that you can use it to get this cumulative view of alerts, and how you can identify, okay, this is the alert, how you can resolve them as well. The necessary action has to be taken by your planner. So we have this tool. I hope that is what your question was regarding.
Yes, Vishal.
You basically get this information. So now, as you have seen that we generated this production plan for the demand. Okay, as you can see, all my plan orders are generated against my requirement, and this took place for I generated this plan according to my MRP. I carried out the MRP live, and that is how it got generated. Now I want to show you one more thing, but before that, I know that the other products were not planned properly. There was a car body. You see, okay, this was not planned, right? There's no plan order generated for this product. It's a semi-finished product, and I don't have any sourcing information for this. Okay, the semi-finished product were not planned. The reason for that was I don't have any sourcing information. It's a semi-finished, but I have the procurement type as X. Now, if I'm following with the E, I don't have a production or PDS data for this one. Similarly, if I'm following with the F, I don't have the purchase info record created for this. But ideally, I need to create the data first of all. That is the reason whenever I carry it out, I'll recarry the MRP run. I just want you to be aware that if I'm selecting all this information, I'm going to delete the existing plan. It should be 3. And I'm going to recreate the plan again. Initially, when I carried out only one product was planned, correct? The other products were not planned at all. The low level code is not getting calculated. Then 0 is 16. There's a bug in the system, it seems, where yes, this is from the lab. We have to see the low level code. Here, yes. It should be 001, it seems. Because of which, okay, there's a bug. I will resolve this bug. That's not a big issue. Okay, no worries. But ideally, even though if I don't have any sourcing information, I should be able to plan my products. Correct? Because even though if I'm generating a purchase requisition, do I need to have the exact information of purchase info record? No. You still have the basic information. Purchase info records are necessary, but you can still carry out your MRP run. So what I'm going to show you, I'm going inside this plan order. Let's try to observe the information that it has displayed properly. So in a plan order, what information that we have the information of what is the start date of the order, what is the start time of the order, what is the end date of the order, what is the end time of the order. It is the basic validity information that you have maintained when the data was created. And the opening date is also the same as your start date. Does anyone know what is opening date, opening period? Do you all know the use of scheduling margin key?
Yes, that opening period is defined in days under scheduling margin keys.
You're right. Scheduling margin captures the information of opening period, but this is an opening date. These are two different dates. This is the date that gets calculated according to your start date. Okay, on what date you're going to start the production, but that opening period is slightly different than this. That is applicable especially in case of calculating whenever it's kind of buffer that you add. And with respect to opening period, if you have an offset, especially an offset is there, even though you start, but your opening period can be different. That is the reason, according to the opening date that you have maintained, according to the configuration that you have maintained, the opening date can be changed. The offset that you maintain, that even though I need to complete my production on 31st, I'm starting 1 or 2 days earlier than the actual start date. That is where I can use it as an opening date for reference, because I'm pulling my demands 1 day ahead. I'm making sure that even if I'm starting my production on 28th, I'm making sure on 27th, all my products are available. So 1 day of buffer is kept over there. That is how you can control it, this opening period. Then you have basic information of prime product, quantity. This PP form is something that we discussed a few minutes back, that it will make sure that MRP or your heuristic doesn't change your order quantity. Okay, even if the requirement changes, this order quantity will not get changed. Okay, then you have this other forms. Then you have these statuses as well. Okay, here it's clearly mentioned that it was generated in PPDS. The scheduled status is scheduled. That means this order has been scheduled. There's relevant status that is not updated yet. Check has not been carried out yet. And this is the life cycle indicators that we have, that we see. We see the statuses. I mean, whenever you convert this plan order to a production order, this indicator gets checked. When you release a production order, this indicator gets activated. When you partially confirm this order, this and this two indicators get ticked. But that means you have actually started the production. And when you confirm the order completely, this indicator gets ticked. So these are different statuses. Along with that, I want you to notice that the source of supply, the source location is getting updated, the information that we have seen in the product review a few minutes back. Along with that, your PDS information, that is your source of supply information, is also getting displayed. That if you have a multiple PDSs, which production or which PDS data that you're referring, or which production that you're referring is selected over here, or is get displayed over here. This is the basic information about the order. And then this is the information of your requirement, which we have already covered. Then at each component level, the same information is going to get displayed. Here, if I'm going inside if I click on this product, it is taking me to the RRP3 screen. That is the product view screen of that respective product. If I'm selecting car body, if it will take me to the car body was just planned. Tires were not planned. Batteries were not planned. I think I carried out the MRP for car body, it seems, by mistake. Okay, that should not be a problem. But this is for them. The plan orders were not created yet, but you see that their dependent demand got generated according to the plan order that we created at the finished product level. Then we have something called operations. In operations section, we get to see all the operations that are available even with the resource. This is the basic operation information and the operation quantity. The net duration of the operation is also visible over here. Because in this case, my operation starts at 1:30, it ends at 7. The net duration is, it starts on 28, it ends on 31st, correct? So approximately 2 days. So it is showing you the 2 days information here. And if you want to be precise, you can click on this button. It shows you that it starts on 28. It shows you this resource was being used to carry out the production. All this information is visible. Even if you see, all of you are aware about the PP and PP as well. All the status or all the changes that we do at the production order level. Let's assume if we release the production order, even the operation gets a status called released. Even if you partially confirm the order or operation, that information gets updated at the operation level. So all this information gets also visible in your operation statuses. Okay. And then again, some more information gets displayed here with respect to your resource. Here, it shows you the basic same information that you have. And this is the basic production time. I guess 29th is a holiday, it seems. Because I am seeing that the activity time is 1:30 and it ends on at 7 in the morning. Let us view this order in the DS board. Let's try to get some glimpse of it, how exactly it looks like. By the way, are you guys following? I'm not sure if you guys are following. Let me know if you're having difficulties in understanding this. We're just going through the order information. Nothing else. Not going to select. I'm going to select a product as well. Based on product, it can provide me the information on order. Yes or no, guys?
Yeah. This
was the order number 2992. Here, if you're not sure how to find an order, you can just press Control F. For some reason, my shortcut keys are not working. So I'll just click over here, Control F, order number 2992. Yes, your order starts on 20. Okay, it starts a little early. It is still 27th that I see. Your order starts. Yeah, it starts on 27th and it ends on 31st. Okay, so it consumes approximately 2 days. Then the order view. Okay, your activity starts at 28th, 1:30. Have you maintained a different timing? I'm not able to. Let me see.
Is it due to the shift data?
No. I think it is because, see, our operating times are less, but I think I have defined for body defined because do you see the change of information there? I've just maintained that for 100 it's 90. 90 minutes is the production time for 100 quantities, and the order quantity is 3,200. But do you see the change of information here? The change of information that I'm trying to highlight it to you that here it says that my activity starts at 1:30, okay, on 28th, and it ends at 7. But when the order number is 2992. But over here, if I'll click on this information, what information it shows? It says that it's starting a little early. Okay, I know the reason behind it. That is because of the time zone. That's because of the time zone. I think we should change it to India time zone. That confusion. Now it says 5. Let me see. What is the time zone? Okay, it's CET time zone in the resource. Let me go back to the CET time zone.
Michelle, there's a gray patch, right, at the 30. So is it due to the shift? That was.
Yeah. This gray area that you see, it is just because of the shift information. Now, as I was saying, the time difference that I was observing, it was just because of the time zone. Because my resource operates in CET time zone, that is the reason the plan order information was getting visible according to the CET time zone, right? I just checked inside the resource that the resource follows a CET time zone. Then what I did, I changed the time zone over here in the DS board because I think according to my system, if I'll see the user information, I must have set up a different time zone. It's the time zone that I follow is UTC. You see that? I should change it. It is following the UTC, but as soon as I change it to CET over here as well, the times that were getting represented in the DS board and plan orders are matching on 28 and 1:30, and it gets over at 1:31 at 7 a.m. in the morning. So this is how the order information gets displayed. You can, and this key information, like I'm not sure who just mentioned that this is basically your break times and non-working times. This is your weekend basically. So because of this weekend, it took more time to produce that order, right? Otherwise, if there was no weekend, it would have finished the order by here itself, somewhere here in 30th of
30 is Friday, I suppose.
30 is your Friday.
31st is Saturday, but on Saturday I have not chosen the weekend somehow.
I think 30.
Okay, so it's a third shift, right?
Yeah, from 7 p.m. to 7 p.m. you operate, if you remember, and the shift pattern could be slightly different. Okay, so basically this is how the plan order information gets displayed in the planning or detailed scheduling board, and this is how the plan orders get generated with the help of product heuristic. Now we have not discussed how each and every product heuristic will play an important role while creating an order, but we just understood what is the job of product heuristic, how exactly it creates an order by looking at what information, okay, and how we can trigger them. That is something we have seen today. We'll try to cover some basics of scheduling as well. Now, about session, does anyone have any doubt?
So there was a mention like if we don't maintain the product heuristic in the product master, it will take the default settings.
When you trigger it through product view, it will take it from your standard heuristic. And if you simply carry out the planning run, MRP run, through planning run transaction code, which is a PPDS based transaction code at that time as well.
Okay, so the default SAP profile contains the information like which product heuristic model has to be used.
The profile, yes.
Okay.
It carries that information, what heuristic should be used, what strategy should be used. You're absolutely right about it.
That would be in configuration then.
Yeah, that is the reason. There's a configuration behind it to select which heuristic to be used as a standard one, default one. There's a profile that we define for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, when we run sometimes we get that error in the PPDS checkbox is checked for the product. And whenever we run, we will get the logs there. So there it's coming as error in product and location. So right now I am facing that issue in the current project. So that's
error in the product and location.
Yeah, error in product and location is generalized error we are getting within the MRP box.
You have an option called SLG1, SAP APO SLG1. Over there, you have an option called planning and planning run. Over there, the logs are much more descriptive. Maybe you can refer that. If you're still having difficulties, if you're okay, and maybe if you can come up with the screenshot and you can share the screenshot in our chat box, and then we can try to understand the reason. It's most likely due to the data maintenance. Okay. Let me just quickly, we might go over by 1 or 2 minutes since there are questions mentioned here. So
yes, Vishal. So this planned order, which is for piece material, they are not getting detailed scheduling view. So user is not able to see the capacity requirements for that in that particular plan.
Sorry. Can you repeat your question, please?
In advanced planning checkbox material, they are not able to see detailed scheduling view in planned order, and they want to see the capacity requirements. They usually use SAP APO CDPS _ RAPT. So in that, this capacity requirements is not coming since detailed scheduling view is not there in planned order.
Detailed scheduling view is, so there could be several issues behind it. Okay. So first of all, you have flagged that product as an advanced planning relevant, but still you are not able to see that product or plan order in the detailed scheduling board as well as in the report, that is CDPS _ RAPT report.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So there could be two reasons. First of all, you have not flagged the basic issue. Resolution for that issue would be the advanced planning relevant checkbox is not activated for your resource. So resource is not available in PPDS. I'm assuming that's not the problem, but this is the
No,
basic
it is
issue.
there. Resources
Okay.
there. I checked.
The second problem would be, have you opened your plan order information? Your plan order must have the PDS data. Your plan order must have your operation information. If you don't have that information, that means your plan order doesn't carry or it doesn't have a PDS. It was just created as a supply with the product information. That means it doesn't have the resource information. And if there's no resource information, you won't see that information in your detailed scheduling board and nor in your CDPS REPT. That's most likely the reason.
Okay, I'll check it and
Yes, please check
So
it and let me know.
we have the MRP live where we can choose the lead time scheduling, right?
We have an
We'll
MR
also-
and
In the MRP live, we have the option for lead time.
yes,
Lead time
yes,
scheduling.
correct.
That will also impact this tab in the plan view, right? Plan order.
You're absolutely right. So see, whenever we generate a production plan MRP live, what happens? Well, it plays an important role from PP point of view, but not from PPDS point of view. That is the reason I highlighted or I emphasized on a line called try to understand from which information or from which system your data is getting triggered or your plan order is getting generated. If you are using MRP Live and you are using the scheduling as one, that is basic date scheduling. In that case, your product is getting planned in EPPDS. Correct, first of all, since there's an advanced planning flag for that product. And as the product is getting planned in EPPDS, it is going to read the information that is available in EPPDS. You don't have the basic date information in EPPDS. EPPDS always follows the PDS information, that is your capacity information, that is your resource information. Okay, so it does not have an impact on your PPDS materials, but especially the material that you planned in R3 system or in your S4HANA system, there you will have an impact because it won't read your routing data. It will just read your basic information that you maintained in your MRP2 view. I hope that answers your question, Vaibhav.
So basically, I was saying I've been told that there is no detailed track.
No. The problem the kill is most likely facing is because there is no resource information in his plan order. The PDS could be incorrect. That's the most likely issue that he must be facing. But let him come back. Okay. Are there any more questions? I see that Shubham had pasted one question. It's from Akhil. I guess, Irshad, your question was just answered, right? If you're an MRP with lead times, will your option that order should get generated with capacity requirements?
Yeah,
I just
that was-
answered that question.
Yes.
But that user is not able to find capacity requirement since no detailed schedule. So he asked me table. Is there any table?
No. The basic and the most important that you should always do, if you're able to see a plan order, but the plan order is not visible in the DS board, is to go inside the order and identify if there's a resource information available over there. If you have a resource information visible in your plan order, you must have that plan order in your detailed scheduling board as well as in your report. Okay?
Okay.
No. Shubham, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but to answer your question, product heuristic work in SAP APO is similar as MRP type in SAP PP. You're right. That's the basic job of your product heuristic to identify. See, all the heuristics, the base purpose is to generate a production plan. But how to generate, it depends on the heuristic settings or a heuristic algorithm behind it. Every heuristic has some algorithm in it. Okay. And that is what is controlled by, or that is what controls how your supply or how your production plan is going to get generated. It can be with the different lot sizes. It can be with the different reorder point values. It can be with respect to the quota. It can be with respect to 3 different horizon and 3 different lot sizes for the same demand. So there are different settings each heuristic carries, which determines how a production plan should be generated.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which planning object in PP-DS represents a group of resources with similar capabilities? Option A, Work Center. Option B, Resource Group. Option C, production line. Option D, planning area. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at planning production? Our PPDS course is made just for you. You can learn it at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about PPDS. It helps plan what to make, when to make it, and how to meet customer needs on time. Our course covers both ECC and S/4HANA. From simple setups to expert tips, we explain it all in easy steps. Your trainers are experts who've used PPDS for years. They're here to help and answer your doubts along the way. And guess what? Many students have taken this course and love the way it's taught. People just like you found this course very useful for their job and career growth. Best part, it's super affordable. You get high-value learning without spending too much money. Ready to master PPDS with SAP? Join us today. And to know more, visit ZaranTech's website now.